for Karmelo Anthony argued that Anthony was defending himself, and that he was acting in self-defense, and that he feared for his safety. So this is where we are. So what we have today is we're going to have two attorneys that's going to join us live, and we're going to kind of go over the case. And as it states right now, they're at the appellate stage, and we're going to talk about that. Now, if you guys are in the chat, welcome to the channel. Okay, make sure you guys are liking the video. If you are new here, make sure you definitely subscribe to the channel. Make sure you enable your bell notifications as well. And we're going to get started momentarily here. And also, guys, make sure you are liking the video. So I'm just reading some of your chat. What you guys are saying in the chat. And guys, make sure you join tomorrow. Now, I did put in my community. If you guys are not familiar with the community, I'm gonna, while we wait here, I will take you to my community page, because that is where I put a lot of information. So if you're not familiar with that, I'm going to show you how to get there, because initially I do share information there where you can kind of know what's going on. So if you were to go to my page, you would go to post, and then you would go right here. So this is where I post things as it relates to this channel. Now, we do have an interview tomorrow. It will be at about 12 noon. If for some reason it changes, I'll typically change it, and then I'll update the community to say, the time has changed. When, interviewing individuals, sometimes, they may be running late and things like that. So if the time changes, I will adjust it. Just make sure you guys are following the actual community tab, so that you can know if that time has been changed. Now, specifically, let me get into what we're going to talk about today. Let me just go back into my notes, guys, because sometimes I forget this stuff. It's a lot. So as we know, Karmelo Anthony is in prison serving a 35-year term, which we hope to have, overturned, because of course we were not all in court, but we were able to get the information as it related to some of the things that happened in court. What it seemed to be a consensus of is that it doesn't seem like Karmelo received the adequate support that he should have received from his paid lawyer. It didn't seem like the lawyer was representing him, if you ask me, and I wasn't even there. This is just by some of the things that I was reading online and some of the things that I received from people who were actually in the court. So in terms of moving this conversation forward, some of the things that I wanted to discuss today is pretty much the ineffective counsel that most of us agree that Karmelo received. And also, I also learned that when you are being represented by an attorney, in order for you to come back and say, hey, I want to appeal, what I've learned is that the attorney has to object to certain things. So in following this case, what I learned is that the attorney didn't really object to much, but he did object to the situation as it related to the Black jurors. So we know that that happened. But like I said, in moving this conversation forward, I wanted to speak to an attorney or attorneys as it relates to the law in moving this case forward, and how successful, and even what is the likelihood that Karmelo would receive an appeal. Again, I'm not an attorney, and I've said that a million times. So I wanted to speak to some individuals, such as the guest that we have that's going to be joining us relatively shortly, who has an extensive background. And while we wait, I'm just going to go ahead and introduce them. So we have Michael Campbell of Dallas, Fort Worth. He's a criminal defense attorney. He is in the top 100 national trial attorney And it says 17-1, meaning he has won 17 cases, murder cases, and he wasn't successful in one of those cases. Now, I was wondering what is the national trial? What does that even mean? National trial attorney. I was like, what does that mean? The National Trial Lawyers Top 100 is a prestigious invitation-only organization composed of the premier civil plaintiff and civil defense attorneys in each region or state. Membership is selective and based on strict criteria, including reputation, leadership, and trial results. So I thought that was pretty good. Now, I believe Andrew Wilkerson will be joining. He's also a trial attorney, 17-1 murder cases. Now, as it relates to Attorney Wilkerson, I noticed both of them actually attended Texas Southern University. Wilkerson attended Texas Southern University as well as Michael Campbell. However, Attorney Wilkerson, it showed that he also attended Good Marshall School of Law. Okay, so we have Attorney Wilkerson here. I'm going to bring him up, guys, and then we're going to get the show going. And then we have Michael Campbell as well.
Hey, how are you?
Okay, thank you, guys. Give me a moment here while I adjust the screen. I did introduce you guys while you were, preparing to join. Thank you so much for being here. And I told y'all, I think y'all are badass. I ain't never met y'all, but I said, those are the attorneys that you want if you ever get in truck right there. Yes. So,
thanks for having us.
Yeah, when I saw y'all, I was like, I want them to come on and talk about this case. Because like I said, I saw you guys on YouTube, and then I think I saw you on another channel, and you just seemed so passionate about everything that was happening. So I said, I wanted to invite you on, and then we could just go from there. I'm just going to listen to what y'all have to say, and we just going to soak up this knowledge, and we're just glad that y'all are here.
No doubt. Thanks for having us on. It's a pleasure to be on. We're going live, so we're going to figure it out as we go, but it is a pleasure to be on. For those of you who don't know, my name is Michael Campbell. I'm a 16-year practicing criminal defense lawyer here in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex in Texas. I have a specialty in criminal law, criminal defense work, in particular murder cases. Currently, me and Andrew have a high success rate in winning murder and capital murder cases in Texas.
How you doing? I'm Andrew Wilkerson. First of all, thank you for sharing your platform with us. We're elated to be here. For those of you that don't know, under my face right there, Attorney Andrew Wilkerson. I've been working, one half of the Not Guilty Boys. I've been working in criminal law about 13 years, trying to get into some civil as well, but trial is what we love to do. 17-1 in murder cases, and that's just murder cases. But yeah, we love trying cases. We love talking about trying cases. Hopefully we can bless our game today with something you didn't know yet.
Thank you guys so much for that. And one thing, before you guys came, I had looked up your background, and I had noticed that you both attended, was it Texas Southern University together?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
I did.
Well, he went first.
Right. But one of the things I forgot to say is that you guys call yourself the Not Guilty Boys. And that's what I was like, I like that. The Not Guilty Boys. What made you guys come up with that name?
It's a verdict that we started this when Drew called me and said, hey, bro, we have an opportunity to come together as, young Black men and start a precedent when young Black men attorneys out here representing, first of all, young Black men, which is the number one demographic that's charged with criminal cases. But he came, he said, let's start this firm. We started trying small cases like DWIs. We started hearing the word not guilty after those trials were over. Then we picked up more cases, more serious cases, aggravated assaults with deadly weapon, heard not guilty on that. Then we started going into the murder and capital murder lane here in Texas. And we just kept hearing the verdict not guilty, that 2-word verdict. We just kept hearing it at the end of these trials and at the end of these cases, and we felt like that may be the appropriate term for this team.
Okay. I like it because I saw that. I was like, the not guilty boys. I can roll with that. So I wanted, again, to bring you guys on because I wanted to get your perspective. And I tell my audience all the time, I'm not a lawyer. Now, I can read this stuff and look it up, but I'm not a lawyer. So when I saw you guys, I was like, yeah, I want them to come on and tell us, because, again, we're not lawyers. We just go by what we see and what we hear and what we think to be correct. But even me not being a lawyer and everything I was reading, I said, I feel like Karmelo didn't get adequate representation. And that's just me. I said, it just don't seem like it to me. Now, I don't want to get into me, but I had shared with my audience. I said, I remember when I was 20 years old and I had gotten into trouble. Nobody told me about self-defense. So I thought that even if I was in a situation that I was attacked, that even if I attack them people back because they was trying to get me, I never knew what self-defense was. You see what I'm saying? So I had shared with them, that is how you're misrepresented when you get the wrong attorney. Like, I didn't even know what self-defense was. I thought because I did what I did, I was wrong, but nobody never told me about self-defense. So ultimately I was like, I did, I'm just gonna plead guilty. So I was sharing with them, you see how that works when you don't have proper representation, because the wrong attorney, and as you guys say on your website, I don't remember the exact wording, but you were pretty much saying, if you get the wrong attorney, you're gonna be in trouble pretty much.
Right.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, your attorney is supposed to exhibit any and all avenues towards putting that entire situation behind you, regardless of what the disposition is. If I hope you didn't have a self-defense claim back then and didn't use it, but that is pretty much that's a great example of an attorney not being thorough. You have to be thorough. Okay, everything from you never getting in trouble before, all the way to, maybe you got jumped on one time and you said in your mind you weren't gonna let that happen again, or whatever. Your lawyer kind of should have did that, man. I'm glad you didn't say his name.
Right. But what I saw, and that's why I like about y'all, because Attorney Wilkerson, you were so passionate, and you stated, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, you had stated that you had reached out to, it was a lady that was saying that Karmelo had saved her son. I don't remember if it was her son or her daughter, but you had liberty in reaching out because it seemed like you wanted to know, had his attorney reached out to her for her to come in as a character witness? And I believe you stated that she said something about that he hadn't contacted her.
She said no, I would have been there. I mean, my kind of heart dropped when she said that, because what that means is that there was not even an attempt to get her down there. Like I said, I mean, you're supposed to have her, sitting down in the cafeteria, with a bag of chips and a computer or iPad watching her show until you call her name. I mean, that would have been paramount in proving that he does have a regard for human life, that he does care. He's not some thug that just stabbed you and ran off like you didn't mean anything to him. I mean, let's think about where he ran. He ran and found a coach, that would have corresponded with that. They even could have put him on the stand to explain. They could have that's 3 witnesses for you right there, or 2, right? You got Karmelo, you got the mama, you got either the little boy or maybe one of the officers that came to the scene and responded that day that know about what. You see what I mean? And that just would have shown the jury, or at least given them something to play. And I'm not making any excuses for this jury, mind you, because I don't agree with what they went with. But I will tell you that in punishment, at that point, it's no more about me convincing you if I did this or not. It's about me convincing you to remain that same person that you were when we were picking the jury, when you said, I don't know if I can give somebody life, or I don't know if I can give somebody that many years. We need you to be that person now. We need you to go on the lower end, and understand that this was simply an isolated situation. This wasn't some planned thing. I have a history of saving lives. That should mean something.
Right.
So.
Right. Another thing you said, Attorney Wilkerson, you said that I'm not going to use everything you said because I don't recall, but you were mentioning something in terms of the opening statements. And he was like, even a little bit jittery on that. And I like when you were, giving your example, because it's like you were saying, no, you tell them this is what I need you to do.
Right. You were talking about closing, like I said, and I say this for Mike as well. We weren't there, right? So I'm reading, I'm clicking, I'm swiping just like everybody else. Right. And I think I saw something that kind of had part of his closing verbatim, and he just sounded like he was standing on the fence. And you ain't supposed to be standing on nobody's fence. You see what I'm saying? You're supposed to be in your backyard yelling to this jury what you believe and in which box they should check. You don't present it to them like it's a choice. You present it to them like after seeing all the evidence and seeing how I cross-examined all these witnesses and showed they were alive. You have to, as a responsible juror. It's the law. Like, you are responsible to be a truthful juror and only use the evidence presented in this case. So it ain't a choice. Like, it ain't you get to wake up and decide if you want to do it. No, I'm holding you to that, to what you told me during jury duty. Jury duty. It's your duty. You see what I'm saying? This is your job. I got a job to do today, and so do you. And for me to present it like, well, I'm not going to tell you what the correct verdict is. Right. Oh my God, that's heartbreaking.
Right.
That's heartbreaking.
Right. And that's why I said I like them, because even being a juror, if I'm sitting there and you're not standing like you should be, I'm going to start to wonder, do you think your client is guilty? Because you should say it exactly how you said it. This is what you need to find. You need to find him not guilty. All of the standing on, I was like, I don't know. So based on that, I want you, from your professional experience, obviously you both are attorneys. None of us was in the court. We're just going on what we read and what was reported and what people have stated. Based on what you have learned in terms of this case, what would you consider some examples of, I don't know if ineffective counsel, is that even a word, or did we just make that up too? Is that really the word for it?
Right, ineffective assistance of counsel. And I'm gonna do this a little backwards. I'm gonna talk presently and work our way back. So presently, Karmelo Anthony's appellate team has a motion for new trial filed with the trial court, requesting that they reconsider and open up a new trial for Karmelo based on what I believe, and I haven't seen the motion, but what I'm pretty sure is going to say is ineffective assistance of counsel. Okay, that ineffective assistance of counsel is one avenue, is one roadway towards getting a new trial. It's separate from the appeal. Okay, right. It's a post-conviction relief that also gives Karmelo Anthony a roadway to a new trial. But the way that it works is right now, Judge Roach, the trial judge, still has jurisdiction over that case. He doesn't lose jurisdiction until 75 days after the verdict. I think the verdict was like June something earlier this month. Anyway, he has jurisdiction over that case 75 days after the verdict. So the motion for new trial has to be filed within 30 days. That'll put it at July 9th. Right, the verdict was June 9th because the deadline is July 9th. And what that does is, because the same judge, Judge Roach, will have to make the ruling on the motion for new trial. So essentially there would need to be a motion. He has 3 days, okay, after the motion to recuse is filed. He has 3 days to either voluntarily recuse himself or deny recusing himself and send it to the higher judge for the higher judge to choose the independent judge to have that hearing just to decide whether or not he should be recused or not. So that will be between Karmelo Anthony's appeal lawyers requesting Judge Roach to be recused, and I'm assuming Collin County Prosecutor Office said that no, Judge Roach did everything right. He should remain as judge on this motion for new trial. So, but the problem with Judge Roach is those statements he made. Never in the case have I seen a judge come out so quickly and say, yeah, I made all the right rulings. I was fair. He got a fair trial, and I felt like he was guilty. It was everybody saying, well, he didn't say anything biased. It's the I felt like he was guilty part. Okay? Because as a judge, your job is only to be the referee of the case. You're not a player in the game. You're just the referee. You call balls and strikes. So as a referee, you're to be impartial. How can we ensure that Karmelo Anthony got a fair trial when you had it predetermined in your mind that he was guilty? How does that predetermination not affect your rulings as the trial judge? And now even more so, going back to this recusal motion, now that you have said that out in the public, why should you remain on this case now that you strongly believe that he's guilty? You're not going to give him a motion for new trial. You're not going to even
That's it right there.
give it a true consideration, a real consideration. You know, so that's why they're moving forward with the recusal. But yeah, I think I missed your question somewhere there, but I want to address the recusal motion.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did because, again, I always say this, I'm not an attorney because they be like, you should be. I'm glad y'all know I'm not an attorney. But when I saw that, I knew he was doing the appeal, but then I saw the motion for new trial. And I said, well, I thought the appeal was a motion for new trial. So I'm glad you separated the two. They're two different things.
Yes, can I close on that? So the motion for new trial gives the appellate team an extension to file the appeal brief in the appeals court. So the Field Court of Criminal Appeals in Dallas, Texas will handle the appeal itself. The motion for new trial will still be handled within Collin County 296 court, whether that's Judge Roach or if he's recused, another independent judge deciding whether or not Mike Howard was ineffective.
See, I like that. I like that because it's almost giving him two additional chances. Because is that correct? Am I saying that correctly?
It's two ways. Yeah, it's two ways to, it's multiple ways to skin a cat. So
right.
Yeah, that's what it does.
I like when I see attorneys because sometimes I meet attorneys and I be want to say, did you really graduate? Because they act like some of them are non-resourceful. And it's like you went to school for all of that and it ain't nothing in there that you can pull out. I like that. Because they're like, listen, we're going to keep our appeal out there, but we're still going to address this. I love that because I'm not a lawyer. I didn't know that. When I saw it, I said, okay, isn't that? So I'm glad you answered that. Great. I like it. But with that stated, though, that simply means that if he gets this new trial, what they're doing is they want Judge Roach to go away and get a new judge to give him a new trial, but it would still be in Collin County.
Right, but understand this, okay? The first step after you file your recusal, because me and Mike have filed several recusals where we felt that the judge just simply wasn't going to be fair to our client because he wasn't fair to us, okay?
Right.
But the first thing is for that judge to recuse himself. You got to understand how the law set up. It's just wild. You got to be a certain type of person to not only acknowledge your mistake, but also to acknowledge the optics of your mistake and then go further and take yourself off the case. So I'm saying all that to say, I don't think he's going to do it. That's what I'm saying. Now, the next thing will be for them to have a hearing, okay, for them to try to prove it up that he should be recused. If he recuses himself, it's over with. But, I wanted to backdoor Mike and basically say, it seems messed up that he said that on the news, but Mike, like I know, you can't file a recusal based on rulings.
Right.
So he really gave him something to play with. You see what I'm saying? Right. If he wouldn't have said that, I don't know how they would have been able to file the recusal. Because I can't not like your rulings as a judge and say you're being unfair. That's not the way it works. The way it works is that, for instance, Mike went up to a judge one time over a murder case and started talking to him at the bench, and he put his hands in his ears. You see what I'm saying? That has no. Am I lying, Mike? We got that judge off the case.
He put his hands. Oh my goodness.
We got that judge off the case. We got a hung jury, 11 not guilty, 1 guilty. And then our client got offered 3 years deferred probation. He's done. Everything dismissed. But anyway, I don't really know where you go with that, other than, thank you for going on the news and saying that, because now I have ammunition to file this recusal. But Mike, I don't know what it would have been based on if he had never said that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And that's why you gotta let a fool just talk. You just gotta let them talk, and they'll talk their way right into a recusal filing. You see what I'm saying? And I do believe, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, if he's recused off of the motion for new trial and his appeal is good and there's another trial, he off that trial too, right?
Right. He's no longer touching the case again. Right. So if he gets recused, Judge Roach won't be on the case again. It'll be an independent judge that is assigned to the case until the case is finalized again.
And before that happens, think about this. How could you possibly allow this man to sit for the motion for new trial when he's got on national news and said, I think this man's guilty?
Exactly.
That's crazy.
I mean, I don't know.
Exactly. So with that, Keisha, what I want to let you know also is deeply into the ineffective assistance of counsel. What Mike Howard did, what Mike Howard didn't do. And this isn't based on my personal opinion. This is based on numerous conversations with experienced trial lawyers in Texas. This is based on, there's a Zoom call with all the Texas Criminal Defense Lawyers Association. We get on a Zoom call every Wednesday. And it didn't matter the color of the attorney, whether it was a white attorney, black attorney, Hispanic, orange, blue, pink. They all thought, that Mike Howard's representation of Karmelo was not up to par. It was not up to the standard of what a defense attorney can do. Let me tell you this, Keisha. Baby lawyers fresh out of law school, baby lawyers, they know to give mitigating evidence. They know to bring character evidence. They know to show that he's a good person, to prove that he ain't never been in trouble before, to call his pastor or his teacher or his counselor to say good things about it. The baby lawyers know that. So it is a fair question to ask Mike Howard, why did you not put up mitigating punishment evidence, which as an attorney, a trial lawyer, when you sign up, you sign your name on that case, you signing your name on for the guilt and innocent phase. And if you're smart, you're going to be prepared for the punishment phase. Because there's no guarantee that you're going to get a not guilty. Thank God we ain't been to punishment too often. But we also have been prepared when we got to punishment and still got favorable outcomes for our clients. Because even though we went to punishment, our clients still walked on probation. Our clients still got lesser and lighter sentences. And that's with all white juries. That's because we was prepared for the mitigating part, the punishment phase. That is a woefully disservice what Mike Howard did to Karmelo Anthony by not being prepared for the punishment phase of this case. That's one of the things he did. Not calling Karmelo to the stand. And I'll let Drew elaborate on this, but not calling Karmelo Anthony to the stand. I've gone back and forth with people, Facebook lawyers, they want to go back and forth. Make no doubt about it. This case comes down to what Karmelo Anthony was thinking at the time he acted. That is the law that applies, not force for force. You don't have to match force for force in Texas. If I reasonably believe that I'm in threat of imminent fear of serious bodily injury or death, I can defend myself. And guess what? I don't have to wait. I don't have to wait till you attack me to defend myself. I'll be dead.
Right.
Yeah, I can throw the first punch and still claim self-defense.
Right. And the law says that. Yes.
It's what's in my mind. And if I reasonably fear, and then some people say, well, I wouldn't have did that if I was him. Well, first of all, you're not similarly situated to Karmelo. He's a 17-year-old kid, first of all. He just start there. He hasn't fully developed his mental capacity to think in high pressure situations like that. That's first of all. Second of all, do you have epilepsy?
Right.
Because Karmelo Anthony had epilepsy. And that came up in the opening statements by Mike Howard, but he didn't go into that in his he didn't call a medical expert. He didn't call Karmelo's doctor to talk about the effects of epilepsy. If someone is to fight you or jump you or beat you, how that could affect you. Maybe that's playing in Karmelo's head at the time he's acted. Also, the fact that these twins are known bullies. And we don't know what Karmelo, Frisco's not a big community.
Right.
Okay, and these kids all on TikTok, on Instagram. You don't know what Karmelo knew about these. I'm gonna say the word because their mama said it last night about these bullies.
Right.
They own mama call them a bully, so I'm gonna call them a bully. You don't know what Karmelo knew about these. Oh, there go the Melcow twins. Oh, I need to defend myself because they known for being crazy. They'll threaten some cheerleaders. So not calling Karmelo to testify to what was playing through his mind at the time he acted on a self-defense case is, I think, ineffective. What you think, Drew?
I think ineffective is a nice way to put it. I mean, like I said before, I don't think, I mean, anytime we go to trial on a murder case, we try to get a not guilty on the murder and a not guilty on the less included manslaughter, or we're trying to get a not guilty on the murder and a not guilty on the manslaughter. I say that to say both of those deal with your mens rea in your state of mind. Either you were so scared that you did it, or you were so angry that you did it. But either way, I need you to tell me what you were thinking when you did it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like they backed themselves into a corner. It was almost self-inflicted by not allowing him to testify. I mean, I hear this and that about maybe there was some text messages that he sent that could have, detrimentally affected him. Man, see, that's why I think that we are successful on the level that we are, and I'm saying that humbly, because you got to overcome that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You just got to overcome it. Let the prosecutor tell their side and overcome it. Don't not tell your story. Let them go crazy on you. And now when you get a one-word verdict, we kind of trying to pick the pieces up. And I'm not aiming it at the client. I'm aiming it at the attorney. You see what I'm saying? So it's like for him not to take the stand, man, in either case, like even if, okay, you didn't put him on the stand for guilt and innocence because of the text messages, but you did put him on the stand during punishment to get him less time. Even that would be understandable. But to not let the jury hear from him, think about it. How you know what I'm thinking right now? I mean, seriously, it's that simple. I would have to tell you. And guess what? If I was in a position where I would let you decide what I'm thinking right now, you probably need to be somebody that got my best interest in mind, or somebody that don't look at me, my black passion is anger, or somebody that, you see what I'm saying? These are white folks you leaving to decide who this young man is.
Right.
And like I said, you can't leave a jury like that to humanize your client for you.
Right.
You just can't expect, you expecting too much of these folks. Like part of that is on you. I mean, they are who they are and what they are, but knowing that, you should have had a plan. And you ought to be, I would have been, shoving that down their throat. He saved a life. He had a 3.5 GPA. His kindergarten teacher said he was an astute individual that she knew was going to be successful. His senior teacher said the same. The pastor said, the principal said he had never even seen Karmelo, didn't even know his name before this. I would have, I thought about it, and I probably would have, me and Mike, tactically, probably would have had about 10 to 12 punishment witnesses. You want to know why? Because juries forget.
Yes.
All that BS. Mike, how many times we done pulled that? See, I'm going to give them a little bit of sauce. Don't get mad at me, Mike. Because if the DA's listening, they going to know what's up. This how detailed it is. You want to make sure they hear you last.
Right.
If we about to go to lunch and I'm finna cross-examine a witness, I'm going to stand up, Your Honor. I believe my cross is going to go past 12:15. Can I just start after lunch? These things are important. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is tactically, the longer that punishment phase would have been, the more of the good evidence they would have forgot. They would have forgot some of them 21 people's, testimonies. I would have drug it out. They'd have been sick of seeing me.
Attorney,
guess what? I'm here today to tell you what good of a guy Karmelo is again. You see what I'm saying?
Because I researched this as well, and I didn't know that if a person is charged with murder, although they were convicted, there isn't an opportunity to get that defendant on the stand to get him. Is it like a manslaughter? Am I correct?
Well, it's not necessarily 15. Can I just start after lunch? Like these things are important.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is tactically, the longer that punishment phase would have been, the more of the good evidence they would have forgot. They would have forgot some of them 21 people's, testimonies. I would have drug it out. They'd have been sick of seeing me.
Attorney,
Guess what? I'm here today to tell you what good of a guy Karmelo is again. You see what I'm saying?
because I researched this as well, and I didn't know that if a person is charged with murder, although they were convicted, there is an opportunity to get that defendant on the stand to get him. Is it like a manslaughter? Am I correct?
Yes.
Well, it's not necessarily a manslaughter charge. It's the manslaughter punishment.
Punishment. Okay.
In order to get the manslaughter charge, you would have to get the jury to not convict on the murder and then convict on the manslaughter. And then when you go to punishment, it would only be manslaughter time. What is it, 2 to 20?
2 to 20.
2 to 20. So no less than 2, no more than 20. So manslaughter is heat of passion. You want to prove heat of passion during the trial. But the second bite at the apple you're referring to is sudden passion.
Okay, yeah.
So you would just be showing during punishment that this happened because I was so angry that he was bullying me or playing me like a, you know what I'm saying? Or, whatever may have you, whatever emotion he was feeling suddenly that caused him to do that. And if the jury believed that, is that right, Mike? If the jury believes that there was evidence presented of it, that there's, I don't know if it's a prima facie case or if it's preponderance of evidence, then they can give him anywhere between 2 and 20.
Right.
Now, it's the second bite at the apple.
His defense had the opportunity, even though he did not testify, he could have put him on the stand then, and they could have still heard from him.
Yes, that's what a trial skilled tried attorney would know and would do. There's been cases where, even though only one case, I got found guilty of murder. Okay, murder is 5 to 99. So at the punishment phase, I tell my client, okay, now it's time to, we got found guilty of murder, but now we can still get a manslaughter at the punishment phase by proving, like Drew said, sudden passion. If they believe that things just got out of hand and you didn't have a reasonable time to cool off and you committed this crime, they can find you guilty of the lesser included manslaughter and do 2 to 20. That is a big difference. 5 to 99, 2 to 20. Had Karmelo Anthony's attorney pushed that harder, then maybe he wouldn't have got a 35-year sentence. In our murder case where our guy got found guilty to one case, that guy got 15 years because we pushed so hard, push to say, look, if y'all don't think it was self-defense, then guess what? He just didn't have time to calm down. It all happened so fast. Sudden passion was a case where the guy was beating on my client's sister and he had to do what he had to do. So they found him guilty, but he only got 15 years. Now, people said that may be a win, 15 years, if you was looking at 99. We didn't like it because we felt like he should have came home. But hey, nevertheless, had you pushed that issue, Mr. Howard, for your client, Mr. Anthony, he probably could have got way lesser than 35 years.
Again, I'm not an attorney, but one of the things, because I watch these court cases all the time, is when the witnesses were put on the stand, the prosecution kept asking them, was it self-defense? And I'm like, they can't ask them that. You know what I mean? Because these are regular people. Now, if you ask how many witnesses was it? 20? I don't recall. So I feel like even in that situation, we all are not perfect. How many times did Mike sit there and allow him to continually ask that question and never said anything?
Well, I heard that question, but the correct question is, did he object when it happened? And did he preserve error for appeal? Because quite frankly, the prosecution asked crazy stuff all the damn time. But what you got to do, he was supposed to object, that question causes for the witness to make a legal conclusion. And what that means is, what you were saying in layman's terms is, this person isn't a lawyer. You
Right.
know, this person doesn't know, this person would need to know the legal definition, the black letter of the law definition to self defense in order to know that this is not self defense.
My apologies again, you guys. My internet, the lights keep going out. Like it's raining here in Florida, going out, and I'm gonna get it back on the screen. I'm gonna be supporting this young man. You know what I mean? Because they gave him a raw deal. They just did, and they know it. You know what I mean? And I'm just
About
actually,
these
I'm
bullets.
absolutely
Right.
real baffled
They
about
don't mama call them a bully,
this
so I'm gonna call them a bully.
this ish.
You
You
don't
know
know
what I
what
mean?
Carmelo knew about these. Oh, there go the Metcalf twins. Oh, I
Right.
need to defend myself because they known for being crazy. They'll threaten some cheerleaders. So not calling Carmelo to testify to what was playing through his mind at the time he acted on a self-defense case is, I
Y'all,
think,
listen, let
ineffective.
me tell
What you
y'all
think, Drew?
something, right? If y'all go listen, her name is
I think
Lakeisha
ineffective
Keisha
is a
on
nice way to
YouTube
put it.
because I
I
follow
mean,
her now.
like I said
She's
before, I
been
don't think, I mean,
articulating
anytime we go to trial on a murder case,
this
we try to get a
case.
not guilty on the murder and a not guilty on the less included manslaughter, or we're trying to get
Hold
a
on one
not guilty on
second.
the murder.
Hold on one second, y'all. I'm sorry about that, you guys. I look like I got two things up at one time, right? Um, I do apologize, you guys. Again, my internet keep going down for whatever reason because of the light. It's raining bad here in Florida, so I apologize. I'm gonna put it back up. However, you guys, what I wanted to say, the lady Lakeisha, I think it's Lakeisha Keisha, right? She's been articulating real well. She's been having lawyers. She's been talking to close friends, to the family. You guys, Carmelo Anthony never admitted. They took these words, right? You know, like if you have a fight, you know what I mean? And you can, please come in, for questions in the chat, right? I'm screaming on 4 platforms at one time, right? But if you don't know you unalive, you killed someone. I'm gonna use the word kill because I'm not on TikTok right now. If you kill someone, I mean, if you don't know you kill someone, that's the word to say. And you went to your coach sent you to the authorities. You're peacefully transporting over from one adult to another adult figure, right? You don't know someone is dead, right? Because no one at that time knew he was dead, right? And when he said not alleged, this boy thought he was having they were talking about a fight. He never admitted to killing this boy, Austin I mean, whatever his name, that Metcalf boy, right? My thing is, we have to stop going on the internet, taking one word instead of knowing the context behind these words that were said. This young man, and you know, I'm sitting here as a parent, gonna say I'm so dumb, right? And I'm sitting here, I'm thinking that they showed the whole thing. What they did was took keywords, right? The word keywords and pressed it through the internet like they always do. All you woke people, you're not woke, because this is the playbook they do all the time when they're trying to cover something up. Lakeisha, if you go follow her right here, right? She showed a video where they're throwing stuff in the garbage can. Not saying that they did anything, right? But those children was throwing down. So, and then the boy fell down. Carmelo Anthony was 5 or 6 steps gone, right? So I don't think he stabbed him, or poked him, whatever y'all want to say. I don't even think. I think whoever was in the midst of that thing, they intended to do him and didn't get a chance because God was on Carmelo's side. He got up out of there and he made a mistake. Whatever happened, Carmelo ducked it, and he ended up must have hitting that young man. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. And this alleged. This is alleged. I'm gonna say alleged. I think the brother who started it is the reason why his brother is unalive. I believe that they're covering up the fact that his brother made a mistake and poked him. There are 2 knives right now at the scene. This is a shame before every ancestor that being here. And it's just a shame that they can still do this in 2026. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, those kids that were cross-examined and went against what they said, even on the report, these parents don't understand how this would affect these kids when they become grown. They're going to become suicidal. They're going to become stressed out, on rugs. This happens all the time when a parent is trying to cover up stuff. That child does not do well in life and society. It is proven that when that child gets older, that child does not do well for lying as a kid, knowing he has to carry that burden on his heart. And these kids, they don't understand. And I do think, a lot of these kids, I believe, not for sure, please quote me if I'm wrong, they got offers, right? Do you understand? If they find out that these players are getting in trouble, doing illegal things, they're suspending them, they're putting them back on the team, they're doing all this stuff, they will lose scholarships. They will lose a lot. You get what I'm saying? So just think about it. I just want you guys to think about it. These people are willing to let this young man be a fall guy. He has he has epilepsy. Lawyer alleged didn't speak about it because I wasn't there, and I'm trying to get all the transcripts. I'm trying to get the transcripts for what they filed this as well. This as well. So my thing is this, you guys. If it was your child, like if y'all want to play this game, I'm telling y'all, it's not gonna end well in a way like you want to use self-defense. Texas law, it does state you have the right. All this, you have to have the same force. That's not in their law. If I smack you, a plethora of cases in Texas where people just felt it. All you have to do is felt scared. At first I was like, no, they shouldn't put Carmelo on the thing because he's so young. Then I'm like, now, yeah, they should have put him on there because he's the only person can really tell the story. The only problem is, even if he say he didn't do it, you have a whole gang of people that went against him saying he did. So you either going to believe one person or you're going to believe 12 lying little kids. Obviously, they were lying, contradicting themselves. One even said he didn't know him. I'm going to tell you, that young boy alleged it was one that changed clothes. Who changed clothes after something horrific just happened, you guys? Who would sit there and change clothes, right? I just want you to think about that. Me, I'm trying to get up out of Dodge. They had a young man went in the garbage can. Why are you digging in the garbage can and then you run out the frame and never shown again? Then you guys go look at her videos. The video that was released allegedly by the judge has 2016 on it instead of 2020. So they took pieces of when they done events and piece things together to make things and remove things. Yeah, they remove things. But what goes around comes around. You better believe that. This boy have the most fearless attorneys that's gonna dig. I'm more than sure they have hours of investigators. They are going to, if they slip up and allow this young man to get another trial, it's all bets are off. You guys, you can just understand that all bets would be off. You guys, I don't, like I said, I don't understand why people think that this is a good thing. I don't understand. Like, y'all got to understand, whatever they do to black people, they will do it to you too. Like, you're no exception of the rules. You think you have some leverage because you run your mouth. You pay bills like me. You don't pay your lights. They will turn your shit out. They don't care about your color. They don't care about who you are. You're not going to get no better. We got to stop. The only time you have to fight the power thing when it's a black and white person having an altercation, and the jurors is always majority, whatever it is. They sympathize because we are culturally are disconnected. Y'all base melanated people on how you think, and that shouldn't be. We don't think the same. We don't do things the same. We don't react the same. We don't. If I was like, he put his hands on me, black people, when I say you, if I tell you don't put your hands on me, that means that you bet not do it again. White folks, don't put your hands on me. You're gonna say, you're gonna just do it, just a dare. And 10 out of 10, a lot of times there's no consequences behind it. But I know some white men that will put some, will not o'clock you, will not play that game. I know a lot of them that tell their children to make sure that they protect themselves. They tell them to defend themselves. I'm so tired of these liberal white women. Oh, teach your children, don't do this here. Teach your child not to be messy. Teach your child not to be disrespectful. Teach your child to mind their damn business. The problem is they made laws so people cannot react when these people run in their mouth. That's why they think it's okay. It's not. I mean, I pray to God, like I said, I pray to God that they give this young man another trial. I real deal hope so. I hope so. You know what I mean? Definitely hope so. Hold on one second. Let me get back over here. Let's finish hearing what they have to say.
Both of those deal with your mens rea and your state of mind. Either you were so scared that you did it, or you were so angry that you did it. But either way, I need you to tell me what you were thinking when you did it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like they backed themselves into a corner. It was almost self-inflicted by not allowing him to testify. I mean, I hear this and that about maybe there was some text messages that he sent that could have, detrimentally affected him. Man, see, that's why I think that we are successful on the level that we are. And I'm saying that humbly, because you got to overcome that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You just got to overcome it. Let the prosecutor tell their side and overcome it. Don't not tell your story. Let them go crazy on you. And now when you get a one-word verdict, we kind of trying to pick the pieces up. And I'm not aiming it at the client. I'm aiming it at the attorney. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, for him not to take the stand, man, in either case, like, even if, okay, you didn't put him on the stand for guilt and innocence because of the text messages, but you did put him on the stand during punishment to get him less time. Even that would be understandable. But to not let the jury hear from him, think about it. How you know what I'm thinking right now? I mean, seriously, it's that simple. I would have to tell you. And guess what? If I was in a position where I would let you decide what I'm thinking right now, you probably need to be somebody that got my best interest in mind, or somebody that don't look at me, my black passion is anger, or somebody that, you see what I'm saying? These are white folks you leaving to decide who this young man is.
Right.
And like I said, you can't leave a jury like that to humanize your client for you.
Right.
You just can't expect, you expecting too much of these folk. Like, part of that is on you. I mean, they are who they are and what they are, but you knowing that, you should have had a plan. And you ought to be, I would have been, shoving that down their throat. He saved a life. He had a 3.5 GPA. His kindergarten teacher said he was an astute individual that she knew was going to be successful. His senior teacher said the same. The pastor said, the principal said he had never even seen Karmelo, didn't even know his name before then. I would have, I thought about it, and I probably would have, me and Mike, tactically, probably would have had about 10 to 12 punishment witnesses. You want to know why? Because theories forget.
Yes.
All that BS. Mike, how many times we done pulled that? See, I'm going to give them a little bit of sauce. Don't get mad at me, Mike. Because if the DA's listening, they're going to know what's up. This how detailed it is. You want to make sure they hear you last.
Right.
If we about to go to lunch and I'm finna cross-examine a witness, I'm going to stand up, Your Honor. I believe my cross is going to go past 12:15. Can I just start after lunch? These things are important. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, tactically, the longer that punishment phase would have been, the more of the good evidence they would have forgot. They would have forgot some of them 21 people's, testimonies. I would have drug it out. They'd have been sick of seeing me.
Attorney,
guess what? I'm here today to tell you what good of a guy Karmelo is again. You see what I'm saying?
Because I researched this as well, and I didn't know that if a person is charged with murder, although they were convicted, there is an opportunity to get that defendant on the stand to get him. Is it like a manslaughter? Am I correct?
Yes. Well, it's not necessarily a manslaughter charge. It's the manslaughter punishment.
Punishment. Okay.
In order to get the manslaughter charge, you would have to get the jury to not convict on the murder and then convict on the manslaughter. And then when you go to punishment, it would only be manslaughter time. What is it, 2 to 20?
2 to 20.
2 to 20. So no less than 2, no more than 20. So manslaughter is heat of passion. You want to prove heat of passion during the trial. But the second bite at the apple you're referring to is sudden passion.
Okay, yeah.
So you would just be showing during punishment that this happened because I was so angry that he was bullying me or playing me like a, you know what I'm saying? Or, whatever may have you. Whatever emotion he was feeling suddenly that caused him to do that. And if the jury believed that, is that right, Mike? If the jury believes that there was evidence presented of it, that there's, I don't know if it's a prima facie case or if it's preponderance of evidence, then they can give him anywhere between 2 and 20.
Right.
Now, it's the second bite at the apple.
His defense had the opportunity, even though he did not testify, he could have put him on the stand then, and they could have still heard from him.
Yes, that's what a trial skilled tried attorney would know and would do. There's been cases where, even though only one case, I got found guilty of murder. Okay. Murder is 5 to 99. So at the punishment phase, I tell my client, okay, now it's time to, we got found guilty of murder, but now we can still get a manslaughter at the punishment phase by proving, like you said, sudden passion. If they believe that things just got out of hand and you didn't have a reasonable time to cool off and you committed this crime, they can find you guilty of the lesser included manslaughter and do 2 to 20. That is a big difference. 5 to 99, 2 to 20. Had Karmelo Anthony's attorney pushed that harder, then maybe he wouldn't have got a 35-year sentence. In our murder case where our guy got found guilty to one case, that guy got 15 years because we pushed so hard, push to say, look, if y'all don't think it was self-defense, then guess what? He just didn't have time to calm down. It all happened so fast. Sudden passion was a case where the guy was beating on my client's sister and he had to do what he had to do. So they found him guilty, but he only got 15 years. Now, people said that may be a win, 15 years, if he was looking at 99. We didn't like it because we felt like he should have came home. But hey, nevertheless, had you pushed that issue, Mr. Howard, for your client, Mr. Anthony, he probably could have got way lesser than 35 years.
Again, I'm not an attorney, but one of the things, because I watch these court cases all the time, is when the witnesses were put on the stand, the prosecution kept asking them, was it self-defense? And I'm like, they can't ask them that. You know what I mean? Because these are regular people. Now, if you ask how many witnesses was it? 20? I don't recall. So I feel like even in that situation, we all are not perfect. How many times did Mike sit there and allow him to continually ask that question and never said anything?
Well, I heard that question, but the correct question is, did he object when it happened, and did he preserve error for appeal? Because quite frankly, the prosecution asked crazy stuff all the damn time. But what you got to do, he was supposed to object, that question causes for the witness to make a legal conclusion. And what that means is, what you were saying in layman's terms is, this person isn't a lawyer. Right. This person doesn't know. This person would need to know the legal definition, the black letter of the law definition, to self-defense to even answer that question. See what I'm saying? What people say in self-defense is in a barbershop and a beauty salons, that don't suffice. You see what I'm saying? They need to know what's going on. So, and you could also object to them making an opinion on an ultimate issue. Now, me knowing what I know, they may be able to get away with a witness making an opinion on an ultimate issue. But I would still make the objection just to throw the prosecutor off, okay? Right. But you object to that every time, and then if the judge act like he's getting tired of you, you object to it again. And then you ask for a running objection to that line of questioning. Right. Okay. And not because you poking at the judge, but because you are blatantly putting in the jury's face, they not supposed to be asking them this. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes what I do, I'll say, Judge, this is misleading. They're not supposed to be asking, because the jury needs to know. Right. You know what I'm saying? The jury just needs to know. You got to find a way to the tricks and the trades of this thing to get these people to see it your way, or the way that they ought to see it, not your way. But yeah, that's if that really happened, now what I do, I can relate to this, because in a murder case, I think, Mike, we asked every witness, the last question we asked them is, you're not here to testify to what my client was thinking that day, are you? You're just here to show the jury these pictures that you took of the crime scene, isn't that right? Oh, no, I'm not here to do that at all. No further questions. You can go X them off the list, jury. That witness didn't help you at all. You see what I'm saying? So I can sympathize with what they're doing, but it's still improper. And it would definitely be an appealable issue, I would think, but not if they didn't object. If they didn't object, you waive your appeal. So.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because that was one of the things that I learned by listening to all these other attorneys. One of the things they consistently stated, that if your attorney does not object, you cannot appeal that particular issue. I know I'm saying it wrong, but essentially, if your attorney don't object to whatever they consider is incorrect, then you can to the appeal court and say, I want to appeal on these specific things.
Right.
You said it right. Yeah.
The Sixth Amendment gives you the right to adequate and complete and a full defense, and the right to counsel. And that counsel being adequate and providing effective assistance is knowing when to make the timely objections. I tell a jury, when we pick a jury all the time, don't worry about objections. That's what we have to do as attorneys. As a competent attorney, I have to object. Whether the judge is ruling against me 100-0 or ruling in my favor 100-0. Y'all don't worry about that. That's our duty as a lawyer doing our job, is to object, and it's the duty of the judge to make his ruling. But if we do not object, if we do not stand up and object, and you get judges that try to, and see, that's why you got to have a strong attorney, because you get judges that try to little boy you. They try to take you sit down and shut up. And although that is so improper, especially when it's a white judge speaking to a black defense lawyer, but we'll get past that. But that is so improper to tell them to sit down when I have a duty to stand up and object for my client. But if you got a timid lawyer, who is more worried about his friendship with the judge after this, he's not going to push that envelope like a mean.
Right.
Because when we go in court, We're not worried about our friendships and our relationships with the DA. We only worried about our client. And there's been plenty of times where we jeopardize our own freedom for the full defense of our client. Okay, so you got judges that will try to discourage you from objecting, but you still have to stand up and object. And you know what? Even if he continuously to overrule your objection, just make a running objection. The Court of Appeals will still acknowledge a running objection. But again, tried and experienced lawyers know this. So if I don't know if Mike made that objection or not. I talked to Mike Howard, he responded to the email. He said he made the objections. I pray that he did, because then Karmelo may have some action at appeal.
Right. I love what you said, because I started watching the Young Thug. Obviously, this is not related to the Young Thug case, but I watched it late, and I was like, look, I ain't never met Brian Steele, but I feel like he can come to the barbecue any day. When I saw Brian Steele said, if you're going to put me in jail, put me in there with my client, because we still got a case. I said, listen, Brian Steele, listen. So
hey, Brian Steele went in there and did push-ups until the judge let him out. Come on now. What's more G than that? You know what I'm saying?
Bad boy.
But before Brian Steele, I knew of an attorney named Andrew Wilkinson that got put in jail in the middle of a trial here in Dallas for contempt. Long story short, our client was accused of fighting a transgender, and they were trying to make it seem like it was a man versus a woman. So even though his medical record still had him as a man, his legal name was a man, they insisted on calling him she and calling him by his name. And we insisted on calling him he and calling him by his legal name. And that just got real highly contentious, to the point where judge tried to tell Drew not to do it. He put Drew in jail in the middle of the trial. Bro spent about 9 hours in jail, right? Got out the next day. I went and met him right outside Frank Crowley. Got my boy Ty right, put his suit on, make sure he was mentally right. And when I say he went in there and kicked their ass the next day, and we got a not guilty, in the middle of trial, he went to jail. And we got a not guilty on that case. So look, do what you got to do, but we're going to do what we need to do for our clients. We're going to do what we need to do for our clients.
I mean, I don't like that you went to jail, but I love that you stood on business, because these scary attorneys, I don't like that. Don't be an attorney if you're scared. The judge is nothing more than an attorney that is elected. Are you okay? You respect them, but they have to respect you. And I feel like when you go in there and you stand on business, although they may make it seem like, okay, we ain't friendly with them, they're going to respect you more, because they're going to understand that they can't play with you.
Right, exactly.
Indeed.
Exactly. That's the point.
Yes, ma'am.
So much. I don't know if you got, something else you want to say, but you guys, I thank you for coming on. Maybe we can have you back again. I put you guys in my community to make sure you guys are following them. They have the Not Guilty Boys Instagram, but then they have their separate Instagrams, which I put in our community. And also they are here on YouTube. So make sure you guys are following them at the Not Guilty Boys.
Yeah, y'all check out
We
our
appreciate
podcast.
you.
Check out our podcast on YouTube, on all the platforms, The Not Guilty Boys. We cover a lot of legal topics, what to do when the police pull you over, what to say, what not to say. We try to educate the community, what to do when you get summons to jury duty. So we got a lot of good topics, educational, informational topics for the community. So y'all tune in to The Not Guilty Boys, subscribe on YouTube, and we plan to bring more information to the people. But Keisha, thanks for having us on. It was a blessing, and we really appreciate you.
All right, thank you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a good one.
Yep, you too. All right, guys. So I hope you enjoyed. I just didn't want to, keep them on for too much longer. I feel like they gave us what we were looking for. What are y'all saying in the chat?
Okay, you guys, I'm going to go because I have some other videos, right, that I want to show you that she's notorious. She's been real notorious on, you know what I mean? Not here. Let's go. I think it's this one. Guess explain. Okay, let's go here. Let's go here. Thank you guys for being patient with me. Like I said, I love her
What I
commentary.
see on the camera,
Okay, let's go
we're
back.
not gonna keep them waiting.
Let's go.
So when I looked at this situation, I saw him being attacked. And then I said, I really don't even know if he did it. Now, I'm not saying that he could not have picked up a weapon that was already there, because I don't even believe he brought anything to school. Because if I was being attacked and that happened to me, I had to cut the hoe up. You know, I'm just telling you what I did. Up off me. But I'm just saying, from his standpoint, being surrounded, if there was something there, he could have picked it up. But what I see on the camera is he ran off, and I see them still fighting. So I'm like, I don't understand what just happened, because if Karmelo,
And y'all think about it. If he poked this boy and he's the only one with a poker, why did he not poke everybody that was around? Because under the video, you could clearly see everybody's under there tussling. And if they were just tussling on one human being, then that means that that is self-defense, right? But if they were tussling with each other over whatever just took place, because remember the twins did get suspended allegedly, right? Over, I guess, not going to practice, right? And I believe that the older brother and him faced off. I don't care what nobody say. That's just what I believe. I might be wrong. It's just alleged. But I believe that both twins faced off. The other twin, I'm believing, got committed or was getting committed, looked at, and they just couldn't get in any trouble anymore, or whatever it is, right? Because they just got back in, right? So I'm thinking two brothers went to heads. And what you if you go look at the video that's out, you're gonna see that boy fall after whoever's standing in front of him. The other, and it could be that it took a minute for him to fall, but I'm just confused. And I don't know if the autopsy reports is correct. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to believe, but let's see what she has to say. Let's go.
was the target, why are they not chasing after the target? Like, he's literally out of there and they're still fighting. So it leads me to believe, okay, maybe they were so fighting that they didn't know that he had gotten away or something. I don't know, but I just don't believe he did it. Then if you think about children or even young adults, you can manipulate them. You know, you can manipulate them to say you did this. Well, you know you did it. Well, you did it. You know what I mean? And then if
Yeah.
I mean, a kid, from a kid standpoint, and you trust this adult, you'll start having, you know, in your mind, like, dang, I didn't think I did it, but maybe I did. So I can understand where he would think that. But judging from what we see, I don't believe he did it. I just don't.
And I can see where you get that from. I remember last year when we were talking about what we saw and how things transpired from the video that we saw at Frisco ISD at the administration building. I was telling people that once Karmelo backed out and ran out the back, you can still see them underneath fighting. You can still see, you know, people still doing things underneath the canopy. And when he fell is when you saw someone actually give attention to him actually being able, knowing that he left. I'll put it that way. And so now that we are all looking at the video and we're not trying to explain what we saw and no one else saw, now everyone can see that he was well gone out of the canopy before Austin even fell down. And we also see that someone else is striking Austin to make him fall down. And so we know that that individual is not Karmelo at that point in time. It's right there on the video. This is the prosecution's video. We got to remember, this video that you guys are seeing is not the video footage I saw and that the other 30-some people saw at Frisco ISD. This is the prosecution's evidence that they put into evidence at the courthouse in Judge Roach's court. So we're looking at their evidence that they actually had available to show to the jury and that they knew existed. So that's the difference. And
Well,
so since it's
quick question for you, Dwayne. finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's even more alarming. So this is the video they used to convict him with the
Correct. Correct. This is the video they use. They use snippets of it, parts of it. They showed them whatever. But this is the evidence. So if you go to that free website that they created through the Collin County website, and they give you the links to download those videos, we're looking at the evidence that was presented into the court. So this is, you notice there's only one thing that says defense files. And those are the pictures of Karmelo and his friends and Edwin Parra. That's the only thing the defense presented from their standpoint. Everything else comes from the prosecution. And it's all the information and the documentation that was given into the court that could be presented for evidence. Don't mean they presented it, but it could be presented as evidence. So that's what we're seeing. So from their own video feed and their own video that they proffered, we see that Karmelo is well up out of the canopy before Austin is even in a position to even grab his chest. Because remember, he got punched by this other individual and got shoved when he grabbed his chest. And I said that from the beginning, that when Karmelo was coming out, Austin tried to chase him. And then all of a sudden, Austin came back down, and you can see him grab his chest, and then he fell down. That is exactly what you see on that video. When you look at it, you can see someone actually, when Austin came back down from trying to follow Karmelo, you can see him come down, and someone immediately from the right punches him and thrusts toward him. And then you see him actually fall down, kick the little girl in the poncho, and fall over somebody else. That was after Karmelo was already gone and down.
Right.
And so, again, as you said earlier, Karmelo was told by the coach. The coach testified it to this fact in the courtroom. He said he told Karmelo, if he passes away, you know your life is over. And Karmelo was like, no, he's going to be all right. Because Karmelo mind at that point in time, and I'm speaking for him, this is not Karmelo speaking, I'm saying this from what the testimony was. Karmelo was telling him that no, based on what I just been through, he should be okay. I'm the one that got harmed. And the coach walked him closer, because we can see on the video, the coach walked him closer to Austin, and showed him Austin. And from his testimony, he said, no, Karmelo, if he passes away, your life is ruined. And he said, then Karmelo started crying uncontrollably. And you can see the coach walk Karmelo further to the left. That's when you see the kids putting stuff in the trash can, taking it out, all this other stuff they were doing, because it was a total of 3 on the top and 1 on the bottom. And you can see exchanges, you can see all kinds of things going down. But from the prosecution's own evidence, Karmelo should have never been charged, period.
I want to say
because it was, yeah, go ahead, sis.
Wayne, before you finish, what people are not understanding is Karmelo has no experience with being a rogue, with being a bad kid. He is a sheltered kid that he don't even, honestly, now that I'm learning all of this, I don't even think he understood that people like this actually existed in the world. So I don't think he understood. So when I say that, Karmelo has 0 street knowledge, 0.
Mm-hmm.
So he could easily be told, you did this. And then he's probably like, how? Not really understanding that he didn't do it, but because you told him he did, in his mind, he's like, well, I don't know how I did, but if you told me I did, I don't understand how that could have happened. So when a person has and when I say street knowledge, you have to understand it's some dirty MFers out here, and you cannot believe what they do. So I don't think he understood that. He would have been easy to manipulate in that way by an adult. I mean, he says, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. It's nothing wrong with that. But some kids understand when even an adult is on bullshit. I don't think he understood.
Correct. He didn't. And I think people have to understand that he saved a young person from drowning. He was constantly at school helping out the kids with special needs, all those different things. He actually stopped someone from bullying a little kid that was in a wheelchair at school. That's that incident people were talking about from 2024 in November or something like that at the school, where he was actually protecting the kid that someone was bullying in a wheelchair. And so this is the type of individual he was. He was a a go-lucky, a happy-go-lucky kid that was just out there living life, getting close to adulthood, understanding that he had opportunities in life to grow and build and mature. And at the same time, he was friendly. He was out there, friends to everybody, friendly with everybody, didn't treat nobody different. And when you're that type of person, you're not looking for someone to treat you bad. You're not looking for someone to treat you any kind of way just because they want to. Now, that's not saying that he did not know what it was to see people who are bigoted and people who feel certain type of ways in life. We all understand that to a degree. He understood rap music and all those different things. We all understand that to a degree. But when sis say that street knowledge, having street knowledge of knowing what people do out here in these streets in the United States of America, he didn't have that. Maybe Andrew Anthony had a little bit of it from back in the day, but that man was far removed from that. And so when you're living a lifestyle that you're building for your family, and that lifestyle is of peace and tranquility and treating people like you want to be treated, as the scriptures say we're supposed to do, you're not thinking about that. And then here come along these people who are being taught by their parents to do otherwise and not treat people the way you want to be treated, bullying folks and all this. You're not ready for that. And on his way to go stretch, then someone that's supposed to be his friend tell him to come sit down, and now his whole life has turned because he did choose to come sit down. That's what we're dealing with. I chose to sit down with someone and dap someone up and talk to someone that I thought was my friend all this time, that's supposed to be a play cousin, play brother, or whatever, to my girlfriend. And I'm up under here talking to that person, sitting with that person. And then all of a sudden, my life changes forever because these twins that's known to be bullies, allegedly, have been over here on this tear, and their friends come along with my supposed to be friend, Eddie. And all of a sudden, my life has changed because these people are accosting me, abusing me, treating me bad, all within this moment that I'm supposed to be at. And all of a sudden, I'm sitting being told that, hey, you just did this. Hey, this is what happened. And this is from a coach that I trust, because this is the coach he ran to. So if I run to you and I'm seeking safety, and now you're the one telling me that, bro, hey, this is what you did, and this is what's going to happen to your life. That's why he told that cop that I'm not alleged. I did it. He didn't even know what he did. He just knew that he did it because the coach said he did it. And so people have to put that in context, that this is a young man caught up again in the system that has been a overbearing system to a lot of us. As Sis said, if she would have just known to say they jumped me first, her situation would have turned different. If I would have just known to just shut my mouth, my situation would have turned out differently. And so it's a moment to where those are the things that we're not privy to as Black people, because most of the time we're just living in peace. Right. We're just living our life until, as Andrew Anthony put it, until the devil comes knocking at your door. What you gonna do? Exactly. Because no one prepped you for that.
Exactly. Now, I know you are, I'm going to skip some stuff because I want to jump right to this, because I see you guys' comments. I'm going to let you answer this because you probably said it again, but everybody don't watch every video. Tell me about the situation with you in the beginning, trying to help this family and being blocked, and someone, and you can say who she is, this person stepping in, pretty much making sure you don't have any contact with this family, because you knew in the beginning stages that this attorney was not going to be a good attorney for this family. And I also want people to understand this, because this family moved from Louisiana to Texas to have a better life for their family. They don't know a lot of what's going on in Texas. I see somebody put in the chat, they moved to that area. Yeah, probably not, obviously not knowing, that this would happen. So when you're new to an area, you're new to the area, you don't know anything about lawyers, you haven't heard anything about lawyers because you don't live there. So it would have been very easy to make a bad decision as it relates to an attorney. But can you tell us what happened in the beginning when you tried to reach out to them?
Correct. I tried, myself and a couple of others. We tried to reach out to the family directly through Tiffany McAdoo Billions, because she was supposed to be the main advocate of all of us advocating in that moment. So this would be probably around maybe late.
Y'all, this is what I'm telling y'all. The advocates set this boy up, y'all. They knew what was going to happen to these people. They get funding, they get all type of things, right? They set these people up, and I don't care what nobody said, because if you have people are trying to reach out, you're not supposed to block the people. You're supposed to let these people know exactly who's trying to get in touch with you, why they're trying to get in touch with you, and leave it up to the family. These people did not appeal nothing. These people did not do nothing, 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 nothing. This is a sad thing. And guess what? These people are black. So we can't put skin tone on anything, you guys. But I'm gonna finish with y'all here, okay?
Late July, August, that I was trying to reach out to the family. I did it also through trying to reach out through their social medias, and only Andrew, I reached out to him, Andrew Anthony, through Facebook, through Instagram later, through TikTok as well, through my old accounts before they banned them. All those things I was trying. I was trying my best through Zoom calls, through group conversations we had, and all along, Tiffany Billions was telling me, yes, I'm gonna let them know. Yes, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. And I find out here recently that she was actually using her setting me up to be arrested. And she actually used the same investigator, Deputy Ken Adams, to actually show it to Andrew Anthony and say, yeah, you can't trust him. Look what he got himself into. See what his life is about. And she was actively trying to keep me away from the family, and did. And that's the reason why Andrew Anthony said in his press conference that he and his wife after the fact, he said, I wish I would have went rogue and spoke to those people that they were blocking me and said I shouldn't have spoke to, because he now know what we were saying was true. I said 30 years. Judge Roach gave him 5 more. And that's what we were saying back then. We knew, we had it on good authority that this man was not, and I'm speaking of Mike Howard, was not going to do anything as far as the defense for Karmelo. And we even broke it down to the point to where we had people, myself and others, that were ready to draft all of the motions that was needed to get this thing dismissed. We were going to pay out of our own pockets together and hire an attorney to go in and argue on Karmelo's behalf, to go in there and get this thing dismissed, because we saw the play and we knew the play. And I even know the play even more now of what they've done in not only Texas, but most of these red states to get us into a place that Karmelo was in. But yes, we tried. And Tiffany McAdoo Billions blocked not only us from getting that information to the family, she also blocked a young lady that had her company. The place she worked was going to hire Drew Anthony to do the same work that he was doing with the dealerships, being the financial manager. But he was going to be able to do it from home, making the same money that he would have skipped a beat. And Tiffany Billions had that woman information, talked to her and said, yes, I'm going to give it to her. I'm texting them right now, is what she said in the Zoom. And don't you know she blocked that woman right after that and made sure that woman was nowhere to be found, and told the family this woman can't be trusted and don't never talk to her. This is what Tiffany McAdoo Billions did. And this is in the beginning. This is last year in 2025, when we were all advocating and trying to get the footing. And this may have been the time before he even got, maybe before he even got indicted, when that happened, with that situation, with the job. When I was going and harping on my moment, it was before he got indicted and right up to the point of him getting indicted, that we were talking about getting rid of Mike Howard and trying to get this case disposed of. And so she, even to this day, still trying. And I don't think she talks to the family like that anymore, because I'm pretty sure they're wiser to her now. But she's still out there grifting and telling lies and spreading lies and misinformation. And people are believing it, because people want to believe that she's close to the family like that. They want to believe that she's able to have the ear of the Anthonys. And I'm just going to tell you, the Anthony's not talking to too many folks right now, because their legal team is telling them not to. And so for those, yeah, and because he's on the pill, so he shouldn't be talking to nobody, me or nobody, because they need to be close to the cuff of exactly the information that's going in and coming out for him during this appeal process. But these people are still out there grifting. They're still out there telling folks that Judge Roach all of a sudden is in Dallas County overseeing John Wiley Price's civil case, so they can say he's close to the Dallas area. So when his appeal goes through Dallas through the Fifth Circuit of Appeals, he's going to have his hands in it. These people are sick, and this Tiffany Billions and her people are the main ones that are spreading that misinformation out there.
There was also something that I don't remember the exact verbiage that you used, but I did hear this not from you. I mean, you were the second person that I heard mention something about this, but the first person, I don't remember their name. You know how you just hear information, you don't remember who said it, but there was something related to removing cameras or something. What could you tell me more about that? Because I've heard it from someone else, but I didn't know what they were referring to. But then when I heard you say it, I was like, wait a minute, I've heard that information before. What is that all about with the removing of the cameras?
Yeah, Tiffany Billions and Sarah Fields, as we know, they fake fight online on Facebook and Instagram and everywhere else, TikTok. There was also this guy named Mark Zokarich. They call him ZR1 on TikTok. He was probably one of the first ones to come out and speak originally last year about Karmelo in this case. He and his girlfriend at the time were walking, and he was saying he knew the Anthonys and all of this stuff, which he does. He know of them because Drew Anthony at the dealership he worked at, they've sold him plenty of cars. And he was in litigation against the dealership because he wanted to return a car that his daughter wouldn't take from him. And he was in litigation about it. So what he was doing is he was trying to get close to the family to get Karmelo on record of this case. And Drew Anthony wisely did not do it. And so in that, Tiffany Billions was also trying to get Karmelo on record and rolling and doing the things she was doing. So these people going back and forth, creating all this atmosphere of people doxing folks, all this other drama. When we got close to the end of the year, it was really nothing going on with this case, but coming to the end of the year, going to the new year, Tiffany Billions decided that she was going to go and file a civil, a TPO, a temporary restraining order onto Mark Zokarich, saying that he threatened her life. And basically what happened is that she went after him, he came after her, and it should have ended at that point in time. But she decided to take this before Judge Roach and saying that this man had a bounty out for her life, that he was threatening other Karmelo Anthony and the Anthony family's life and all this stuff in front of Judge Roach as a civil matter. And so this was right during the time that Judge Roach had already made a statement that he was making the decision of how it would look to have cameras inside of the courtroom. So he was already drafting what that looked like toward November, December of last year. Tiffany Billions went into this man's courtroom and told him that all of the Anthony family and the Anthony family supporters are under constant life threat from this man and others on that side. So guess what Judge Roach did? He basically told her, you don't have enough evidence because you didn't bring it. She did it on purpose because she had it. People gave it to her. And she just came out of that courtroom, left that in front of that man. And probably a month or two later, that man went ahead and ruled that there was going to be no cameras in the courtroom because of the online and the constant threats to the family and others and witnesses. All this stuff was brought to him by Tiffany Billions. He wouldn't have known.
And when you say the judge ruled on that, because I mean, was he ruling on it, do you know, for the safety of everybody, or is he saying because of the Metcalf family?
No, he was saying because of everyone. But here's the thing. He wouldn't have known anything about anything unless Tiffany Billions was sending it to him. She had did campaigns to send emails to the court saying that there was threats by Sarah Fields and Dallas lady Kelly Fletcher and all these people.
Sorry about that. Y'all make sure y'all like this video. I'm getting my TikTok back together or whatnot. And make sure you share this as well. Thank you, guys. and comment. Thank you.
To the Anthony family and people like myself and others who supported Karmelo, which was not true. People were spitboxing and going back and forth, and yeah, there were threats, but it wasn't threats on that level. It was threats outside of that. And so Tiffany was making it she was making it her business to make the court aware that there were threats to the Anthony family and people who were directly advocating for him, and that these were life threats. And he didn't answer those at first until she filed her restraining order request. And she went in there. She didn't want a restraining order because if she did, she would have got it if she took the right information. But she didn't. She did it on purpose. And she just went in there just to make him aware. And he changed course because he was going to let the cameras come into the room because he wanted to write a book. So he wanted what he was going to do to be televised, live and in color. And he didn't because of what Tiffany did. I'm the one that spoke about it. People repeated it. But this is what I know to be true because I watched her do it. I was in the Zoom calls when she was talking about doing it. Hey, people do this, do that, because they need to know that they doing this and they doing that. That was all Tiffany Billions. It wasn't Sarah Fields. Sarah Fields wasn't going over to Judge Roach's office saying, hey, Tiffany Billions, them threatening the Metcalfs. She didn't do that. That was all Tiffany Billions. So what he said is that for the interest of the safety of the Metcalfs, the Anthonys, and all the people that's coming, he's not going to have no cameras in there. He even took away the auxiliary rooms when it was time for the trial because he wanted to limit how many people were in the courtroom. All because of Tiffany. This was her work.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're saying basically you're thinking that this was just her strategy. This is what she did purposefully, is what you're saying.
Correct. And because it fits in line with everything that we know to be true from the Metcalfs, from Sarah Fields, and all those people who have worked in conjunction to try to derail the Anthony family from seeking justice for their son. When it came to the gifts and go, when it came to all these things, they were doing everything to derail. Everything that she's done, now that I look back at it in hindsight 2020 and go back over the receipts and everything she did, every move she made was to derail this family. It was to keep the right people away from them. It was to sabotage certain things. She took over the Give, Send, Go and started making it. We would probably spend 5-10 minutes raising money. After that, she'd start cussing out somebody and talking about somebody's family and their mama and everybody else instead of the Give, Send, Go. And this was on those Sundays of Give, Send, Go Sundays. This is what she did for months. And so it's a moment to where it was toxic, it was unnecessary, and it was done intentionally because now you see the play. We know that she and Sarah worked together in conjunction because they did it on my case. They did it on the case with Himothy, and they've done it on several other things that we have ties to, and we can show it that they were working together. Even though publicly they always say that they don't like each other. But guess what? Based on what they're alleging, Tiffany could have had Sarah locked up and Sarah could have had Tiffany locked up. But both of them are free right now, right? Mm-hmm. Both of them are still walking and spitboxing online. But Tiffany claimed to have information that she could have Jeff Metcalf locked up for terroristic threats against the Anthony family. She told us that in the Zooms and on the live. But is he locked up? No, because it was on purpose, because she know all the people. And she was working all alone to get the Anthony family in the position that they're in right now.
Because you said, and I remember what you stated, but I don't want to go into your personal stuff as it relates because, I mean, we don't need to, but there was something that she had did against you. I remember this part. And you stated that the person that she used was tied to Jeff Metcalf.
Correct. That was Wesley Farrell. And that would be the one that's directly in the middle behind the lady. That's Wesley Farrell. Jeff Metcalf is right there. If you're looking at the photo to his left, okay. He is actually tied to Jeff Metcalf in the MAGA Republican Party of North Texas. And if you see, that's an actual campaign party that they had, I think a Christmas party or something a few years back. Tiffany used him to actually swear to get an affidavit to get an arrest warrant from me, which I actually just had that case adjudicated on last Friday. And so we got that taken care of because I wanted to make those records public. So, there's one way to skin a cat when you're dealing with stuff. And so now those records will be public. Anybody can go get them. And hopefully everybody can get all the documentation to show that Miss Tiffany Billions been playing a two-faced game on both sides.
Okay, now that makes sense, because when you sent me those pictures, I had to look at them and remember, like, okay, what did he say? So you're right. The way that Jeff Metcalf, because they do play these games, they'll go online and pretend they don't like each other, because that is so that the public can think that, okay? Because I noticed that. And when you sent me that picture, I was like, well, wait a minute. If he don't like her like that, generally you don't be using the same folks, right? So I said, okay,
Correct.
this is that they're playing. I reached out to her months ago and she never replied. So this is all starting to make sense. Do you know where she came from? And when I say where did she came from, like who referred her to the family, or did she just find out on her own? Do you know where she came from, Tiffany?
I know that she was on Facebook right before this. She doxed that lady, Dallas lady, Kelly Fletcher, on Facebook, put her whole everything out there, of people names, her name, social security numbers, VIN numbers, everything out on Facebook. And so they chased her off of Facebook, got her page banned. And so she came over to TikTok. And when she came, she immediately grabbed hold to this Carmelo Anthony case. And she started chasing the people around that were boots on the ground at the bond hearing, at the actual press conference. And she started befriending them on TikTok. And she got one of them to give the number to the Anthonys to her. I also got one of them to give them my number as well. And so she was chasing the people around to get her footing and get some validity on this case. And unfortunately, we gave it to her. And some of the people that were boots on the ground that had first contact with the family, they trusted her and gave her that. And that's how she was able to get herself into the footing of this family. Other than that, she wouldn't have had it, because she's known to work against the families that look like us. She's just known to be that way.
And what kind of integrity is she to go on the internet releasing people's public information? I don't like people like that. You know what I mean? You don't do stuff like that. Like you release that can be online. You know, you can talk about people's records. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. You can't be releasing stuff like that. Yeah.
And that's what she did. And the lady, Dallas lady, like she said, she didn't care nothing about her putting her criminal record out there, because it was what it was. But when she started releasing her kids, her husband, her VIN numbers and all that stuff, that's when they chased her off. And we didn't know, because she told us that, oh, this Dallas lady, she put my criminal record on Facebook. And the first thing I said is that it's your criminal record. It's public knowledge. So at the end of the day, who cares? You know, but when it comes to, and we found out later, I found it out when I got this case that I just adjudicated, that from Dallas lady's own mouth, she told us that this is what this lady did to her. And we didn't know it. We went off of what Tiffany said, because she said these white tea people were after her. And that's what we took it as, because she always makes everything militant, make everything about black and white, you know, to keep your purse strings and your emotions going. So you never step back to think logically, wait a minute, what does 1 and 2 has to do with 18? And so if you don't ever think of it logically, then you'll just stay down that rabbit hole. And once some of us who start thinking logically was like, wait a minute, this is not adding up. Let me start going back and figure this out. And I start pulling back information. I start pulling back my time, but I was still there because I wanted to be privy. So I know exactly what your plans are. And that's what my angle was. Not just mine, but a couple more people as well. And as we start seeing, then we start documenting. We start trying to reach out to the family and tell them. And again, she was blocking. And it's not like we were getting the information and we keep it to ourselves. No, we were trying to reach directly out to the family. And people who had their number, they were even being blocked from talking to them, because she was making sure she was blocking everybody so she can stay close, so she could see out her part of the plan. And that was to get Karmelo convicted. And that's just bottom line. So
you feel like that her whole being, close to this family, and see, it's, how we kind of think people are like us. I just don't know. It's real creepy ass people out here like this. So I'm just in my mind, like, okay, so I guess what you're saying is she was working for the Metcalfs. Okay, it's really
Yeah, because one thing that you'll know is that a person who has been to prison before, that's one of the main things we don't want to see for another person, because we've been there, we've done that, we see what that looks like. And so even our worst enemy, we don't want them to go to jail. We might want to put hands on them, but we don't want them to go to jail. And so for us to be in a position to advocate for this family directly, I'm talking about having True Anthony's attention, him coming and being able to hear us in certain ways on the platforms, and sometimes hearing us in conversations and stuff, and knowing exactly what we're doing, you would take that as a moment to where, okay, everything is on the up and up. But when you start saying stuff that you know to be true, and that, hey, we can keep your baby from even going to prison, then you would think that would be the first thing that the advocates would want to do, because you don't want them to even have to go to the courtroom to where you're leaving your life in the balance of 12 people that you don't know. And she blocked every opportunity to get this thing dismissed before the indictment and even after the indictment. Because remember, his charge was a 1-page, 2-sentence indictment. If you look at my indictment, which is a state jail felony, mine was a long paragraph.
Right.
His was just 2 sentences. And so it was a weak case from the beginning. And we were trying to do everything we could to get it dismissed, but she was doing everything she could to make sure it went to trial, and told us as much. No, it has to go to trial so he can get this thing, he can get a finite victory, and he won't have to worry about them ever charging him again. That's craziness. When his own attorney, Mike Howard, had a video saying, if your attorney don't get your case dismissed before trial, find you another one.
Right.
Find another one. And so not only her, but other people that she knew, that she had also speaking for, that's supposed to be paralegals, they were saying the same thing. Oh no, it needs to go to trial so we can figure out whatever. They were saying that because they knew they had to get him to where the fight was fixed, and that he would get this conviction and he would be in prison. They knew what was going on.
Right. Okay. I see you guys as super chats. We'll answer those a little bit later. I want to ask you this question. I don't know if you saw it. I actually just saw it, and I did a video on it yesterday. Now, we ain't heard nothing from old Mike Howard, but he decides to speak with TMZ, and he goes on to say that I was really irritated by what he said, because he said, I think that he does. I mean, what do you mean you think? So he stated that he thought that Karmelo felt remorse. And then he goes on to say, but we really wasn't able to see it because he never took the stand. I just didn't like the comments that he made, because if we know Karmelo didn't take the stand, you were his attorney. So if he did not take the stand, he didn't take it based on what you told him. So, you know what I mean? And then when TMZ went to ask him, well, did you tell him not to take the stand? He says, oh, well, that's attorney-client privilege. I can't talk about it. I feel like it's attorney-client privilege with you making statements saying you think that he feels remorseful. Then he says, I believe that Karmelo thought he was acting in self-defense. And I'm just like, these people won't shut up.
Yeah, but he's working the company line. He's towing the company line. And I told people, and I keep telling people, Mike Howard came on this case when he got hired, and his intent was to work and get this case dismissed, because that's what he's known for. And he came on, he did an excellent job at the bond hearing, got it down to $250 so he can get bonded out. The no limit bonds bonded him out, got him up out of there. Shout out to Pastor Tooney. And after they did all of that, he had a meeting at Collin County Courthouse with DA Willis. And when they had that meeting, it probably was about a week or two later. After that, his whole attitude changed. Everything about him changed. He never did any pre-trial motions to try to get this thing dismissed, try to get evidence thrown out. He didn't do none of that. He did all these subpoenas. None of them was ever returned. None of them. Now, on the appeal, they already put out some subpoenas, and within a day or two, they were returned. All the subpoenas, I think if I'm not mistaken, all of the subpoenas that Mike Howard put out, none of them were ever returned. None. And so it's like you didn't do anything to try to defend this young man, but you have the caucasity to get up on TMZ and speak and say that you think, that you think, that you think. No, you as attorney, you're supposed to know. You're supposed to know where your client was. You're supposed to knew what your client was feeling and what he had going. And you knew from just Cal Rittenhouse, from George Zimmerman, from all these cases that dealt with stand your ground self-defense in these red states, that you have to take the stand and explain the moment that you fear for your life, so you can justify using your self-defense. He knew that. It was no option for Karmelo to say that he don't want to take the stand, because he had to show that he was fearful of his life in that moment, if that's what really happened. My thing is, they didn't want Karmelo to take the stand because I don't believe Karmelo can tell them what happened. I don't think Karmelo can actually fix in his mind to say that this, and this happened. Only thing Karmelo knew is that he was trying to fight to get back up out of there with his life. I think that's all he knew.
But you know what, though? I had some attorneys come on. I'm forgetting. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but they specialize in murder cases. And one of the things they said, the issue with this case, it was multiple issues, but they said whenever it's a self-defense case, you must take the stand. Let me tell you why he said that. And I said, you know what? This makes sense. If you're claiming self-defense, you need to be able to tell the juror why you felt like your life was in jeopardy. Nobody else can tell that. So although Karmelo ran off and didn't see whatever, he ran for a reason. What was the reason? What was he thinking in his mind? You know what I mean? All of that would have helped. They painted him as a monster. This is a kid that says, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Come on.
Well, I'm going to tell you the reason why he could not take the stand. From the conspiracy standpoint of this moment of knowing that they all were working together to put him in prison, is because if Karmelo took that stand, he was going to say how scared he was. He was going to tell you how they assaulted him, how they held him, how they choked him. He's going to tell you all these things, how they hit him, how they punched him, how he ran, how he fell, how he got away, how he talked to the coach, how the coach told him all these things. But what he was not going to be able to tell you is when and how Austin Metcalf got stabbed.
Right.
And since he wasn't going to be able to tell you that, and he wasn't going to be able to answer to it, that meant that now the burden shifts to who actually did it and where this moment came from. And so that is the reason why Mike Howard went in that room, because they did take a break and they had that conversation. And people who were there said they saw the family visibly crying when they came out that room. And that's when the defense came out and he rested after that. Because he went in there and told him that he don't need to take the stand, because he knew the fight was fixed and he knew the fix was in. Right. And he could not have Karmelo testify.
And that's where the problem comes in, because you are hired. You don't rest. First of all, the family, they said they paid for these different specialists to take the stand. None of these people took the stand. You see, that's not like, that ain't how it works. It don't work. No, it's like not. He was supposed to meet with the client and say, so that's why I know Mike Howard, listen, I'm going to learn how to take an attorney down, because his ass got to go, okay? He got to go. He did this on purpose. There was no mistake about this. The attorneys that I had on my show said, look, I don't like to get in other attorney business, but I'll tell you this. This is what they said. It's either incompetence or he did it on purpose. Now, when you talk about incompetence, you made a mistake, right? But you're going to continue to make a mistake and can't continue. No, you did that on purpose.
Yeah.
There was no way that this guy made mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. Then, because I wanted them to talk about the appeal process. Now, although he has so many different ways to appeal, God was even on his side in this case when they was working against him, because this idiot attorney never really objected to anything. Now, the issue with that is if the attorney doesn't object, it creates a problem, because if the lawyer doesn't object, then how do you appeal it when he never objected it in court? Luckily, though, when it came to these jurors, this idiot objected. So I don't believe that this attorney was ever on Karmelo's side. Now, this is something else I've been telling my audience. When I said that I don't believe Karmelo did it, it was simply, let me tell you what it started with. It started with the video, and I'm thinking we're going to see what happened. When I did not see Karmelo complete any kind of act, and it seemed like he wasn't the one that did it, I knew right away. I said, I don't believe he did this. One other thing that people pointed out, I'm going to put it on the screen. You can see it or you may cannot. Why the hell does this date say February 10th, 2016? That's what it says right there. What is that all about?
Well, a lot of times it can be one of several things. A lot of times those body cams have not been recalibrated correctly, and so they will read a wrong date. Sometimes the wrong date comes because you're editing. So when you've edited something, as in the video that people went to go see at Frisco ISD, it was condensed down to 11 minutes of relevant video, and so it actually has two timestamps, one to the left, one to the right. One is the normal timestamp, the other one is the editing timestamp, and they actually let you know when you went to go see it that, hey, there's two different timestamps. This is this one. This is this one. So a lot of times when editing happens, you do get that. And so I believe that body cam has been edited. We'll know once we get the full body cam, because I do myself and others have the FOIA request in for the unedited versions of all body cams. You notice the young lady, when she came, she actually had hers on, then cut it off. And that's what you see from the footage that they have. And so, in those, or you have a moment to where the editing process is showing you from a date that they merged together in editing, or whatever editing software they were using, or it's just an error in their editing process. Either way, it should have never been edited for it to have that problem.
Now, I got a question, because I get request stuff from, the police all the time. I hear you say you put in a request. That stuff should take a couple of days, 3 days at most. When did you put your request in?
I put my FOIA request in back early for all of this, so that would be April and May. Last year. So we actually got it all put on hold. They sent up for an opinion of the Attorney General, Ken Paxton, and he made a determination that with the videos, the body cam, the ME, the toxicology report, and several other things that we needed, that we could not have that stuff because it was an ongoing investigation at the time. He hadn't been indicted. Once it got to the prosecutor to seek indictment, at that point, they said the same thing, that it's still under investigation. Once he was indicted, they said the same thing, that the trial has not happened yet. It was still under investigation. After it was adjudicated and he's been sentenced, and he's gone, he's serving his time, the AG hasn't said anything else yet. But what the entities did, Frisco ISD, PD, ME's office, all those people, they relied on his old rulings and said, we can't give it to you based on this. So myself and others, we've already sent our emails of appeal to the AG's office, letting them know that they're relying on your old ruling. Could you please do what's right? And if you don't, then we have to sue. But also, I read in one of his rulings that it said that because of investigation purposes, they can't do it. But it had an actual paragraph in there that said that this stuff is permanently banned, or whatever the case may be. I also point that out to the Attorney General, that he doesn't first have the authority to permanently delete, ban, or restrict anything that's not owned by the state of Texas, period. That's the first part. Second, nothing in the laws of federal side or the state side said that you can actually permanently ban a public record, because it's public record owned by the public. And so we're waiting on those answers. It normally takes in between 30 to 60 days for you to get that response from the Attorney General's office in these type of matters. And we're probably two weeks in from that moment. And so we just have to wait and see what he says. But he has made no new rulings since last year.
I can tell you this, Dwayne, is some bullshit, because I have followed
It
cases
is.
where they are investigating and they tell you you can't have it because we're investigating. But what they will do is, once they tell you that and you submit your request, they will go back and fill your old request, because the last thing they told you was you could not get it. Now, there have been a couple of times where I've been told you can't get it. It's an investigation. And then I see it released to the blogs and I go back to them and say, wait a minute, you told me. And then they'll say, yeah, it was just released. But all of this long-winded wait, that is bullshit. They are too.
It is. And the thing is that we know that, but that's where we are. And so we have to wait on that process. And because we have been pushing, that's the reason why the court sent everything that they had, because he didn't intend to do that either. But he had no choice, because the courts usually release everything from the courtroom at least within 7 business days from when a case is adjudicated. So he had to release everything. With the other stuff, now, let's be honest, I have received a lot of information from this case while things were being investigated. I have it at home. So we have received some things we haven't. But the things that showed that Karmelo shouldn't have never been charged, those are the things that's been blocked. And just be honest about it. So the original videos, the body cam, the ME report showing exactly what was going on with Austin Metcalf. We also have to remember, Jeff Metcalf told us himself on his Beyonce World Internet Tour on TikTok, he said that he actually ordered a second toxicology report because he didn't like the first one, what it said the first place. And so there's 2 toxicology reports up there. One that's done by the county of Collin County, the city of whoever did it. And then you have one that Jeff paid for privately to have done as well. So you got 2 of them. So both of those are now public record. So we want to get both. And so that's what we're waiting on. We're just waiting on that process of those things to happen. And if they want to act stupid, then we sue and we get that information and we get money with it.
I'm glad you said that, because there's I have a twofold statement, question, whatever you want to call it. Listen, I'm not an attorney, but I knew if I was, I would be a cold ass attorney. I would be something like I had on the show, honey, because they ain't nothing to play with. The not guilty boys, follow them. But listen, this is what I would have did. Okay, for one, first of all, we have not saw this boy's autopsy. I get them all the time. Why do you think this is being blocked? I mean, you said that Karmelo, cut him up. And why do you think we can't see it? Again, that is to me showing that they are hiding evidence. Why is this being blocked?
Well, I'll say allegedly. A lot of the kids in the area that day said that Austin had taken steroids and other things. So that day, that morning, while they were there at the stadium, they saw him popping pills. And so we knew from the beginning, from the streets, from kids there on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of April of 2025, said that there was going to be something in his system. We knew that he was juicing to build up his body. That's something that's a known fact to the Frisco and surrounding areas. That's what Austin does. He's the bigger of the twins. He had a little bit more bulk than Hunter did, and so he juiced a lot. I'm pretty sure Hunter was doing it too, but he was the lazy one of the twins. Austin was more the go-getter when they came to working out, and so I know that he would show whatever it is that he was working and doing and using. It would be in his toxicology report. Jeff knows that as well. The Collin County DA knows that as well, and the Frisco PD knew that as well. And so that's why they fought so hard to not let the ME report comes out. I was waiting on mine when they were doing it. I was told it was ready, so I was expecting for mine to come. And that's when they sent it up to the AG's office to block it, saying because of the investigation. Now, we did get a what you call a release or a leak of the ME report online back then, last year. And usually that's what happens when the AG comes and block it, because MEs want their information out. They do the work. They want the public to see it. And usually someone will leak it from their office and give you that information with a wrong date, wrong name, wrong something. We've also got that same leak again this year because, again, the case is over and no one still has the ME report. They haven't even responded to say whether they're going to give it to us or not. And I clearly stated on my email, because they asked you, do you want this to be closed now or do you want to wait for when it's over and we'll send you the files? I said, I'm going to wait and I'll get my files when it's over. They haven't even responded to my email asking where are my files. So that lets you know that it's a concerted effort to keep that information out the public space. But somebody at the ME's department, like they do all across this country, when you don't let their work come out, they're going to leak it. And so probably in those two leaks, it's probably about 90% of the story being told of what was in that boy's system and what was going on.
Okay, I love that you stated that because somebody reached out to you that followed me and they did say that you said that. And what I was trying to get them to understand is I receive emails from people all the time. And a lot of times these folks don't even, they tell you their real name. Now, I would never come on here and say, this person said this, but you almost can tell that they are telling on these folks because just because they may work there, that does not mean that they agree with what is going on.
Correct.
They are saying that so he got, it's just so many things that we just need to see the autopsy to make a conclusion as to what really happened to him. But the fact of the matter is that how is it sealed and somebody is in prison? What I don't understand.
That's the crazy part is that once a case is adjudicated, everything is unsealed. And that's normal practice across this country because it's over with. Now it's time to litigate. To use the excuse on either side to say that it's an appeal going on, so it's got to be sealed, or to use it that there's information we got to save. Look, every kid that testified, their identity was already given up when they came to testify. And I tell people all the time, there is no rule of anonymity for anyone that is an amateur athlete in this country. When you sign up in middle school, high school, and even Pop Warner Pee Wee football and basketball and everything else, you lose the right of privacy because you become what they call an amateur athlete. If you're able to get NIL deals, if you're able to get a scholarship, if you're able to do any of those things, you have now lost the anonymity of an actual young person that would have those protections because you are now a amateur athlete. And so none of those kids out there in a public space, they did not enjoy any kind of privacy, none. Yet we still gave it to them, even though we knew their names, we knew where they came from, we knew their parents' information, we still gave it to them because you respect who they are. But when you're in these type of situations and the case has been adjudicated, all that information is public information because it's a trial, paid for by the public, paid for by tax dollars, county, city, state, and federal. Everybody is privy and should be privy to that information after the fact, if not between the fact.
Exactly. And when you look at the video as the one that I have on the screen, that's why I love my Black people. Because one thing we gonna do is figure it out, and we don't give a damn what you say. We gonna figure it out. Now listen, as you see, they went to each and every person's face and put something on their face so that you would not see who they are. So this tells you they saw the video, but what the good old Black folks do, because this is what we do, we identified Karmelo right there. You see where that circle is? You sent me this.
Yes.
Right there. That is Karmelo. Is he not surrounded by people?
He's surrounded and he's in a headlock at that point. And so because it's enhanced, you're kind of seeing the mesh of the AI software that kind of put everything together. But you can still see that on the right, you can see this big old individual it's not Austin. It's another kid. You see another kid right there off to the bottom right of him. You see someone standing to the top left, and you see someone over to his immediate left that's kind of out the scene. And here's our sis down there in the yellow poncho. That's always in all the scenes. You see her down there at the bottom. They get sumo kicked later on by Austin when he comes down. but you can clearly see that they tried to edit out Karmelo in the gray, knowing that he's the only gray thing that's sitting there, and it actually puts some gray on the person that's sitting there up toward the top because they tried their best to edit it out, and they couldn't. And even taking some poles off of the canopy on the right when they edited it out. But you cannot outdo black folk when you give us the information, because we're going to go find it. We nosy by nature. We're going to find it. Yeah.
Listen, that's what I said. I said, it's so crazy because everything that they tried backfired. We invented every damn thing you see in the world. Do you really think you can give us partial information and give us a bullshit story? Give us partial information and a bullshit story. We're going to tell you the entire story from start to finish. I don't know what these folks thought they were doing here. Another thing now, based on your, obviously you saw the unedited video, and I'm sure I asked you this already, but I don't remember. Your video that you saw when you went to Frisco ISD, was that, because I believe you said this, was this a different camera that you saw?
This camera is actually I think they were identified as west and east. So I'll go with that. So the one that you're looking at that angle would be the east camera. The other one that you saw Karmelo walk up will be the west camera. And so that means that they are sitting there on the north side, which would be the visitor side, and the south side would be the home side where the cameras are. Is basically what they're identifying the way the stadium is sitting. So when we saw it, or when I saw it, you could see the different angles. You can see the different moments of what is going on from different cameras, because there's several cameras. They're not just one. So the walk up that they did coming out the gate, and you seen Austin with a set of boys, and then you see Hunter with a set of boys. That's a whole different camera. It's not the same camera. They just meshed that together and made it as one camera. Because the one on the east is a fixed camera. So they're just zooming to the side and in and out and all that good stuff. You have a 50-yard camera, which is a motion camera that actually follows motion. So when you kick the ball, it'll watch it go into the uprights. When somebody's running, from one end zone to the next, the camera will follow them and show you them score, or it'll follow someone running around the track as well. It's a motion camera. And then you have the other camera on the west side, which the one you saw Karmelo walk up with, and they just kind of made all that one moment for the court. That's not what they showed at Frisco ISD. Frisco ISD, you pretty much see the fixed angle from the east camera, and that's the one that's showing the actual incident of the circumstance with Karmelo, the assault on Karmelo.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're clear. Based on what you saw, though, you feel like there was a fight, right? There was a fight, correct?
There was a fight after Karmelo. Karmelo never fought. So
Right.
Karmelo was assaulted and attacked. Right. He got out, and there was a fight in between them. And that's when Austin got stabbed. Because it's clear from their own video. So I'm just going to go and say that. Gotcha. So, yeah.
What is we've watched the video, the edited. What is your take on this I call it the trash can action. What is your take on that? And that is basically the ones that may not know what I'm talking about. Let me just
they're still tussling.
I'm sorry, guys. Let me show you.
That's okay.
What I'm talking about here.
It was very quick.
Tell him Melo's already dipped up a couple steps.
See? And then it looks like Austin and the girl in the yellow poncho fell. He's long gone.
Can you zoom in more under the tent to show them where Melo steps up before they go pushing each other?
Yes, I got you.
I'm trying to talk while you're doing this. I'm just asking.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm sorry. I keep pressing the pause button. Okay, here we go. Is this 222? Okay, 221, right here. So he's
Look how many steps he's up, Chris, already.
and they were still tussling underneath this tent while
He went
he's
up
been
5
gone.
steps. He went up 5 steps, y'all. Look. Oh.
Yeah, and if you can see toward the bottom,
Yes.
while
And
they
that-
keep rewinding, you can see where this young man kind of dips out, kind of leans down a little bit, and he runs to the trash can, and he clearly put something in it, and then he runs back again. And so you have him, you have another young man that actually went to the trash can as well, and then you have another young man still on the top of the bleachers that actually, once they start walking Karmelo across, the coach was, you can see him actually come and stand by the trash can, and you see another guy that's underneath, that's down the field. He's actually directing him, and it's almost like they hand each other something as well. But then you also see the other guy that's on the top pick up the trash can, reach down in it, and put some in his pocket. And then he waits for it to be clear. He walks away briskly, and then he just takes off running. And so it is clearly something that right here, you can see the young man right here. Karmelo comes down, watch him go to the trash can. He doesn't knock it over, but he puts something in it. But then there's another guy that comes behind him that puts something in and he knocks it over.
Right. Right.
And so it's two people that put something in it. And then the third one comes and with another guy on the track, they actually do something, transact, talk, and they pick it up. And then he takes off with whatever it is that they took out of it.
All right. This school really needs to close down. I mean, when watching this, it's just, I was just not like, wow. This is clearly something. I don't know if they planned it, but they knew what to do in that particular, why it was going on, because I feel like they felt like they had effed up and they were going to blame him. But it almost make you wonder, did y'all plan this? Because how did y'all react like this with just, how many times have y'all did this? Like, I was just like, whoa.
Yeah, and just from watching and looking and researching and knowing the stuff that I know, this was planned. It was planned because no one talked about the young man Adrian, and I'll say the name because that's what he had on Snapchat. He made a 6-second video that said 2 minutes prior or 2 minutes before, and this was right before the whole incident happened with Karmelo. And that's where a lot of people online last year were showing Karmelo sitting back, and it was like 3 or 4 people sitting in the back of the canopy. They were showing that based on this young man's actual footage. So when people are looking at this moment, when Karmelo is sitting right before those boys come or right when they come, it's an individual that's walking down and coming into the canopy. That's Adrian. That's the young person that videoed this from Snapchat, and also the same person that videoed the whole thing, and that people were able to look at a disappearing link that was on Reddit and it was on Snapchat for a while, and people were viewing it and able to see it. I've talked to a couple of people that saw it, and it just disappeared before they can actually record it and prove that they saw it. But what they said they saw was the same thing we saw, just from a close angle, and it had sound. So they can hear everything that was going on. So you had Adrian that recorded, you had Edwin Parra that recorded it. He still got the recording. I know they say that he fake recorded, but no one ever fakes record. So he still has it, and it's a couple more people that recorded that have it, because it was a setup event. And you can tell by the people that were walking by, some of them were peeking in, looking, and like, yeah, they got him, and they were going about their business. It was not a moment to where anyone set up and stood up and said, hey, why y'all mess with him like that? It was only one person that testified, and that spoke on that. And it was somebody that they were on the field, and they said that they were looking like, does he need our help? What's going on? What they doing to him? But they never made the move to go over there.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, my next question, because what you're saying, it makes sense. Like I said, it sometimes it's hard for people to think like me. It's hard for me to even understand that people are really that messed up. Because I said, if I made a mistake like that, I would just have to own it, because I would not be able to live with myself knowing that, I done unalived somebody I love, and then I'm lying about it. You know what I mean? So I don't
Yeah.
crazy. I feel like at some point, Hunter is going to lose it, because I don't know how you living like this. And you're not only how are you living like this, you're injecting all of this hate towards somebody that I really don't believe that done it. And it's so much information that's coming out about Hunter. Let's just go there. What is this thing that people are saying that he is now dating his brother's ex-girlfriend? People said that he done moved in or something like that. Now, do you know anything about that? Now, recently his mother went over there on, I think it was TikTok, making a joke about how her sons dated the same girl. And I'm just like, lady, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, they in the beginning when all this happened, as you know, they were going to be starting to get ready for prom. So they had already had their plans, had their suits, had everything ready. When Austin learned that he needed to keep his hands to himself and he's not here no more, Hunter took his sister, his brother's girlfriend to prom. Started driving his brother's truck. Yeah, he did that right after he was gone. Bye bye. He started driving his truck, took his sister, took his girlfriend, his brother's girlfriend to prom, and then after that they started dating. Pretty much is what the consensus is. Based on his mom and his dad can't keep their mouth closed. This boy got mad at somebody at the house, and he went to go stay with Austin's girlfriend. And it's like, what are we doing here? So my thing is that they were already sharing to me because that's just too comfortable. And so, but that just shows you their mentality, and that this was a moment of come up. This was a moment to where I truly believe that Jeff and Megan really thought that it should have been Hunter instead of Austin, because I think Austin was the favorite boy. And so the way that Jeff Metcalf looked at Hunter when he was on that interview and that guy said, "There's Hunter," that man stopped everything he was doing and gave him the death stare. The way that Megan rolled her eyes at Hunter during the press conference after the sentencing, and they did that press conference inside the court, she was staring at Hunter and rolling her eyes at that boy. I guess she just didn't know she was doing it. Yeah. And so this is the moment that is just a reality that these folks are grifting. But I do know this, because it was told to me here recently, that Hunter is spiraling. Hunter can't live with himself because he knows the truth. And they're trying their best to keep him busy. They getting him, he done been dipped in the water so many times at church. He's around all these people. They're supposed to be praying for him in all these different groups. But guess what? You can't run from your own sins when you've created them. You can't run from your own nightmare that you star in. And so it's always going to be hunting you. And people have to remember John 10:10 in the Bible that everybody want to be talking about, they read and they learn and they live by. It said the thief comes but to kill, steal, and destroy. Let's stop there. We ain't going to talk about what Jesus said after that. But that's all they know. And since that's all you know, that's where you're going to live. And you have to be in that torment of that moment. And that's what's happening to him. That's what's happening right now to Eddie Poirot. That's what's happening right now to all those kids that testified. And they know they testified on what happened that day. All of them right now are not in peace. Even the young man that took the scholarship, the first memorial scholarship fund from Austin Metcalf, from Hope Fellowship Church. Him and his mama on there talking about how she been traveling and don't get mad at her because her life is better and she can go move. They're even in torment right now because they got to live with that. You took blood money in order for you to help them get Karmelo convicted.
Right.
So you got to live in that.
Listen, let me just tell y'all this. I said, these folks is dumb. For one, just think about it like this. You tried to do something to him and you did it to your brother, because I really believe that Hunter did it. That's just my belief. Now, I can say what I believe. That's what I believe. So in doing that, I would have been like, oh, I'm going to get my life together. But y'all keep going on. You got now the world who's standing on business for Karmelo. You're going to reap what you sow. That's what I believe. I don't wish nothing bad on anybody, but I feel like you reap what you sow, and all of this nasty energy that this man, the father, look like he do alcohol. That's just my thoughts. I can think however I want. It look like he is in love with the bottle. He say he a Christian. That's his Bottle is the pastor, but
Yeah.
you know, you went on these platforms and you're spewing hate after hate after hate. You got him in prison for 35 years. I mean, I would move on. You know, you're still going, you're still going. So I don't see anything good coming toward that family. I just don't. Now, what do you think about this right here?
Yeah.
Who is
That
it?
look like Eddie.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. This one,
Looks like Eddie.
And why would he be taking his pants off?
Exactly.
you know, in this one, and that's what I'm saying, this story gets more interesting and more interesting. Why? Now, I get it. Kids do change at the track meet, but this is giving, you're trying to take off them clothes. I don't understand this right here. And everybody is saying that this is Eddie. So, you know, Karmelo was arrested, but I don't think he had any blood on him. You know what I mean? So it's just, this whole story is just, to me, I just don't believe that he did it. What is your take on this particular video?
Well, I know I've watched it. I actually have it. A couple people sent it to me. You even have someone that's saying that it's not him. You know, he had on a different uniform. Here's my thing. This is the time that after the alleged stabbing and all that good stuff happened, they were sending all the kids to their buses. And so everyone is going to their bus to go back to school. So there's no need for anyone to be taking off their uniform because you're not about to run. You're about to go get back on the bus and go to school. So you would not be taking off your uniform. You see kids already have their uniform off because they were out there warming up. And so in this instance, if that is Eddie, then he had no need to take off his uniform because he was up under the canopy with the twins. So you shouldn't even be leaving in the first place. My thing is this, is that when you look at it in totality, we know that there was so much going on that day. When we look at the evidence, again, from the prosecution, they have Karmelo's hoodie. It only had a smidget of blood on it. They never tested to see if it was Karmelo's. He had a puncture on his finger. It could have been his. But it was just a smudge, like you do when you wipe across your fabric, and it leaves a mark. It was no, because the coach's hoodie, his coat, had so much on it. Oh, good God, it was a lot. That's probably why it wasn't on the stands. The coach used that to put, you know, Hunter said that his brother died in his arms because he was holding the wound and all that stuff. He lied. The coach is the one that testified, and we have the evidence from the coach that he took his jacket, and he's the one that put his jacket over the wound to keep it from spilling out like it was. So that was the coach, not Hunter. Hunter wasn't nowhere near the moment. But we know that if Karmelo was the one to have stabbed him, he would have the projection of blood onto his hand, the knife, and his clothes. You won't just get a smudge like somebody wiped their finger across. And that's the only blood that was on Karmelo's hoodie. We have the evidence from the prosecution. And so this is just a crazy moment to where all those things the defense should have had in evidence. All those things the defense, before Karmelo even got up to speak, should have already been there to rebut what the scenario was that the prosecution was trying to sell. Because what they were trying to sell was just not factual based on what we see on the video and what we know to be true. And so I feel that Eddie would have been close to this situation because he was up under the canopy. And if anybody had to take off their clothes immediately, would have been Eddie. Because he would have had blood on him. Just like Hunter went to the hospital. Before he came to that interview with his mom on WFAA Channel 8 News that day, he actually changed clothes. He went home with his daddy, took a shower, changed clothes, and came out there with that little collar shirt on he had on. And he gave that first interview on April the 2nd around 3-something in the afternoon. And so that is what the facts are. But we never got those facts because it just became conjecture on TikTok spaces about what was what and what wasn't. And as you said, Megan went on to, I think, 99's panel on TikTok here recently. And she basically just laughed and joked about her sons being bullies and said that's just how they are. That's just how they are. But her son said that his hand is bisexual because he slapped anybody.
Right.
He ain't here no more. for that reason.
Right.
Yeah. And so those are the reality. That's the reality of this situation, is that those parents, Frisco ISD, and the greater public around there allowed these boys to be bullies all this time since the 4th grade. And it led us to this moment that we dealt with right now with Karmelo and Austin not being here no more.
Right. And do you feel like that's why Hunter didn't testify? Because let's just be honest. This was your brother. You claim he died in your arms, but yet you didn't testify, which is, I can kind of understand why the prosecution did not call him. But if I was a lawyer, he would have got subpoenaed. You're going to be subpoenaed. And if you don't show up, I'm using it in my closing arguments to call you a liar. But the fact that Karmelo's attorney, well, we know Karmelo's attorney, Mike Howard, was working against him, because you had an opportunity to even call like the brother. I mean, you're not even here. You're not even a witness in a situation that you claim your twin brother died in your arms. Why are you not testifying?
Yeah, and the thing is that I believe Mike Howard sent out sent out a subpoena for him to testify. It was unanswered, just like the rest of it. And so they kept him away from the trial for a reason. One, because of his height. The jury would see how big he was and know that Austin was bigger than him. And then two, because he couldn't testify, because he lied so much. And not only did he lie, he would be subject to actually tell what the truth is or have to plead the fifth. And so he wouldn't incriminate himself. And so those were plays that everybody knew. Mike Howard knew, the prosecution knew that they could not have Hunter there, but he sure came in like a whirlwind with his friends when it was time for them to give the victim impact statements. Because I watched them drive in. I watched them get out the car, and I watched him and his friends walk up that building and go inside, because they came just for that. They didn't come in for nothing else. They just came for that because they knew he couldn't be nowhere near to testify. Because if he did, then it threw out everything. Even the jury couldn't overcome that moment of him actually having to tell the truth for once in his life.
Right. One other thing, guys, I need to ask you to do. I need you all to like the video. It's over 2,000 people in here. I need to get 1,000 of you all to like the video. When you like the video, it helps the video move throughout the algorithm. If you are Team Karmelo, we need this evidence to get to everybody. But when you don't like the video, it gets to some people, but not a lot of people. So if you Team Karmelo, I do need you to like the video. Now we're going to get to the super chats in a moment, but you had said, well, because this was a super chat question too, and this was one that I wanted to answer, because I know I heard the mom testify that she got there before the ambulance, but the truth of the story is it appears that the parents were already there based on a situation that had happened earlier with another student, and that would probably ring true, and I don't know if it's true, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, where Jeff Metcalf states that he was there. Can you tell us about that?
Correct. There was that same morning, there was a kid, young lady from Emerson High School, which is one of the Frisco ISD schools. And she was there by herself because there was no one else running that first part of the morning. And so from what I hear is that the twins and their friends were bullying her because they're known to bully the girls. That's just what they like to do. And so they were messing with her, and a lot of the other students stopped them from doing so. And so that was the first disdain they had. But Jeff Metcalf actually said on his Beyonce World Tour on TikTok that he was called by the middle school coach to come to the stadium. That's what he said. He kind of started stuttering because he said it without thinking. And then he was like, yeah, that's how I got there. And so, but he was called there then so he can come address what happened at Emerson High School. I mean, with the Emerson student. They're at the actual tracks at the stadium. So that's why Hunter said that they were coming from the middle school for that reason. Now, with that happening, Megan and Jeff were already there before Austin and Hunter and their friends made that iconic walk to come and meet Karmelo. Hunter even said himself that he called his phone and his mom answered, is what he said, his words, not mine. And so his mom answered because he left his phone in the car because his mom and them probably told him, hey, allegedly, y'all go get them. Go get them then. And that's why they were running so quick to come. Megan went to go back to work or head back to work because she worked in Grapevine, Texas. So she had to get to the pizzeria to go over there and work. Jeff just stayed around because Jeff was already there. He didn't have to come and roll and come back again. He was there already. And so these boys came and they walked up in that spot with a purpose. And Jeff then was there because Jeff said it several times. You don't know anything. I know because I was there. He said it three or four times. He corrected it one time and said, well, yeah, my boys told me, so I know. No, you said first person. You said you were there. And so we know you were there because of the way that you can't shut up and you keep talking about this thing in first person, about what you saw, what you witnessed, what you knew. And then you'll talk about what Austin and Hunter said. And so even when the police came, if you had the opportunity to listen to the scanner calls from the dispatch call from the cops themselves and the closed one, they actually kept saying, we're looking for the suspect from Emerson. Mm-hmm. They said, we found the suspect from Emerson. If you look at the SRO officer's body cam, he said that I have the suspect in custody. They went through the whole diatribe. And at the end, when he placed Karmelo in the car, he said, you're from Emerson High School, right? And Karmelo said, no, I'm from Centennial. Even he was trying to place him at Emerson because that's what he kept hearing on the radio. And so everybody believed that was it because they had foreknowledge of what went on early that morning. They had foreknowledge of it. And so they all know that these boys were doing what they were doing. They all knew that these boys were bullied because they know Jeff Metcalf to be a bully. Everybody know that in the city. And so with this Emerson young girl and that beginning moment, that's how the parents got there. And that's how Megan was able to beat the ambulance to the hospital because she was on her way to Grapevine and she just turned around and went there because there's no way she would have beat them coming from Grapevine from the pizzeria in the morning traffic during a storm. It would have took her almost an hour to get there.
Right. And that's exactly what she said. But she played with the folks that didn't know how far it was away. But she did say Grapevine. I'm not from Texas, so I don't know. But she sat up there and lied because, lady, you were already there. You see what I'm saying? But so that should answer your question. I am _C Brown. Thank you for the $5 to $10 super chat. So that is your question. Dwayne answered it. Dwayne, now I know you heard or I don't know how you know this information, but we know that even as, the Metcalf boys, they're young adults now. They were children, young boys, adolescents, whatever you want to call it at some point in time. What have you heard about family violence as it relates to the Metcalfs? Because let me just tell you, I'm a good observer of people. And when I hear a man calling a woman bitchs, and I just heard him on, was it TikTok, calling somebody the N-word, I know that you're abusive and you put your hands on women. I know this because I know how people operate. Now, people have said that this man was beating on his wife allegedly when they were married. I have heard that when he received his charge that is allegedly sealed, that he was actually married. But let's just get into this part. And we all see this. She don't like him. We can tell that she does not like him. They don't like each other. I think that whatever happened in their marriage, she can't stand him. I mean, what have you heard about them in terms of whatever violence that you have heard between the two of them?
Well, when we first started on this case and advocating and looking into it, we actually had their divorce moment from Collin County. So we knew that there was domestic violence associated with the divorce decree and what they were arguing, what Megan was arguing for the grounds of divorce. I also know, and I'm actually trying to confirm that with the actual people, but Megan and the twins actually ran away. to get away from him because of domestic violence. They actually stayed at a shelter and for a little bit. And that happened a few years ago, probably during that same time of them seeking the divorce when she left him. So this was part of her getaway plan. And then she ended up coming back up this way after the fact. I guess once she got him away or got other people to help her out, she was able to get back up here and pretty much stay away from him. That's when they split the kids. You know, Austin stayed with her, Hunter stayed with him. And so it was kind of that moment. But we had access to it, to it all the way up to this year of just going to Collin County and going to look up the divorce, and you see it. After this trial was over with, D.A. Willis and his people sealed it and cleared it off of the Collin County website. You can't even go pull it up no more. But what you can pull up still is his ex-wife's divorce from him back in 99. And so we get that. But this one you can't even see no more. So they sealed this one just the same as they sealed his criminal record. And then after that, you saw him and Megan get up talking about, oh no, I've never laid hands on Megan. I've never did this. But now you can say that because people can't go and check it. But I guess you didn't think it's a thing called screenshot. I guess you didn't think it was a thing called record. And we can keep that information because we still got it, regardless of what they try to get rid of. That's how we had his background.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And I know that it's sealed because I know people in law enforcement, lawyers that have done the same thing. And guess what they said? The same thing you said. You don't know them and they don't know you. All of these people don't know each other. So the lie tour that he's going on talking about everybody else's background when they saying allegedly what he did was disgusting and then it
was.
So
a young girl is what it involved, a young girl.
Right.
And so here's the thing is that you can seal whatever you want to, but guess what you can't seal? You can't seal going to Frisco PD, police department, and saying, hey, Jeffrey Charles Metcalf on such and such date, was he arrested? They'll tell you, yeah, because the record don't go nowhere. They just can't give you the details. Right. And so they'll tell you that, yes, there is a record and there is an imprint, but we just can't give you the moment. And so, but we already had it. We had it before they sealed it. And so that's how we know about it. And plus, put this on the record. It's something that's not uncommon to his people at his church. They've had 3 pastors have to step down for doing the same thing at Hope Fellowship Church in Frisco, Texas. That's not alleged. That's actually on record. And so, yeah.
You know, so these videos talk about he knows what you people do. Well, we know what you people do too, sir.
Correct. And we know how they get away with it. You know, just like the pastor that was the advisor to Cheeto Man up there that's running this country. Dude did some horrible stuff to a 13-year-old girl, and he got 6 months. 6 months. That's it. And you got people that are doing 30, 40 years right now for a whole lot less. They were just alleged to do whatever. And nobody even said what they did, but they doing 30, 40 years. You have the young man that was friends to Ken Paxton and the governor in the Republican Party. What he did, he's supposed to be serving lifetime for what he did to that young man for 3 years. And they probated that thing. I mean, they scaled that thing down to a misdemeanor charge where he just did 1 day time served. And so this is the difference of the judicial system that we're all talking about, that a lot of times people don't think about until it affects you. And that's kind of what we have to put ourselves in the position of the Anthony family. You're not thinking about the day in, the day out of all this stuff until it visits your door. And now all of a sudden, through the trauma, the drama, and the confusion, now you got to try to figure out the weight of a system that wasn't even designed for you, that was actually designed to keep you down. And now you got to go try to navigate it in truth and honesty, and then trust people that you don't even know to navigate you through it correctly. And that's kind of what we're facing. And that's why we have to call out this foolishness from Jeff Metcalf and Megan Metcalf and whoever else want to come up with a drama. Yes, we all can point fingers at each other, but let's just talk about the truth and the facts and the fiction. And let's talk about that, and let's do what's right. And I'm going to tell you this as well. In the beginning, when Jeff Metcalf was talking about he was a good Christian and that if Andrew Anthony was a good Christian, he will make Karmelo tell the truth. I told Jeff Metcalf myself directly that, hey, if that's the case and that's how you stand, cool. We know the truth. So won't you be a good Christian? Get Hunter. We'll meet you down at Collin County. And we always stand behind you and Hunter while he tell the truth about what happened. Oh, I made that plea to him directly on Facebook. I made that plea on TikTok. I made that plea in every way I could directly to Jeff Metcalf since he wanted to talk. And I told him we would stand behind him and his family like we standing behind Karmelo so we could get the truth out. Nobody wanted nobody to go to jail. We just want the truth to come out so people can understand that Austin already lost his life because he could not keep his hands to himself. And people have to understand that bullying is not the way. And so if your son, who is still living, can go out there and just tell the truth, we as a community will stand behind y'all and make sure everything was okay. And we will make sure that that boy didn't have to do no time, but we will correct the record, get these charges off of Karmelo, and everybody can move on with their life. And all y'all go sue Frisco ISD for not protecting the kids. Oh, I told him that. He wasn't interested.
Right.
And so since he wasn't interested, that tells you how evil they are. They are not interested in the truth, don't want the truth, don't care nothing about no truth. They just care about filling their pockets, getting what they can out of this, because they got probably triple indemnity on that life insurance policy on Austin when they seen that Karmelo got charged with murder. They gave him triple indemnity on whatever plan they had. So they paid. That's why they all got new houses, new cars.
Tell me what that means when you say triple indemnity. What does that mean?
That means if you have a life insurance policy on your loved one and they are tragically taken away by murder or some of that nature, then most policies would triple your policy. You'll hear that the double policy for accidental death and all that kind of stuff. But when it becomes a tragic to where someone murdered you or something like that, they will triple the amount. So if you got $100,000 policy, you just got $300,000.
You know what? I was just saying the other day, I've been had policies for years. I said, one day I'm going to sit down and read everything. You know, I learned with our policies that if you become disabled, you don't have to pay it anymore. I didn't know that.
Correct. It'll pay it for you. Yeah.
Yes. Well, we know they've been grifting. Somebody just sent me another GoFundMe that they just set up as it relates to this particular case. So you feel strongly in saying that Collin County has covered up records as it relates to this man. I've also heard, and some things you don't know if it's just gossip, rumors, or if it's true. They've also said that with his divorce against the twins' mom, that this Judge Roach's wife, who is an attorney, actually handled that. I don't know. Did you hear that?
I've seen some records. Someone shared some online the other day. We've been looking to see if we can get the actual records. Again, they're sealed. And so we're trying to go back and look at what we had. I do know at some point, both of their representations said pro se. So that means they were representing themselves. That doesn't mean that she wasn't advising them because they all know each other. We know that she was actually dealing with a lot of stuff with Ken Paxton and other people like that. So they have all kind of ties within the Roaches, the Willises. All of them are all intertangled with their wives and them, and it falls down to the Metcalfs as well. And so that part I have not identified because I don't remember who was representing them at the time, but I do know at some point in there it did say that they were handling each other pro se. But they did get representation at some point as well because it did get ugly and they had to worry about custody and all these other things they were dealing with. So it wouldn't surprise me if that record that I saw the other day was true because it did say that she was actually representing one of them in that matter. And it may be on a mediator. She may became the mediator is the reason why that she was on there. But it's the same thing. She had something to do with their lives and she knows them prior. And that's what's really funny is that Judge Roach had the caucasity to get up there on that interview and say that I wouldn't know him before this trial. If he walked up to me, I had no dealings with him. Dude, we know y'all been at the same parties. We know y'all been at the same fundraisers. We know that all those things are true. And you saying you don't know this man? You done better just saying, I didn't think it was a conflict of interest.
I didn't think it was a conflict of interest because they screenshotted it. Even listen, He doesn't have to personally know him. He can know somebody that knows him. He can know him indirectly. He could have been at the same place with him. It doesn't, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't even have to be a direct connection. It is as little as him sharing his GoFundMe, which they said
in the beginning. He did.
that is a conflict of interest. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But even the attorneys who were able to look at this, even his interview, they said his interview was enough. Because you know what he said in his interview? He thought he was guilty.
Correct.
Judge.
He said that. And then he said that he was going to make sure that it was in the circuit, which he don't control. But he said he was going to make sure it's in the circuit. Then he said that he had to take this case. Now, I've been told, this is not on the record, but I've been told by someone off the record that it wasn't even supposed to go to him. It was going to a different judge. He took it. And so, and that's kind of where we are with this moment. It was set up from the beginning. And that's why the alarm bells was on me and others to get this family to fire Mike Howard and get this case disposed of, because I just know that Karmelo did not have to go through what he's going through right now, being in prison. However, we're here. And so now we have to focus on getting him back home and getting him out of this system. That's what we have to focus on now. But this is a warning and a lesson to the rest of us. When you hear sound advice, I don't care where it's coming from. If you riding by and a squirrel in a tree whispers to you and tell you to go right instead of left, go right instead of left, because at some point, this information is coming to you for a reason. And we have to learn to start trusting our gut, start learning to trust what we know is right, and stop listening to the folks that we can see in the back of our lobes at night, that these folks is doing something to me. I just can't put my hands on it. And I know that that's the way that these folks felt, because they had so much coming at them at one time. And I feel so much for Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes Anthony, because they had so much put up on them in such a short period of time. And I can only imagine how that feels in that moment. Now, I've faced my own issues. I faced all that, but my kids didn't have to go through that. And so I don't know that part from my kid's standpoint. So I can just imagine the hurt, the pain, the heartache, and all the things they had to deal with. And so when I hear people talking down on them and just shake my head, that same judgment that you're putting up on them back on you. And when I hope that you have as much grace and understanding like they had during this time, and patience to be able to move through this moment and navigate through it.
Right. Yeah, I can't say, listen, I block people. If you come in here saying anything about the parents, you got to go. Because for one, as a parent, I can go through things that I don't know what I would do if my grown kids go through it. It's not the same. Now, I always said that Karmelo, and I'm not a lawyer, he had multiple ways to beat this case. For one, the self-defense. That was just one. Because he was attacked by multiple individuals, Texas have a law called the Texas Multiple Assailant Doctrine. This is also self-defense, but it applies when more than one person attacks or a member of a group attacks you. And it says the same thing as it does with the self-defense, that whatever, you can do whatever you feel that you reasonably perceive. And that's the word that people need to understand. Reasonable to me is not reasonable to you. Listen, the other day I was visiting a friend, right? And I was shutting the door and this lady was just cursing. And I heard the lady on the phone. I assumed she was talking to somebody on her phone. So I went to say hi, and the lady just started swinging. I had to beat that damn lady up. First of all, what the f is you swinging at me for? I don't know. I had to take her down because, listen, I got to defend myself, lady. What issue? What's wrong with this lady? So you see what I'm saying? What's reasonable to me ain't reasonable to you. When I see somebody going into a frenzy and you coming, I'm going to do bloop, bloop. What? Go away now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know what that's all about. So reasonable is different. For me, do not come in my space with crazy. If you're going to say something and it's crazy, just give me space. I don't allow people to come in my space because I don't know what you might do. You see what I'm saying? So somebody
Correct.
else be like, okay, that just stay over there. That's me. Just don't come in my face. Now, if you come in my face and when you do this, I'm gonna make sure your hand don't touch me. So what's reasonable to you is not reasonable to everyone else. So I just feel like he had multiple ways to get out of this. So do you got anything else you want to say before you go? I appreciate you, your commentary that you provide. What are you doing without telling them? Because they watching about what you're doing, but how do you plan on, continuing to, be involved? And that doesn't have to be in a manner where you're reaching out to the parents. I keep telling people, leave the parents alone. You don't need to reach out to them. If you do something, just do it. You see what I'm saying? Like, think about somebody going through this. First of all, they still got to pay their bills. They still got to live their life. They still got to deal with their son's everyday issues. You don't need to reach out to them. Just do what it is you need to do. Like I said, listen, I can talk about this. I can bring guests and we can keep the word out. This is me doing what I can do. Whatever you can do, if it's nothing than going to Twitter and talking about it on Twitter, do whatever you can do. Leave the parents alone. You don't need to keep reaching out to them. Leave them alone. That's what I see.
Correct. And basically that's in a nutshell. Just continue. I'm still fighting for Karmelo, still making sure that he's okay there in TDCJ. That's something that I can do. Everybody can do. You don't have to, be writing them all the time and all that good stuff either. But you can make sure he's okay. You can pray for him. You can advocate for him. You can do all the things that you need to do. Also, still getting facts out, things that we know from the investigations we've done, getting those things out to the necessary people so they can have them for the appeal and for lawsuits. They need that as well because there's going to be a lot of lawsuits flying at some point in time. And so they need all that factual information, getting all the stuff that we've learned out, but also still advocating for others. There's other people I'm advocating for as well and making sure they're okay. We have a whole case out in Ellis County, out in Midlothian that happened last year as well in July of 2025 with a young man named Christopher Nienhuis, to where one of the deputies' sons and his friends decided to attack him. And the whole time he was retreating, he pulled out his pocket knife and you can see him telling him to get away, but he's retreating. And he happened to swipe and he swiped at the deputy's son and they charged him with aggravated assault and having a deadly weapon. And it's clear on video. The video was on the TV the next day. And they did the same thing, start covering up. When we started requesting for the video from the rec center that they were at, they were like, oh, we don't have no footage. You clearly have cameras there and you clearly have the footage. And so all those things are things that we can still do. Advocate for our community, advocate for those that's there. When I was at court on last Friday, my judge was having an actual trial. I was able to talk to that family. So if that case didn't go the way that young man needed to go, advocate for those people. We have so many people that we need to stand up for and fight for and make sure the system does not engulf them into something unnecessary. We can stand up and do that every day. So that's what I'm doing. Yes, I have to still pay my bills. I got to do all the things I got to do, but I am going to, at some point, start doing this full time and go into advocacy, go into the moment of investigating and making sure that people get the justice they need, whether they're in the system or out of the system, whether they're getting ready to newly be in the system or keeping people from even getting to the system. Whatever that looks like, that's what I'm going to start doing, and that's what I am doing.
Okay. Well, make sure if you do create you a nonprofit. Okay. I remember, back some years ago, I used to own my own school. And guess what I did? I did my own nonprofit application. You know how people get lawyers and they thousands of dollars. I actually had a lawyer, but I was like, every day you're asking me, well, what about this? I'll just do my own application. You know what I mean? So I did my own application. Yeah. It was a very extensive application, but I just finished it over days. Just make sure if you're going to do it, that you get you a nonprofit. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So That's great. Somebody asked this question. I don't know if this is something that you'll be able to answer because I don't know. It says, did the judge prepare the witnesses before trial? Did you hear anything
You
about
know, it's funny because I've heard people say that and accuse that. What I do know is that when the witness Jose was testifying, remember the prosecution was asking him all kind of questions, whether defense, I don't know who called them, I think defense called him. And he was basically saying exactly what it is that, which the defense moment for Karmelo. He was speaking for Karmelo. And his whole testimony was saying, hey, these folks did this to him. They jumped him. He was asked to come up under the canopy, all that. They took a recess for 2.5 minutes. They took young Jose into the judge's chambers. And when he came back out, the prosecution was the prosecution's time to cross. And the prosecution asked him a couple of questions. And it was, who do you think was at fault? He said Karmelo. Is what he said. Now, he just got through testifying the whole time that these people aggressed up on Karmelo and they did all this stuff to Karmelo. And then you take a recess, go in the chambers, and all of a sudden this young man is saying Carmelo's at fault. That tells me he got coached in the judge's chambers.
So do you know who went? Did Karmelo attorney go back there? Do you know who went back there with him?
He had to have, because if he did not, that's ex parte communication. So that's a reason to have the judge actually recused from the whole case. We saw that happen in the Young Thug trial. Remember, we watched all that on TV. So we got to see what ex parte communication can get you.
The difference, though, is Brian Steele is a real attorney. So Brian Steele didn't see it. He was told. So what he did was ask the judge. And the judge actually screwed himself because instead of him answering, he said, who told you that?
Yeah, because it's supposed to have been a moment of secret that he was doing. And to be honest with you, the judge was right to do it based on what he was doing, but it's still ex parte communication. And so when Brian Steele found out about it, he had a right to protest it. But it was a multiple of things that at that point Brian Steele was complaining about, and that's what led to the attorney to be gone. But in this situation, if Mike Howard was in there and this happened, that leads him into the conspiracy of doing malfeasance against his own client, ineffective assistance of counsel. If he was not privy and he was out there with Karmelo and them, and it was just the witness and the DA and the judge, that's ex parte communication because the defense does not have a representative in there.
Yeah, either way is wrong.
Either way is wrong. Because they coached the witness. And so it doesn't matter because Jose's his testimony changed in 2.5 minutes when he went into your chambers. So what say you, Judge? And that's what it comes down to. And so this entire trial was just ignorance. It was just ignorance of what the system is not supposed to be like. And regardless of what the judge wants to do, the prosecution wants to do, a real attorney would have been out of them steps and they would have had all them cameras there and they've been like, hey, my client is not going to get a fair trial. We're getting ready to seek to have this whole thing moved. And they would have been out there ranting and raving to everybody that listened because of what was going on in the court. Not one time did anybody from Mike Howard's firm or Mike Howard or anybody, Toby Shook, came outside and said anything about what was going wrong in the trial because they were part of it. Bottom line. And they were part of it. Yeah.
Now, somebody said, has the juror's name? No, the juror's name have not been released. They're on seal, I believe. No, they haven't been released. I mean, so how can I put this? Let's say like the appellate lawyers and stuff, they would find out, but no, they're not going to release those jurors' names to the public. I mean,
no, they have to want to come and speak.
Right.
They give them the option. They can come speak and they can do whatever. I know that a few of the alternate jurors, a few of the people who answered their jury summonses have spoken to people privately and told them what their recount was and what they felt and what they saw. As far as the alternates or the actual jurors, I don't have any knowledge of none of them speaking. I wouldn't want to if I was them anyway, because at the end of the day, it's not going to be too good for them out there in them streets because people know how they did to Karmelo, period. Even if I've had a person that supported the Metcalfs the entire time since last year. I've went back and forth talking to this person since last year. Don't you know they hit me up that day? They actually came out there to the courthouse and drove up and pulled me to the side and said I never thought they were ever going to be able to convict him. That's what they told me. And they said this is just they said, yes, I was saying all I was saying, but I was just trolling. They said I never thought that in my lifetime that they would do this to this young man, knowing what we knew, is what that person told me. And so a lot of times people forget. People on the internet, some of these people playing games, they being keyboard warriors, they doing all this stuff. Some of them folks half don't believe anything they say. They're just doing it for clicks and likes and the coins that they get. And so to see what I saw once he got convicted, I spoke to about 15 folks out there that night, and they all came up there. One little boy was trying to give me his money back that somebody paid him to be an agitator out there to all of us out there with signs for Karmelo. He didn't want the money no more because he said it was just money he was getting for the summer. And he didn't think that Karmelo ever would have got convicted because how now is he going to defend himself from bullies? That boy was crying.
Right.
And so this is the reality of what people really felt because they just thought the system would protect Karmelo from all these crazy people. And it did not. And so that's the reason why we need you, sis. We need folks like you to be out here speaking and bringing the truth and bringing the facts and keeping this alive, not just for Karmelo, but for my grandkids, for my nieces and nephews, for my great nieces and nephews, for my godkids that I'm godfather to, for all those people, keeping this thing going for them. So God forbid they're in this position. We as a community know what to do to stand up for them. Say, God forbid it's one of y'all kids or grandkids or nieces and nephews. We all as a community can stand up and come to their aid and make sure they're okay. Because this system is good. The system is good. It's the people that run it and that's here dealing with it. That's what make it bad. Bottom line.
Right. Yeah, because we got people like Megan. It's a bunch of them on there that's talking a bunch of bullshit. Like I just saw a video, I didn't click it, where Jeff with his raggedy ass still doing these, like you say, Beyonce world tours, talking about people are threatening him. Man, you created the hound dogs that's out here threatening folks. If you don't get the FUC somewhere and sit your down somewhere with these lies,
He learning like Jake Lane out there at the BET Awards real quick. People will put hands on you.
Quick. And I gotta do a video. You should have heard me yelling like, what? This is the same man that Donald Trump pardoned. Judge Roach let this idiot out and he's doing it again.
Yeah. Don't know how to sit down somewhere.
Look, it's like, this is just, man, like you just got out your own bail and you go to another Black event with a sign talking about Black parents. They ran this. I bet you he got the word that day. You're not gonna come over here with this.
That man got kicked. He got hit. He got all kind of things yesterday. He ain't doing that no more for a while.
They said, "I'll bring your ass to LA with this."
Yeah.
You thought you was gonna come up here? No, they was not playing. Thank you for coming. I'm gonna let you go. You've been here long enough, but I'll reach out. We're gonna keep this conversation going.
Most definitely, anytime.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, y'all take care.
Bye-bye. Now, I've read everybody's super chat. I do need you guys to like the video. Now, I checked the likes. It was only like 7 something. Guys, it's over 2,000 people here. Well, we got 1,623 on my Lakeisha Keisha page, another 399 on my Lakeisha TV page, which is with a total of 2,015 people. Let me explain to y'all again the way the algorithm works. The more people like the video, you actually move the video through the system. And that's exactly what we need to do, because we got people like that lady, white tea lady, Megan, on here telling lies about Karmelo and his family over there with 4 million followers, but using her platform to spread lies because that's what she does, because she's an old white tea racist. Okay. So the more you all like the video is the more people get to it, because I support the Karmelo Anthony family, and I don't give a damn who like it and who don't. Okay. So I have read the first, Dwayne has answered these first two chats right here. And then with this one, I'm not going to, answer this. Dwayne has already spoke about that. I'm skipping that. He's not here to talk about his record, but he did talk about that previously on my channel. I'm not going to keep asking him the same questions. Free this baby. Thank you for the $5. And we've already read that one. The $2 super chat. Did the judge prepare the witnesses? And then we did this one. Have the jurors' names been released? So we have read all of the super chats. Now, I need you guys to go ahead and like the video. I got to get out of here because as we were on live, they were blowing my phone up because I got some more information on these folks. Okay. So I got to go. Make sure you guys like the video. Thank you for joining, and I'll catch y'all in the next video.
Hey, you guys, thank y'all for listening. I got some more that I want you guys to look at. Like, she's been on her issue, guys, on everything. Like, I've been binge watching her like for the last couple of days, and she's been really marking. She's been hitting on the nail for a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? And I'm finna let you guys see this one. She's gonna talk
you
about
received a lot of money to represent, but you cannot answer the question to say this kid was.
Do y'all understand the lawyer went on TMZ, you guys? On TMZ. But let her talk about it.
He looks all good. Didn't do the scans they were supposed to do for his heart and his lungs.
Guys, let's get right into this video. Mike Howard just ended his entire career with these statements that he made about Karmelo Anthony. Now, we know Mike Howard raggedy ass and came out and said nothing about Karmelo Anthony, but now he wants to give statements to TMZ. I tell you, if it ain't him or this judge running their diarrhea mouths, they are telling us every single thing that we already know. Now, this is coming from TMZ, and it says Karmelo Anthony's trial lawyer, this is what he states. He thinks that Karmelo is remorseful for murder. Now, this is his attorney. What do y'all see in this story? He is calling Karmelo Anthony a murderer, y'all. This is his attorney. This is what his attorney tells TMZ. Karmelo Anthony made a split-second decision to stab Austin Metcalf, a fatal choice that he regrets. So says the lawyer who represented him during the murder trial. Did y'all hear that? These people are something else. So you mean to tell me, sir, you did not come out and say nothing, but somehow TMZ catches you and you call Karmelo Anthony a murderer? And then you say you think he feels regretful? Let me just show you guys the article here. I'm not going to read it to you, but this is the article right here. Karmelo Anthony's trial attorney thinks. Let me make sure y'all understand. Now, I don't know if you watched my live earlier, but I had the Not Guilty Boys on the show, so make sure you check that video out. But one thing the attorney said is pretty much your attorney needs to be confident. What do you mean? You think he feels remorseful? Well, it doesn't stop there. Keep listening. He goes on to say that Karmelo Anthony made a split-second decision to stab Austin Metcalf. This guy needs to lose his bar card. A fatal choice he regrets. This is coming from his attorney. TMZ asks Mike Howard if he thinks his former client is remorseful for fatally stabbing Austin in April of 2025 during a Texas high school track meet. And he started off by saying, it's hard to gauge Karmelo's exact feelings fairly because Karmelo didn't testify in court. What is happening here? This is your client in which you received a lot of money to represent, but you cannot answer the question to say this kid was remorseful, but you're going to say it's hard to gauge because he didn't take the stand. You idiot. You were his attorney. It was your job to put your client in a situation where that he could take the stand and feel confident. But now this man says it's hard to gauge whether his own client was remorseful. This man he doesn't need to have his bar card. This dude does not need to be an attorney. I ain't never in my life heard no shit like this. He says that it's hard to know that if Karmelo is actually remorseful because he did not testify in court. Now, this is coming from an attorney that we saw didn't do shit. However, Howard tells TMZ, I believe from my many interactions with him that while he believed that in that split second of chaos that he was defending himself, that Karmelo also has and continues to feel remorseful for Austin Metcalf and for Hunter Metcalf and for the entire family for their loss. I want y'all to understand this. This man keeps saying, first he said he is hard to gauge. Then he said he believes that in that split situation where he made the decision that Karmelo believed. You know what he never said? He never took this situation as an attorney and said, based on what I know, he was acting in self-defense. This damn attorney was against him from the damn get-go. He's speaking about Karmelo as if he was not representing Karmelo. This is crazy. He says that he believes that Karmelo thought that he was defending himself. Whoa. It's worth noting Karmelo hasn't come out and expressed remorse explicitly since Austin's death. Though, to be fair, many criminal defendants are advised by lawyers not to speak while the matters are pending. Well, although Karmelo has not come out and obviously said anything, which is correct because he had this fool-ass lawyer. Now he has a team of kick-ass lawyers. Don't ever get no weak-ass lawyers. I'm going to keep on saying it. How in the fuck are you this man's ex-attorney and you speaking like a bitch? What are you talking about? You think he felt as if somebody go get this bar card. This is absolutely ridiculous. Mike Howard, we coming for your bar card. We want your ass up out of there. We don't ever want you to represent anybody Black, okay? Y'all need to go over there and show Mike Howard some love. Go over there, hit up his reviews. Let them folks know how you really feel. I shared y'all this before. I don't know why y'all ain't taking action. This man needs to go, okay? This is detrimental. What are you talking about? Why is he giving these type of statements? Then he says, listen to this, y'all. You've already opened your big stupid mouth. And then he says this. Well, let's get back into this. It is worth noting that Karmelo has not come out. Obviously, he hasn't expressed any remorse or anything because that is what happens when you get an attorney. Your attorney say, don't talk. But Mike Howard should have took his own damn advice. We also asked Howard if he advised Karmelo not to take the stand in his own defense. Keep in mind, Mike Howard, dumb dusty ass, just stated that Karmelo didn't take the stand. He wants to make it seem like Karmelo didn't want to take the stand, but you are his attorney, you idiot. You advised him correctly. Get into this. When asked, did you, Mike Howard, tell him not to take the stand? This is what the dumb dusty attorney says. He told TMZ that his attorney-client privileges prevents him from disclosing that information. Y'all, I'm done. Dumbass, did attorney-client privileges prevent you from opening your damn mouth, speaking on him any sort of way, period? Because you said nothing that helped the public to make him seem like a damn human. You're still out here making him seem like he's a freaking monster. But then when asked if you were the one that told him not to take the stand, now you say, oh, attorney-client privilege prevents me from disclosing this information. Woo. Howard also noted the ultimate choice about whether a defendant testifies in their own defense lies with them. A lawyer can only advise. So it sounds like Karmelo had final say on whether to speak in open court. So of course he flips this around to it was Karmelo's choice. Listen, y'all, this attorney, Mike Howard, he was never. I know some people said, I think at some point he was for Karmelo. Hell no. This man was never for Karmelo. He was always working against him. I'm going to tell you this. To make these statements about your client, I mean, he said nothing as an attorney that was working with him that could have shed light and say he was very remorseful. He was acting in self-defense. This Negro said he believed he was acting in self-defense. Did y'all hear that? That's it, y'all. That's all I wanted to say. Make sure you guys check out this. I want you guys to go ahead to my YouTube channel and check out this interview right here. Okay, I did an interview today with the Not Guilty Boys. Okay, and I want you guys to check out that interview. It was a great interview. If you guys get the opportunity, check it out. I'm going to share that that video with you. Well, it was a live stream, but it is right here. I have labeled it episode 39, Texas Trial Attorneys Andrew and Mike of the Not Guilty Boys podcast talks Karmelo Anthony appeal. Y'all go ahead and check that out. And then as always, go over there, show them some love on their podcast, the Not Guilty Boys. Hit them up on Instagram. Well, not hit them up. Follow them on Instagram, Not Guilty Boys, and then follow their pages individually. But check out this interview. I did it at, it was sometime this afternoon. I think it was 2:00, which y'all know sometimes I don't do interviews at 2, but it was perfect. Okay. Check it out. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. But yeah, Mike Howard just ended his damn career. Ain't nobody messing with this man like this. This is just crazy. This is crazy. It's stupid. And I feel like he is done. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. As always, I need you guys to make sure, you are liking the video, thumbs up the video, like, share, and subscribe. And as always, I will catch you guys in the next video.
Yeah. Okay, I'm listening. Go on. Yes, I'm typing it all down. Clear, spilling tea, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. I don't lies right here. Spilling tea, no fear. I'm still here. Da 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 da.
Hey, you guys. Let's see what else she has going on. Let's go deep in the archives. Let me go and see what we got going on, y'all. Let me see what she has.
To bleed the rest of us out. And again, this wasn't just a what was it? Everyone said that we were being conspiracy theorists when they said that they were trying to transition the black vote. I mean, that wasn't that wasn't a fallacy. That was real. That was reality, and it's happening right now as we speak.
Children to be around more black people. You know, unfortunately,
New York, New Jersey, California, your biggest Democratic state.
No sugar, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. No sugar, no fear. I'm still here, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Stretch words like I'm still here.
When everything is done.
Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Stretch words like
Drew, yes. I asked, was he going to be able to come? And he reached back out to me and said that he would. So one of the things that I really still, I guess standard is not really saying anything.
But real quick, you know that Mamdani's been engaging in conversations talking about changing the Constitution.
I'm sorry about that, you guys. That is very blurry. So we have to.
He absolutely is embracing
Hold on one
himself as
second,
the
y'all.
face of the New Democrat Party. I don't know what you're talking about, and it is not isolated to New York and California. The socialist infection is spreading throughout the country. It's in Iowa, it's in Texas.
Never got away. And if they did, we would know. What you guys saw in video evidence, for instance, this video right here, the target, if the target was Karmelo, how is it that he got away, ran away, and they did not even notice that he was gone? So it would lead me to think possibly, just possibly, he was the fall guy and not the target. The way that this was planned out, it seems like it was premeditated on the side of them damn kids. Now, this is what I want to present to you guys for this video.
I'm about to put out a
one,
video calling out Hakeem. And
Karmelo was not the aggressor.
I know Hakeem.
It's like we've been pulling teeth trying to get the conclusivity of these videos. What I mean is you're seeing a video angle from here. You're seeing it from here. But what they're not showing us is them walking in. As they walk in, what's going on? There is a reason why we are not seeing this information. Okay, we've talked about systematic racism. This is exactly what this is. A bunch of individuals coming together to oppress information. If Karmelo did this, we would not be trying to pull teeth to get the damn proof. Get into this video now. I showed you guys this yesterday or the day before. I don't recall at this particular time. But I want you guys to pay attention to the video.
I will tell you guys, she's a good person to listen to. So we're gonna finish men's watching this. She's bringing, basically she brought me really up the part of what is really going on. Um, and they really describe what happened out there, even though they were sending the blurry video, stuff like that. But thank you guys for watching. Please subscribe to my YouTube, TikTok. Also, you guys, I just finished my app. It's gonna be just like TikTok. I have not converted everything over. We're testing things. Okay, let's go.
It was stated that Karmelo was sitting down, and the lie they told is that he did not want to move out of a seat. They did not know him, is the lie that they told. I believe we have pretty much dispelled those lies. But what I want you guys to understand is Karmelo was targeted as he walked in from what we see. And let's just get into it.
I make this up. Free Carmelo Anthony. Yes, I have dropped a video of Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf entering the stadium. Everybody seen this video, clear video. Now, yes, you cannot make this up. There is more video of Hunter Metcalf as they walk into the stadium. Y'all seen that? He runs past Austin Metcalf. This is Hunter Metcalf. He runs past Austin Metcalf straight up to Carmelo Anthony. Look at this.
Now, that is them walking in. Remember, they showed us this. And I kept saying, well, where's the rest of the video? Okay, they're showing them come in, and then it cuts to them sitting under this tent. And I said, no, ma'am, no, sir. Where are them how are they walking to the tent? Don't show me them coming in and then sitting down. Because in this video, we see them coming in, and then we're going to see them somehow meet up with Karmelo. Remember, the lying-ass boy said he didn't know Karmelo, but then he did not testify on the stand, which told us a lot that there was some shit that he was hiding. He did not know Karmelo, and Karmelo just didn't want to move, and therefore Karmelo just got up and started whacking his brother. That is a lie, okay? Let's get into this video.
Now Hunter runs up from the back. He runs up to third place. When they walk up, you'll see the two in front branch off, as Hunter is the one that goes up and confronts Carmelo Anthony first. Austin is in the back. Now,
Walking right here. The only throws I see in bully.
Now, basically, what you learned is they showed us them walking in. We didn't see that walk until they got to this tent. But the reason, guys, why they're not showing you this is because this is all a conspiracy. Now, I know good old Black folks, we hate conspiracies, but you need to understand is there is almost always a conspiracy against a person that look like us, okay? So we have to accept it for what it is. What you all need to understand, and I said this in a previous video, this is a concerted effort by all of these people to put this innocent Black boy in prison. Well, they've done that, but they want him to stay in there because they want to cover up who the true person was that committed this crime, and we ain't standing for it. The Attorney General, this is why, too, it's so important that we all vote. But you people in Dallas, I need you to get in Texas, get your mama, your baby mamas, all of them, your boyfriends, all of your boyfriends, your cousin, uncles, your friends, your enemies. Y'all need to vote because the Attorney General signed whatever he signed, but he is still trying to suppress this video. You remember the original video, and I've had people on my show that actually saw the original video. Remember, people could go see the video. Well, the Attorney General now has stepped in and said the school can no longer show that video. Why is the Attorney General stepping in to suppress a video when all they need to do is show it to the people? So I feel like they're trying to do some more editing to the video. So this is why I have been doing interviews with people. And I don't care if they go on 99 platforms. Mine can be the 100th. Because at the end of the day, we're going to keep getting this message out as it relates to Karmelo Anthony. Karmelo Anthony, an innocent Black boy, was received 35 years because he didn't commit a crime. I don't care what the jury said. They got it wrong. Keep in mind, guys, this is what you need to understand. And somebody said the jury was dumb, okay? Because you can tell me the things that I can look in at or whatever the evidence they present, but you have to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I feel like that jury didn't give a damn, okay? They didn't care. And because his lackluster as attorney who needs to be in prison did not advocate for him, it went as it did. Now, you guys saw what looked like to be Hunter Metcalf pressing Karmelo. In his interview, he said something to the tune, "My brother is pretty much down for me even though when I'm wrong." Yeah, your brother was down for you in this particular instance, and that's pretty much why your brother ain't here anymore. So I want us to not forget, because this was the basis of their bogus ass claim, is that Karmelo was the aggressor. I don't know how Karmelo ended to be the aggressor, but I understand because this is what they have always done to Black people. We make them the aggressor. We make them everything, although the twins have a record of doing these things. And also, they're saying that, I don't know if it's the twins or one of the twins has a record for doing something else too. Y'all know what I mean.
These are the ones that go straight up into the gap. You see that? Those are the ones that...
The two branches off, Hunter goes up and is the one that confronts Karmelo.
Okay, keep in mind, guys, we just saw Karmelo walk. He ran up to him. Look what they do. They have planned this, because what they did is, you go here, you're going to go and get him on that end. You're going to go here, you're going to get him on that end. So therefore, it's like this. He can't move. He can't go this way or that way. Remember, you saw him go that way, which was backwards. That was his only way out. Karmelo is smart, okay? And this is why these is mad, okay? They're mad and they're jealous. Karmelo was on track to, I believe they said 2026 scholarship. These were a bunch of bitter, mad people. And, you know, they set out to do something to him. But I want you guys to have an open mind, because I'm also thinking of another narrative, because this was carefully planned out. And the fact that Karmelo got away and they didn't see him get away makes me think, who was the real target here?
Me first, standing over him, where Austin comes up and he goes around to the left side of Anthony.
I know y'all seen it. Yes, he is pressing Karmelo Anthony. You cannot make this up. It is real ugly, as witnesses said that Austin Metcalf said something first. You are watching. You are watching.
Now, we can't believe those lying-ass witnesses, but what we do is we take what makes sense and we believe that. The rest of it, we throw it in the trash where they need to be. They said, and this is, everybody said it, I don't know, it could have been a few people that we know that they lied, and they said that Austin actually, or I'm sorry, they could have said Hunter. I think initially it started to be Hunter, but then they moved it to say Austin.
It is clear video of the same video. Everybody's seeing it's a little clearer. This one is a little what they must show it in there. But there's more video, as we see news drop the video, and their video was pretty clear. Now I need that video of, yes, you cannot make this up. It's going down in the real way. Free Karmelo Anthony, new trial, because they said, Hunter Metcalf said in his interview, go back to his interview, it says everything. It's exactly how Hunter said in his first interview. That's how the video goes. He acknowledged first, my brother got my back right from wrong. Yes, you can see Austin Metcalf have his back right behind. Yes, Karmelo Anthony, right behind as he pressed Karmelo Anthony. You cannot make this up. It's going down in the real way. Yes, they saying Karmelo gonna be away for 35 years. Man, if y'all don't want that. Y'all don't want him to be away for 35 years, not get released in 35 years, because Austin Metcalf will be a meme for 35 years. His mom can't handle it. This boy, Hunter Metcalf, is a little old demon that could. You cannot make this up. He is Optimus Prime turned into Megatron. He's a straight Decepticon. You cannot make this up. He's a toxic. He's a biohazard. He is not the Metcalf's favorite child. I know this for a fact. They are looking at him inside his head, even though they don't want to show it to the world. They are looking at him like, you got our child eliminated. You're our favorite child. They can't stand Hunter. Yes, Austin Metcalf is a good brother. I'm going to tell you that. He's a good brother because he's still behind his brother, right from wrong.
I want to show you guys something else because I want you to understand when those witnesses, well, I don't know if I want to call them witnesses, but the individuals that went to Frisco ISD to see those videos were clear, very clear. If you don't believe me, I'm going to show you a few. Here's one. Here's one right here. You can see this video clear, right? This is one of their videos. You see how clear it is? You can literally almost see their faces. You know if they're white or black. If you were familiar with them, you could probably call out their names. Do y'all see how clear that video is? Everything that they did this with intent. This is not a mistake. So we have pretty much Hunter that was the aggressor. And somehow, as he stated, my brother always comes in to help me, even though I'm wrong. What we have learned is that these boys had a history of doing other things to other people. And I want to kind of get into that.
Thing about the cheerleader email. We kind of talked to Brandon about it a little bit. He didn't go into too much detail because of his, and he just said like kids were disciplined and that's
yeah. So the incident was that we had played Frisco Liberty that night and lost, and we should have beat them because they hadn't won a game in like 3 years. So, the whole football team was frustrated and upset, and Austin and Hunter were physically upset even at the game. Like they got in trouble from the coaches because like Austin threw his helmet. Hunter was the one who's kind of more of like he would get more upset about things. He went back out on the field and finished the game. Austin was like, I'm done. He was just, there was only like 2 minutes left and he was just pissed. He was just in one of those moods. But after the game was over, him and Hunter and I know for sure one other kid who was an offensive lineman went to Cane's to eat. And I'm going to be honest with you, the cheerleaders, I love the girls. I wasn't a fan of the coach because as a coach myself, I was a volleyball coach for a long time. You want to encourage your kids to encourage the other teams and all those kind of things. And I felt like our cheerleaders just were like,
she did it as a cheer coach. She's a cheer
what's the point?
Yeah.
They were just like, what's the point? This is, our team's trash, this kind of thing. And the girls apparently were talking about the game and making comments about how crappy our team was. And Hunter, more than likely said something nasty to one of them because that's how he approaches things. And Austin just when everyone was like, man, I don't understand why you guys got to be like that. Like we're upset that we lost and this is how you're not even going to support us. So there was not like a physical altercation. It was more of verbal of like, you guys are assholes for not, you're supposed to be Frisco Memorial supporters and you're acting like we're shit. Mm-hmm. And you're cheerleaders on top of that. So fast forward to the email that was sent. From what I understand, the coach had talked to Austin and Hunter about just what happened on the field the night before. And then the coach had sent the email, and Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police because it was off campus. And there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus. So nothing came of it other than, yes, there was a talking to. And again, I go back to the original fact, Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter, he could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him.
Y'all heard that right. Hunter was a mess.
I'm just going to be completely frank. That's just how he is. They were identical twins, but they were two completely different type of children. But the end result, nothing happened in that regard.
Identical twins, but two completely different type of children.
And then I actually asked someone here recently, you know, how it got leaked or whatever, how the email had gotten out to all these people or whatever. And someone had mentioned more than likely it was a mom.
He wants. Okay, so that just gives us some insight into Hunter's behavior. And frankly, they both were, allegedly had some behavioral issues. Okay, so I don't think none of us at this point believe that those were good kids. Now, what you guys need to understand, okay, is although they are young adults, they get their behavior from their parents. Now, what we have saw from Jeff Metcalf is he ain't nothing but a damn liar, okay? Amongst other things, amongst that record that everybody is allegedly saying, and I believe it because attorneys have looked into it, including law enforcement, okay? A record that is sealed is one that you can't see. I don't know why y'all don't seem to understand that. That is why it's considered sealed, because it's sealed. And if it existed, you would not know, because there's no way that you can get it. Now, I want y'all to take into consideration what type of person Hunter is, okay? Because we're going to make the conclusion or draw the conclusion of exactly who Hunter is based on who his father is.
It's not easy. God doesn't say that. God says there's going to be trials and tribulations. God says there's going to be people out there who will deceive you. People out there, I mean, if we want to go back Old Testament, eye for an eye, Sodom and Gomorrah, turn to stone, man lays with a man, you die. I mean, this is all your personal choices. It's none of my business. I stay in my lane. Just don't come in my lane with your. I respect everyone until they disrespect me. I've been disrespected by so many people, so many times, while I've had to sit here and take it. I'm going to tell you right now, Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're and a
Interesting.
Kayla, you drunk.
You drunk, B. This man look like he's drunk now. But you guys see the character of this is a father, and this is how he conducts himself. Keep in mind, the people that he's cursing out, they had nothing to do with anything as it related to his son.
What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of mother are you?
What did you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? When we, at this point, feel like Karmelo could not have stabbed this boy, because even as you watch the video, Karmelo had hit it out the back and had went. And it seems to me that that was the perfect time for them to enact their plan, whatever that was, because I don't understand how Karmelo was out. Once Karmelo exited, you saw those boys still fighting. And I was confused because I said, are they now fighting each other? And that is what it appeared to me. I want y'all to understand. And this is why I had originally said, kind of have an open mind. Okay, because if you set out to jump somebody, kick somebody, it's you and your friends, they are the target, right? How is it that the target gets away? Something about that does not add up. And this is why I say this. Was Karmelo the fall guy, but yet not the target? I want y'all to keep that in y'all mind.
Hey, Kevin Hayes, you f***ing liar. Day after it happened. How many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior?
Is that the pot calling the kettle? Because this man, he lies so much. I haven't even been able to do any commentary on the videos that he's done because they are so frustrating and hate-filled.
Big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, buddy? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk.
Now, the commentary that he just gave, this is what he's doing. He's inciting I'll whoop yo, similar to his sons, okay? This is what they did. So this is where they get it from. If you show me your child's parents or your young adult's parents, I got it now. I understand everything. This is how he acts.
That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. You're the only one in your family without a damn record.
Again, a man that calls, calling a kettle black because you got yours, what is that word? Sealed. I mean, bruh. So we don't want to admit that. Just stop talking about people records because, if I was convicted of a crime, one that I don't ever want to be convicted of is messing with a child. Okay.
I guess that's something to brag about in your culture.
Did y'all see the racist comment? That's something to brag about in your culture. Well, we know what you brag about in your culture. Messing with them children. Leave them kids alone.
You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
There we go. Racist again. You people, this is where they got it from.
Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy I was trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you?
Now, I want you guys to know this. This is something that I learned later. Go look up what the term watermelon felon means and look up the association. You will learn that it is associated with a cartoon. That particular cartoon, this particular episode that he is referencing Karmelo as a watermelon felon. But if you do research on that actual phrase, that is associated with a cartoon. I can't remember the cartoon specific episode, but what they did in that episode is they wrongfully set somebody up. So while we thought the watermelon felon was racist, which it is, it also indicated something that is he telling on himself because this stuff is starting to get a little weird.
I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night because he's going to have many nights to think about what the he did.
I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night. I'm going to tell y'all what that means, okay? This man is sick. He's a sick MF. I mean, I don't think they get any sicker than this. So they tried to send Karmelo Anthony to a prison that his dog ass, brother works at. But Karmelo has an army, okay, that don't play about him. We see what you did to him, and we ain't standing for it. So Karmelo never made it to that prison. So he's joking about this because he set out to have something to happen to Karmelo. And I said this on my video yesterday. The hole you dig for others, dig one for yourself. This guy should be very careful because what I done learned about Karmelo is that God don't play about him, okay? You people need to pump your brakes, okay? You just buried your son. You're opening the door for all this negativity, and you're gonna lose again.
I forgave him, so I don't carry the hate.
Okay, we're going to stop it now because here we go with the lies. So he says that he forgave him. Again, the purpose of this particular part of this video, I want to show you guys the different behaviors that the father has. This is where these kids got it from. This is not something that just came over them, they're filthy because their father is filthy. And I believe so is they mammy. Okay. Now, what we have learned from this piece of white trash is that he's a racist. Okay. You don't believe me? Believe this.
White person for every fucking thing else. We're the bad ones. We're the one that held you down. Guess what? You can do everything in America that I can do. Tell me one thing you can't do that I can't do. We all have equal rights. What's it say? All men are created equal. The First Amendment protects free speech. I'm for it. Free speech doesn't guarantee you safety. Perfect example. Charlie Kirk, a man who I admired, looked up to. You know why? Because he could fight with words and logic. He didn't need fists, guns, or knives. No. He sat down and talked with you. How do you solve any situation when there's a problem? Communication. Charlie was an expert. That's one person, I admit.
I'm not sure what this means, because if somebody pulled a knife on me, so I'm just going to sit there and try to resolve this. Let's just communicate and resolve this.
I would not want to debate. He was a walking chat GPT. He's an asshole. Or he's the greatest guy who'll give you the shirt off his back. So they both can be right. Because I give what you get. Or what you give, or to me, I'll give it back. So am I racist? Yeah.
What you give to me, I give it back. I don't see anybody on here making a video calling him a wet dog, or, you know, spewing racist epithets. Like, I don't know if y'all, you know, did y'all see it? His children or young adults, they get it from they pappy.
I'm racist against assholes. I don't like them.
I'm racist against a-holes. Well, see, you can only be racist against people if you are racist. Now, I guess a better way to say that is I'm an a-hole against an a-hole, but he used the term racist because when referring to himself, because he's telling you exactly who he is.
I could care less about the color of your skin. We all bleed the same color.
Well, we know, you know, more lies. So this is what I want y'all to understand. And this is what I want you guys to leave this video with, okay? You need to understand that based on this video right here, we know that Hunter, we're going to rewind it, Hunter accosted Karmelo, okay? This was before they even sat down. On the way to wherever Karmelo was going to sit, Hunter was running up to him saying, we don't know what he was saying. Now, some people will say, you know, why did Karmelo never say anything? Listen, when you have an attorney, you do what your attorneys say. You can't just stand up in court and start talking. So, you know, the fact that Karmelo did not take the stand, y'all got to understand this was the strategy of his legal counsel. We know now that it was a setup. The reason that they are withholding these videos, and now the attorney general has gotten involved, because Karmelo didn't do this. He didn't do it. Karmelo was not the aggressor. Video proof shows that Hunter started this shit. Okay. Hunter, as I said in my previous video, Hunter Metcalf is definitely responsible. If you go to Hunter's Instagram, just check it out and just, you know, look at it. It looks weird. He has posts of things that people have said about him. Why are these folks monitoring social media so heavily? Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments. Also, guys, I need you to make sure you are liking the video. That is simple. What you're going to do is you're going to hit the thumbs up. It is simply liking the video. If you guys have not subscribed to the channel, it's simple. Hit subscribe. And also what you want to do is you want to enable your bell notification. If you don't enable your bell notification, then you're the people in my chat saying, oh, I didn't get a notification. You actually have to enable your bell notification. So I want to know what you guys think in the comments as it relates to this video. And I'll catch you guys in the next video.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm listening. Go on. Yes, I'm typing it all down.
Clear, spilling tea, no fear, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. I don't lies right here. Spilling tea, no fear. I'm still here. Da 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 da. No. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Make sure you subscribe to Let Keisha, my dear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Stretch words like
Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. Make sure you subscribe to the Keisha channel.
the very thing that became the headline in the Karmelo Anthony trial, which was the fact that no Black jury member was seated. It's the very thing that can possibly get his conviction overturned. I talked to you about this on day one. His attorney, to his credit. Now, in my opinion, he did not do a great job trying this case, but to his credit, he did object to the jury racial makeup, which preserved the error or potential error for an appeal. And that's where we're headed. All right, I'll put it up full mass. According to Atlanta Black Star, the Texas jury that sentenced Karmelo Anthony to 35 years in prison this month did not include a single Black member on the jury. Even though the initial jury pool was made up of almost 600 residents of Collin County, where you have more than 10% of the residents are Black, and that judicial decision is where Anthony stands the best chance to successfully appeal this conviction, according to legal experts interviewed directly by Atlanta Black Star. Now, remember, in an appeal has to remedy an error. The error, 9 times out of 10, cannot simply be an error noted. It must be an error that your defense attorney has objected to. And if there's no objection to the judicial error, you may not have the opportunity to preserve that issue for an appeal. So a lot of things are technically appeal worthy, but if the defense attorney did not say objection, Your Honor, it doesn't preserve the appeal later. All right. So this is a different scenario. The attorney did object. Quote, I know during jury selection, the district attorney struck 3 qualified Black jurors, said Alexis Hogue-Fajour, a criminal law professor at Brooklyn Law School and a nationally recognized expert on race and the criminal legal system. Quote, and what I mean by 3 qualified Black jurors is these were jurors who indicated they could view the evidence impartially. Now, when jury selection takes place, every attorney worth their weight will tell you, you win or lose the case based on the jury. Okay? If you're a real trial lawyer, you know you win or lose the case based on the makeup of the jury. They did preemptive strikes of the Black jury members because the prosecutor did not want school teachers or educators to be on the jury. There's more. But the 3 Black jury members were rejected because they were educators, which prosecutors argued would make them too biased to serve as qualified jurors in a case stemming from an altercation between 2 high school students on school grounds. The initial jury pool consisted of 589 prospective jurors, which was narrowed to about 250, and then to 18 final jurors, including 12 seated and 6 alternatives. So I want you to understand the ridiculous logic of the prosecutor. Prosecutor says, because they happen to be educators, they do not have the ability to impartially weigh the evidence. That makes 0 sense. 0 sense. They're not educators at the school that either individual, in this case, went to. They don't have a connection to the victim, who's deceased, nor the alleged defendant. They do not have a connection to the school itself. And somehow they would not be able to impartially weigh the evidence. There's no logic to that. The only logic would be if you can prove that they have some type of relationship to the case. That makes sense. But if you do that, it's no longer a preemptive strike. it has to be a strike done based on the merit of each individual and their ability to impartially weigh the evidence. It is unconstitutional to reject jurors based on race, ethnicity, or gender, which is why prosecutors base their rejection of the Black women on their occupations and nothing else. However, if it turns out that other non-Black jurors were also educators, that would provide the young Mr. Anthony with a solid argument to present to the appellate court. That's according to the legal expert. Quote, I haven't read the transcript, but if any of those 18 people are educators and said they were educators, we know that wasn't a race-neutral decision. That was just pretext, end quote, she said. In every state except one, prosecutors and defense attorneys are allowed to reject jurors through preemptory strikes, which means they do not have to give a reason as long as it is not explicitly based on race, ethnicity, or gender. Opposing attorneys can challenge the strikes, which then requires them to provide a reason for striking the members of the jury preemptively. In this case, the reason was, well, they happen to be school teachers. They're educators. Anthony's lawyer objected under a Batson challenge, which was proper to do, arguing that the prosecutors or the prosecution's preemptory strikes against the 3 Black women were unconstitutional, racial discrimination. But the judge rejected the challenge. Okay, so be it. The judge rejected the challenge. I think the challenge was proper, and I believe the preemptive striking of those Black women was racially motivated, not because you have individuals who will look at this case with a more sympathetic lens to Mr. Anthony. That is not your legal reason. That is not your moral reason, and that is not your ethical reason. The reason is because all evidence must be weighed through context. All evidence must be weighed through context. A jury member must weigh the evidence based on their personal and professional experiences, exposures, and environment. So context matters. And in this country, your racial makeup creates context culturally. So you may have a different, better, deeper understanding of cultural nuances that others may not. Context matters. This is about fairness. This is still about impartiality. There's more. Had the trial taken place in Arizona, where a preemptive strike is not allowed, prosecutors would have had a much harder time rejecting those 3 Black educators because the state Supreme Court abolished the damn practice. Why did they abolish the practice? They abolished the practice because they found that prosecutors were using preemptive strikes to work around the anti-discrimination rule. That's why. Texas, however, has not banned it, which made it permissible. The defense attorney objected. That means attorneys in Arizona must use concrete, case-specific reasons to reject members or potential members of a jury because the burden is much higher. In Anthony's trial, at least one potential Black juror was rejected because he stated he would, quote, have a hard time putting a brother in jail, end quote. He has to be rejected. He has to be rejected. In fairness, he has to be rejected. which would be allowed in Arizona because that will be evidence that the jury cannot render a fair and impartial verdict according to the state Supreme Court ruling in 2021. No argument with that one. But that was not the case for the 3 Black women who were rejected. So they would have had a much better chance of being selected had the trial taken place in Arizona, possibly changing the outcome. Quote, if the Karmelo Anthony case had been tried in Arizona, a judge probably would have denied the prosecutor's attempt to strike those Black jurors, and those jurors would likely have served, said Benjamin Taylor, civil rights criminal defense attorney from Arizona who has represented multiple Black plaintiffs over the years. And you have to ask the question, what is the judge afraid of? What is the judge afraid of? Okay, judge, this is a gray area. Many states have outlawed the practice period. It's a high-profile trial. The prosecution is requesting a preemptive strike based on industry. And there's no reason that a school teacher must be impartial. You run the same risk, Your Honor, of a school teacher being more sympathetic to the victim than to the defendant because they're school teachers. Unless you're calculating that a Black school teacher would only be impartial to Mr. Anthony. Now, if the judge is making that calculation, that means the judge is engaged in discrimination. That's what that means. So now you have an objection on record, you have an appealable action because of this rule. What is the judge afraid of once again? Judge, if you don't grant the preemptive, you can still allow the prosecutor to make a case-by-case argument on the direct reason why these individuals cannot serve on this jury impartially. If for some reason their profession disqualifies them, that means that the prosecutor should be able to make a case specific to why they should be disqualified. But he did not have to because the judge granted the motion. Taylor, who has been practicing law in Arizona since 2005 and is the first Black president of the State Bar of Arizona, also believes Anthony stands a good chance of successfully appealing the case because Black jurors were excluded. Quote, on his face, it looks suspicious. These jurors were educators. They reportedly said they could be fair and impartial, and yet they were struck, end quote. He said he also believes Anthony received a much harsher sentence than other defendants in similar situations. As Atlanta Black Star has noted, quote, 35 years is the type of sentence you might expect for someone with prior felony convictions or a long record, maybe someone older, he said. And I want to add a note to that. 35 years for a murder conviction is typically because someone does have a lengthy record and they engaged in premeditated murder, premeditated malice. There's nothing about this that's premeditated, but there are individuals who are serving sentences lighter than Mr. Anthony for premeditated murder. They will be out prior to Mr. Anthony. They would never receive even in a max out of the sentence, 35 years, never would happen. There's more. Quote, by contrast, from what we know, this appears to be Karmelo Anthony's first serious offense. He's relatively young, Taylor continued. Given that 35 years seems extremely harsh, the appellate court will be looking at whether the trial and sentencing were conducted properly, and if that sentence is consistent with how similar cases are handled across Texas and even nationally, he added. Anthony's defense team chose to be sentenced by the jury instead of the judge, which is allowed in Texas, likely believing the jury would have more sympathy. Now, let's zoom back out. Once again, this attorney did not do a great job representing Mr. Anthony. Maybe because he believed in the criminal justice system in a way that would be akin to a young white male rather than a young Black male. He believed that the jury who just convicted his client would be more sympathetic to the client than the judge would be. That was the call of the defense attorney. There's more. But under Texas law, that decision must be made before the jury is selected, so it's likely his defense team expected at least one black member of the jury. Quote, if they had been allowed to serve, they could have made a difference in the guilt or innocence phase, and at the very least, in the sentencing phase, Taylor said. Quote, if you have black jurors who are more sympathetic to and understanding of Karmelo Anthony's life and background, they might have pushed back on a 35-year sentence, Taylor explained. They could have argued for something closer to what similarly situated defendants received in Texas, or at least brought it up in the conversation. So now you have
bad. We're getting so many aspects of how people thinking process is. More experts speaking, like attorneys coming in speaking on the behalf. I love those two black attorneys that was on Keisha's stream. They broke it down so elegant. I am finna put a TikTok video about you can, once you get sentenced, you also can go on the stand as it's called a sentencing something. I forgot what you call it, you guys. I'm not gonna even lie, but I wrote it down, I jotted it down, right? And it's like, if you get sentenced, how it works, you get sentenced, and I wasn't aware of it until those black guys got up there as attorneys. And we have so many attorneys, and they're so scared. They're so scared of I guess the system itself, and they want to plea bargains, or they trying to stay with the get along, or stay in whatever clique it is. But you guys, I did not know, if you're pleaded guilty, right? And you also are allowed to get on the stand yourself and plead your case a little bit. You know what I mean? What your mind frame was before you did what you did. Lawyers don't do that. I have never seen a lawyer do that. Like, not one time I ever seen a lawyer do that. But it is a law with it. So if you follow me on TikTok, TikTok is my same name that's on YouTube, Erica Trinell, right? And it's just crazy how different people can see the same thing and still think differently. And we still at that stage, though. You know what I mean? You know, what is 7 days ago? I'm not doing 7 days ago. We're doing, this is going to be a long time coming, you guys. Okay, this is God.
I think that his comments are reflective of where he sits, though, in the racial argument.
Willie D.
Willie D live.
Now that you've had a chance to see the incident video, now that the arrest footage has been released, you've heard the 911 call. I'd like to get your perspective as a veteran trial attorney. If you had been the lead counsel on this case, what would you have done differently than either side?
Everything.
I wasn't there, right? So I didn't see the trial, but I'm sure that I've heard everything that y'all heard and seen everything that y'all have seen, okay? But I'm sure by now everyone has heard that he did not testify, okay? It can't be too many reasons for that. It's either because they weren't prepared for him to testify, which falls on his attorney, or they thought that there was some bad evidence, you know, that was going to get presented if he testified. So I'm saying all that to say is I would have had Mr. Anthony ready to testify. I would have had, because it seems that, you know, in going through the police report, there's many things that needed to be further explained. The fact how he says, I think it's on page 2, man. He says, I'm not alleged, I did it. He put his hands on me. I was protecting myself. You got to understand, in a place like Collin County, there's a cultural disconnect. Okay. He's a black man. He is a black boy. You know, our culture is different from theirs. They don't really understand how we talk, how we walk. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know how white folks took that. Touch me and see what happens. You know,
well, they took it as a threat. They said that was a threat. That they said that goes towards intention. Premeditated is what some people use, the word that some people use. Do you think that if he, let's say he did say that, does that create a premeditation argument?
No. If he said that, I would face it right in front of the jury and ask them what he meant by it. And that's the problem. You see what I'm saying, Willie? He didn't even take the stand. So he wasn't able to get up there and say, I wasn't threatening him. I was telling him that if he did something, I was going to protect myself to the fullest of my capabilities. That's all the jury needed to hear him say, instead of letting the jury sit here and go back and discuss what they thought he meant. You understand what I'm saying? And understand, those are just collateral issues. The main issue we needed to test about was the self-defense issue that they tried to get. And, to be quite honest, I was talking to my highly esteemed colleague, Michael Campbell, about this. Even in order to get manslaughter, he probably needed to testify, right? Because for self-defense, you need to testify that you were afraid of serious bodily injury or death. But for manslaughter, you need to tell them you did it because you were angry, right? The jury was not let into the mind of Karmelo Anthony, period. And that was just... So that's my answer to that question. I would have had him ready for all of that.
What do you think? What do you think the chances are that Karmelo Anthony's defense attorneys purposely sold him out?
Look, man, I usually don't get in other attorneys' business. I say that a lot because it's true. But in looking at what happened, I don't know if he did it on purpose. I don't know if he did it on accident, but it's the same result. Either you one of the good old boys, right, which is bad, or you just so incompetent that you didn't know how to prepare yourself, correctly for this trial, and that's bad. So I don't know if he did it on purpose. All I know is I see the result, and I heard what occurred. And back to your last question too. Even Willie, you can't say hit me and see what happens, and I punch you in the face, and I'm right for that. That's assault. You see what I'm saying? So I just want to take it back because people got it wrong. That's a collateral issue. That don't matter if he said, touch me and I'll do something. It don't matter because I can't be on the street, right? Downtown Dallas or downtown Houston, and somebody say something to me and I just punch him in the face. I'm still going to jail for assault. I'm still the aggressor. You see what I'm saying? So verbal provocation is not adequate provocation. I just wanted to, go back on that. Just in case folks was confused.
Another thing is this, man. I hear the police saying all the time, don't move, I'll shoot.
Come on now.
They move and they shoot and
they claim self-defense.
Show me your hands. Don't dig in your pockets. Don't do it. I'm gonna shoot you. I'll shoot you. I'll blow you up. I've heard him say, I'll blow your motherfucking head off if you do that. You do that. Pow. That's what happened. Is it Sandra Massey? How do you say it?
Yep. And next thing you know, they say in the magic words, I was in imminent fear. Who says imminent fear? That's coach. The regular person don't talk like that.
Somebody that's coached.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Andrew, what do you think it was the single most powerful bit of evidence on both sides?
I think the fact that on the state, let's start with the state side. I think the fact that they were allowed for 21, I think it was 21 witnesses to get up there and all of them to, render an opinion on the ultimate issue. I heard that the last question for all, because I do this. So I heard that the last question for all 21 witnesses was, do you think this was self-defense? Well, I'm hoping Mike Howard objected. Because they shouldn't be saying if it's self-defense in front of the jury, because that is a question that causes for them to make a legal conclusion, and they're not lawyers. So if he objected, that's something that they could take up on appeal. If not, the state might have snuck that one by. But, to sneak something by somebody 21 times, again, that either speaks to his incompetence or his involvement. I don't know. I ain't saying which one it is. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I think it's both. I think
it could be both.
The reason why I say it's both is because, number one, it was just for him not to present that, for him not to object but only like a 1 or 2 times during the entire trial. You know, for him to think he could get away with that shows the incompetence. Like I don't care how smart you think you are, you got to be short bus window licking slow to think that you're gonna be able to present that case in front of the world, and that people ain't gonna see what happened and call that out. And that's why I do believe, that's one of the reasons why I do believe that Karmelo Anthony was able to assemble such a great appellate team of lawyers, because those lawyers looked at that and was like, nah, man, that ain't right. These lawyers got reputations, you know, just like everybody else. And they got integrity like everybody else. So they like, man, they're not gonna just go put their career on the line for somebody who don't think that they can adequately defend. I think that the reason why those lawyers got on board is because they see this case and they see how unfair it was. And I'll just go straight, I'll call it strike a strike and a ball a ball. I think what those lawyers did was absolutely criminal. And they should be investigated. Also, those 21 witnesses need to be investigated, because I'm sure that some of them perjured themselves. The Eddie guy, are you familiar with him?
The guy that said he didn't know him, is that him?
Yeah, the guy who was identified as Karmelo's friend, but Karmelo's girlfriend's cousin in some type of loose relationship as a cousin, right? This guy is the one who called Karmelo over to the tent and told him, invited him to sit down. And then when it went down, he allegedly recorded it. And when the trial happens, he gets on the stand and say, Karmelo wasn't invited. He don't even know who Karmelo was. And they got pictures of him with Karmelo. And he said he didn't even know who Karmelo was. This guy is very sketchy to me. This guy needs to be investigated. This Eddie guy is a primary example of how important it is to pick your friends carefully.
I mean, look, I can tell you for certain that Collin County will coach their witnesses. 2 months prior to this, we got a not guilty out there in Collin County on the murder case. I think it's out of the 290-something court. But we got, 2 months prior to this. And what you have to do is, that's what I'm saying, Willie. I wasn't there. So I don't know the veracity or the tenacity of this man's cross-examination. I don't know if he was letting them slide on certain things or if he was going at their throat. But, the reason you don't let nobody go till you finish with them on that stand. I ain't letting you go till I'm finished with you. I'm going to have a detective up there all morning. If you got to use the bathroom, you might well go ahead and use the bathroom. Come on back, because we going to be here for a while until I cover all these questions I prepared. You see? So all you got to do, if you prepared your cross-examinations for all 21 witnesses, you've seen what they said before, them saying something different from what's in their statement, that ain't no excuse. Oh, that's a dream. Oh, I love for me to review all of your statements that you gave, and you come in here and say some more shit. Please do that, because I'm going to rip you off the bone. So it's just really no excuse for it. And this perjury thing, man, in that murder trial, I told you that I won 2 months prior to that. All white jury, by the way. I got a witness to say that she was lying 3 questions in.
Now, what was the complexion of the participant?
of the defendant or the witness?
The defendant and
black.
And the victim.
Black. Both of them were black.
Okay.
Both of them were black. So, the prosecutor stands up and says, Judge, I'm sorry, I told her if she tells the truth, she'll be fine. And I'm looking like, well, nigga, she ain't tell the truth. She just told the jury she lied. But my point to you is, perjury is when you're charged for lying under oath, right? Mr. Willie D. Who's going to charge him? You see what I'm saying? You think the DA about to charge their own witness with perjury after saying what they told? That's the issue with perjury. Perjury is a fallacy. Perjury is for whoever they say it's for. But if you the DA's star witness and you go say what the DA told you to say in this front little room, you see what I'm saying? He's not going to charge you with perjury. Only way he's going to charge you with perjury is if you go off the island. if you go off the reservation and say something different that hurts his case. But he not finna, So that's a dream, all that perjury talk. You got to know how to control your witness. You got to know what's in your evidence, and you got to prep your cross. Your cross might go left. It's going to be a fork in the road every 5 minutes with your cross, but you're supposed to be prepared for that. So, like I say, it's just I can't think of of an excuse, man.
Do you think that Jeff Metcalf, Austin's father, is helping his, I would say his reputation, his public reputation, by going on these interviews and speaking? Is he helping or hurting his public opinion about him?
Is Jeff Metcalf hurting Jeff Metcalf?
Is he hurting himself, and is he hurting the case going forward? Because this ain't over. Karmelo is appealing this decision by the court, and so this is not over. And what I want to know is, have you seen the racist rant that the dad went on?
Man, I think I saw the first 2 and then I just ignored them, man. But to answer your question, I think he's hurting his own image. I think that he's a very outlandish and proud person. I don't know what reason he got to be proud, but he acts very proud. He talks too much. He says racial things, I think he's a bad winner. I think he thinks that this is over and he's won. I think he's a bad winner. He one of them folk, after they beat you, they just got to shit talk you. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I think that his comments are reflective of where he sits, though, in the racial argument. I think they're very reflective of what side he's sitting on. But I think it helps. I think it helps Karmelo's case.
You know what's even sad, y'all? Like, all these people, right, could have done. I mean, obviously they said they had a white lady that was not giving the information to the family, and saying, they were, I guess, brainwashing them to not trust. And you have to understand, you still have to come back to the community. The community is putting their wings around this family, their children. We have to, stop believing everybody else. Stop looking out the lens of other people. Start being self-sufficient of yourself. You know what I mean? You feel things in your bones. It has nothing to do with your brain, your heart, your soul. It's in your bones. You feel like something is wrong. And sometimes we're manipulated and we get confused, especially when it's something's happening to a loved one. But I pray to God that we take this situation, and we should have took every situation seriously. But obviously we're still not. You know what I mean? We're still not taking stuff. We're still just not taking stuff for what it's worth. You know what I mean? Let me go back to history and see if someone put some stuff up. I'll go to, see what's going on too much. But I want to be focused on Karmelo Anthony, and the reason why. Let me see if she got some new episodes up. And
anything other than it was filed. It said,
oh, this is the one when but she's like blurry out here.
No sugar, no.
Yeah, she's blurry. I can't see that one. But I'm just saying, you guys, we have to figure out. We just got to figure out some things. There's, where do we go from this stuff? How do we survive this thing? You know what I mean? Hold on one second.
The AI images of people claiming to be inside this courtroom.
Yeah, that ticked me off a little bit, because if you're going to call yourself the press, and people are going to depend on you to.
And nobody did AI pictures. That's the footage that they released, which I'm trying to find the video of her. She was talking. She explained that I think it might be one of these. Hunter Ray kept response from him. The video itself, y'all, they had the wrong date. Video shows. Okay, here it is right here. I think this is it right here. Hold on one second.
Yes, right here. Boom.
All right, let's look at this.
All right, guys, we're going to quickly get into this video. I just left from the gym. I got to get ready, got somewhere else to be, but I need to let you guys see this video. Remember when I kept saying, I said, I am starting to believe now that he didn't do it. Let me make sure you guys understand. He said it isn't alleged, but what y'all need to understand, him saying it wasn't alleged, where did he say that he actually poked that boy? I did it does that mean that no, he agrees that there was a scuffle. But I want y'all to see this because I don't believe he did that. And let me just tell you why. They're going through too many measures to not get this kid a new trial. They have gotten people to put all of this stuff in the media. They have harassed this family. Karmelo Anthony was in fact set up. He was the fall guy. If y'all ain't figured that out, I don't know what to tell you. Because in fact, if he really did this, let us see the video. But let me tell you something about us Black folks. Even if you give us edited, messed up information, we're going to piece that shit together. I want you guys to watch this video and watch how the lady breaks it down. Now, this was on TikTok. Somebody on TikTok, Christopher King shared it on his page, but I know that it came from TikTok. So I want y'all to pay attention to this.
Not yet.
I want you to do the A to Z. This is on you.
Okay.
Sorry, okay?
Okay. Thank you. So I seen Karmelo like leave from underneath the tent and there's still a scuffle under here. Pay attention. It looks like Hunter pushed Austin or another boy pushed Hunter into Austin. And then Austin then tumbles down, kicking this girl on the way down. The girl in the yellow poncho gets kicked. So I'm gonna play it for you.
Pay attention, guys, because now listen, I love it because I missed this. You are going to see Karmelo take off. Karmelo take off. Remember, let's put it together. They at some point chased them, but they were still fighting. These fools were swinging so hard, or whatever it was that they were doing, that I think now what we're learning is that they started fighting each other. But listen to what the lady says.
Yes, right here. Boom.
There go Karmelo. Keep in mind, watch it. Karmelo is pushed out of the back. Remember, they done threw him out the back. We saw the fists and everything that was flying. But listen to what she says. She does a great job.
So now take your eyes off of Karmelo.
Look at Karmelo. But pay attention to what's happening under the tent. Remember, Karmelo done ran off.
Underneath that tent, they're still tussling. I don't know if you missed it. It was
under the tent as Karmelo done ran off. They were still tussling. Listen to what she says, guys.
Very quick.
Tell him Melo's already dipped up a couple steps.
See? And then it looks like Austin and the girl in the yellow poncho fell. He's long gone.
Can you zoom in more under the tent to show them where Melo steps up before they go pushing each other?
Yes, I got you.
I'm trying to talk while you're doing this. I'm just asking.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm sorry. I keep pressing the pause button. Okay, here we go. Is this 222? Okay, 221, right here. So he's...
You guys, look, they're still fighting under the tent. Karmelo is out. Like, somehow they done threw him out the back. But I believe they even, although we know they lied in court, they did say, I don't remember the exact words, I would have to look it up, but they did not know that he was gone. You know, they were fighting. I mean, they were throwing some bowls because we know his face was swole. But listen to this.
Look how many steps he's up, Chris, already.
And they were still tussling underneath this tent while he's been gone.
Steps. He went up 5 steps, y'all. Look! Oh!
Yes. And that happened, and because I have another speculation about that too, because the boy had went back to the trash can as the coach and Karmelo was walking.
We're going to get into the trash can. People have been talking about the trash can. What was threw in the trash can? If Karmelo was who they say he was and what he say he did, what was threw or taken out of the garbage can?
Y'all want me to play that too? Because I did. Okay, it has to be right here. Okay, this is, so that the first one was 222 to 227.
Yeah.
This is okay. Boom, right here.
Real quick, y'all. They were fighting so hard that they didn't realize Melo gone.
Right, off of adrenaline. So 423. Pay attention to this boy right here. You see how he kind of moonwalks back. Now Karmelo and coach, he sees that they're out of frame. He picks up that fallen trash can, digs in the trash can, goes back to where he was standing, and then puts something in his pockets.
Now watch how quick he disappears. Watch. Yeah, watch him. Watch him. You'll see. You'll see. He's gonna start dipping. Watch.
He's gonna go from all the way over there to all the way down here, out of frame.
He's gonna start walking quick.
Right there, right there.
There he goes.
Look at him running.
He knew they were not looking at him, so that's when he took off, Chris.
So Alessia, go back. Go back.
Okay. To where he was digging in the trash can. Okay.
Keep playing. So watch when they walk Melo through. Watch the other guy running behind Melo and coach. Now when they going back to the right, when they going back.
Okay, keep watching because it might be after he dug in the trash can then.
It is. I seen it. Chris is making a copy, I think.
Okay. So that's the boy that dug in the trash can.
So you see what it says right there?
He's
holding
paying
somebody back.
So that was to be said that EP was right here. Some girl said that, but I wanted to show Chris that boy, he saw that they were no longer paying attention to him. That boy that picked up out whatever was out that trash can, he ran all the way out of frame. It was no more to be seen this whole video.
After they seen him. Exactly.
Thank you. Yes. Nobody stopped this boy because he looks to be YT. They are not even paying attention to him.
And he's got a lighter skin color.
Listen, guys, this video, if they would show the real video, it exonerates Karmelo Anthony. I said this when they started playing with the evidence. Let's think about this for a moment. I know some of you guys are going to say he admitted it. Show me where he say, I poked that boy. He didn't say that. They were saying, I think it was something to the tune of, we have the alleged victim. He said it's not alleged, meaning he is him. Never did he say, I did it, okay? Y'all are jumping ahead. If he did this, now if you watch the video a little slower, that boy was already damn near halfway down that thing before that boy came out of there. As Karmelo was thrown out, because we knew they threw him out because the witnesses that I had on last night said he crawled out. But in this video, it looks like he ran out. Of course, we know it was edited because they really don't want us to know what happened. Listen to this, guys. We see those boys tussling. I said from the get-go, I said, I believe that there was a weapon involved, but I don't believe it was a weapon that Karmelo had. We know his record. We know his parents. They're not white trash like these folks. Let's just call it what it is. Now, if Karmelo's parents was trash, I would tell you, but they're not, okay? They're not. They are good people, very good people, because, honey, it could never be me, okay? I'm going to go toe-to-toe and win every time, okay? I don't play those type of games. I'm not nice. Don't think that I'm nice. I can be nice, but I'm really not nice. But let's get into it. Think about this for a second. There was a tussle. Somebody pushed somebody into somebody. That person had the weapon. That is what I think happened. But instead of them taking responsibility, it is better for them to put it on the black boy because they think less of us anyway. That's why I keep telling people, stop putting your children out in these white folk schools, okay? Stop doing it. Look at what happened to Karmelo. I do not believe he did this. If he did this, guys, they would have been showed the video, editing the video, doing all of this. And then after trying to figure out myself, like, okay, well, why? You know, their father is poor white trash. Okay, why would you do it for him? What I've been told is that father is in with a lot of politicians and they all do crooked stuff. Okay. So I've been told that he has something on them. And therefore, by him having something on them, they're going to do whatever he asks. I don't know what he has on them. But although they manipulated the hell out of this video, you know, us good, smart, classy folks, we going to figure it out. Now, we are going to come back live because we got to talk about this. And like I've been telling y'all from the beginning, well, not from the beginning, because I thought that this is what happened. I just thought that he didn't get a fair trial. But now that they released us a bullshit video, didn't want us to see, and then released us a video, and then going to try to tell us we didn't see what we are seeing, it led me to believe that I don't think he actually did what they said that he did. This video exonerates him. It would have exonerated him, but I'm thinking with this corrupt system, I'm not sure how this would have worked, you know, as it relates to his behalf. Now, I don't know if where the lawyers at. Listen, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but y'all went to school for all this time. There must be something that we can do. You know, listen, if I was a lawyer, ain't nothing no hoe would be able to do to me. So I'm just trying to figure out how y'all went to school for so long. And I mean, it got to be something that we can do about this. Why are we sitting here? Where are the attorneys, liars, lawyers, whatever y'all call yourself? This video proves he didn't do it. There would have been no way. He was crawling out the back. They didn't even know he was, you know, crawling out the back. They're still scuffling, which makes sense why they attempted to chase him and then realize, which if you think about the story, right? They say he poked the boy, right? And they ran after him. So they say Karmelo poked the boy. They ran after him. But I don't believe that. I believe as they were scuffling, he got poked and they hadn't realized it. Therefore, they ran after Karmelo. Y'all let me know what y'all think. We will be back live. Like I said, I just wanted to jump on here because when I saw this, I was like, wait a minute. Let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like the video. If you guys have not subscribed to the channel, go ahead and do it and hype this video.
Hype. No.
Okay, I'm listening. Go on.
No, sweetheart. No, sweetheart. No, sweetheart. We're not gonna do that. It says what happened to Carmelo Anthony. It said the truth is finally exposed 11 hours ago. Okay, let's see.
All right, guys.
I like this guy. Secret Sam.
Come on in here today. Guys, we're about to get this party started. We're going to figure out what's going on. But what happened to Karmelo Anthony? And is the truth finally revealed? Let's make sure the audio and everything is working. We're going to make sure that. Come on in the room, guys. I got my phone working today. If you want to get on here, guys, you can give me a call at 682-812-9713. Let me make sure everything is up and running here, guys. Okay, yeah, we are up and running. Okay, guys, I'm Kelly. I'm Kelly from Why I Killed You TV. So we're going to get this party rolling right here, guys. Please make sure to go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Let's get this party started, guys. We're going to be saying some negative stuff about Karmelo Anthony, and we're going to be saying some positive stuff about what happened. And guys, it's okay to go, if you want to call me or this, that, and the third, whatever you want to do, Guys, we do not have to agree. Okay, we are totally two different freaking individuals. I don't have to agree with your ass, and you damn sure don't have to agree with me. Let's get this party started, guys. But let's be respectful up in here. And guys, go ahead and push that notification button because it helps with the algorithm up in here. Let's check it out.
Carmelo Anthony update. Now, here's something interesting I saw a woman point out online. The videos that have been released are heavily, heavily doctored. She points out that the tent, her dad apparently owned a tent making factory or something. And she points out that she believes this tent was doctored to the point where there's different shades of yellow that you can see. She believes that it was doctored so much to not let you see the full view of what was actually happening under that.
Now that's sad.
It is a revelation. It is not surprising, but you notice different shades by the benches. You notice even the black on the tent. It looks like they use like a coloring in grading tool.
That's sad.
Different colors. So my question is, why are we not seeing the actual video?
True that.
There's
Why not?
HD video allegedly that exists of this altercation, and why are we not being shown that? I have sent in my request to Collins County to get the official autopsy because, again, people were passing around one that was not real. It is
Okay, guys, I gotta recognize somebody up in this camp right the hell now. I gotta recognize Deanna. Deanna is my day one. She is my day one up in this camp. All right, thank you for Deanna for joining once again. Let's check it out.
so important to not spread misinformation. This is a tragic, tragic situation, but justice must be served.
Karmelo Anthony was already suspended from school.
Really?
Sister Linda, y'all make sure y'all go check out Linda B. Chat with me, Linda B.
When he appeared at that track meet on that fateful day, he was already
What?
suspended for having a weapon at school. He wasn't supposed to be at the track.
I didn't hear that one.
Okay, remember, he wasn't supposed to be there April 2nd, 2025. If he was where he was supposed to have been, Austin Metcalf would still be alive. So clearly we have a pattern here, but you wokeity woke black folks.
Not the
who don't
wokeity
listen
wokes.
to
The
logic
woke
or
it,
reason,
the wokity
wanna
woke.
actually believe that it was self-defense. When in the police report, it did not say anything about Karmelo saying he was jumped. He said he put his hands on me and I told him not to. Y'all just make up stuff. Bless your
Really?
hearts. You are just so ridiculously delusional.
The wokity
Those of
woke.
you who believe that Karmelo had to actually act.
Oh boy.
When some of you black get on this app and start running your damn mouth about civil war.
Oh,
with white
nobody
folks and
said
beating up
that.
white
Y'all just
folks
come
and
on
all
here with
types
that
of
old
bullshit
bull
like
crap.
that.
Somebody must be sponsoring this.
Y'all gonna round and
This
find out.
wank.
Y'all don't want to wake up that beast. Trust and believe me.
Girl, shut your ass up.
Y'all don't want it around.
We don't want
What you
war
should be
around.
worrying about is taking care of your community. You
True
got
that.
immigrants
True that.
Oh, that's
sitting in them damn
TikTok.
seats
Way to
in
go,
politics,
X.
making
That's what I'm
decisions
talking
for
about.
you
Show
and your
love,
damn
X.
kids' future, and they don't even belong here. That's the real fight right there. See, that's the real fight, but y'all don't see that because you're locked
Shout out to the
on
person from
1700 and the 1800.
YouTube
You're locked.
and
You
Not,
wasn't there.
not locked.
You was not there.
True that.
I respect them more
Twitch.
because at least they had ambitions and goals and dreams. Even in shackles, they invented shit. They couldn't even read
Girl,
and
hold
write,
on, hold on,
and
hold
they
on.
still.
And you know what's making me pissed off with this lady talking about people in shackles and they couldn't read? She wasn't around. That's not true. My grandmother worked, her mother worked, they had their own property. All this slavery stuff got to stop. We just have to stop it. But moving on to a bigger picture today, right? We're more concerned about a young man who has never been in no damn trouble and they think they can railroad him. Yeah, I looked at that video up and down, sideways, back, forth. The other people explained it to me. Me giving my own explanation of this. They thought Carmelo was still there. They thought they were pounding because they were so in the air. Brain, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? And somebody poked the brother. In my opinion, somebody poked him other than Carmelo. I don't think Carmelo did anything to him. I just don't think he did anything to him. And when he said told him not to put his hands on me, I told him this. At that time, they was not aware that this boy, Karmelo wasn't, when he was talking, he was not aware that the boy was unalive. And he said, I told him not to put his hands on me. This boy is really thinking, this is my opinion only, that he just got in a fight. Like I'm telling you, I did it. It's no alleged, right? They didn't put context with why he said that. They wanted us to use words like they always do over and over and over, and use those words to convince that you said something you did not say. This is the trick. This is the trick. And y'all, I don't care what nobody say. The Democrats and the Republicans played this game so the House can go back to the Democrats. I'm just telling. All this stuff is game. These people play games with each other, y'all. It's just what it is. But let's talk about Karmelo. Let's go. People piss me off.
Invent this shit to make our lives better. What the fuck y'all doing right now to make it better for the future of our black kids? What? Teaching them to hate white folks about what happened in the 17th.
Now that's sad. That's sad.
That's all you got? Now y'all gonna fuck around and y'all gonna find out. Now we got one black girl already going to jail, beating up some white girl, talking about free Karmelo. Y'all gonna fuck around and y'all gonna let Karmelo Anthony get y'all up and you.
Girl, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. That's what's wrong with you. See, any black woman you see with a strong face, I don't even think she's black American at this point. You know what I mean? I'm just keeping it a buck. Just because you're dark skinned don't mean you're from America. It doesn't mean nothing. Yeah, she probably did say that, but she probably didn't swing. See, the thing is, you're not telling the context of why she even said what she said. You did just what the white people did to Karmelo Anthony. Like, you cannot tell somebody how to think or respond. Secondly, I'm getting pissed off watching this video because you telling a group of people something about and alluding to, because this happened to your people. It's still happening. What are you talking about? Like, delusional people. Like, these people are very delusional, in my opinion. Like, regardless to what she said, like, we're two culturally different people. We do things a whole totally different way, not meaning I'm doing it in the name of Karmelo Anthony. And it's because she said, it's like, you can't say shit no more. Like, what is the problem? She say free him. So what? You know why? Because she's been agitated the whole time of what just happened. And someone obviously got in her business, her face, her space. We have it now where we have people, they sit in laws, so you have to shut up. They sit in laws that you can't protect yourself. These laws are not for us. They're not. He was, and he wasn't stabbed by Karmelo Anthony, sweetheart. Get tough titty. He was not stabbed by Karmelo Anthony. Karmelo was, he was oblivious about what that man was saying. The coach brought him over there close to them to show him that ball was on the ground. He didn't even know what was going on when he was speaking. Tell me the contents of what he meant when he said, I told him not to put my hands on him, on me. What did he say? You can't tell me that. You don't even know what that, they're not even telling you what the police said. They're not telling you, they're just giving you keywords to make you think something. Guess what? I think his brother ended up doing. Everything is surrounded by his other brother being messy, being a bully. Now his brother is under his brother kicking up cookies right now. Straight up. That's what's going on right now. Brother kicking up cookies because of a bad decision that his younger brother, that he's, hey, how you doing, baby, too? His younger brother that always getting into stuff. You know what I mean? The younger brother passed the brother. And y'all, if y'all go look at the video that was released, they have 2016 on the video. Let you know that they really edit this thing. You know what I mean? I don't care if he was 15. At the end of the day, stop being a 15-year-old bully, a 17-year-old bully. Y'all think folks, and it ain't just melanated people he bullied. He bullied women. They had no regards for nothing, and they get it from their parents. Daddy, I'm going to get the transcripts from their divorce because it's on the internet that he was abusive. Because the wife, look, you know, you got a little short man and a taller woman, self-esteem is so low. You know what I mean? Then you have the son allegedly broke his arm, wrist, whatever it is, right? Children have to grow up real fast to protect their mother because the barbarian behavior of the father. So what are we saying? Hey y'all, how y'all doing? You can't speak no more. Karmelo Anthony case will be tried, and I don't care where it be tried at. You know what I mean? Long as we got people that's gonna do the right thing, so we can get it overturned this time. Let me see what all you saying. He was 17 years old. He was 17 years old when he got stabbed. Okay. Karmelo Anthony was 19 years old. No, he was at the trial. That's the trial, sweetheart. He was there. They were all the same peers. Karmelo Anthony was just way more smarter. He was just way more articulating. He had everything going on for him. So what you saying? I don't know what GF mean, but okay. Girlfriend is fuck. Look, y'all could get mad till y'all blue in the face, baby. Let me see what color you see what you are. Y'all so mad about what? What are you mad for? What are you mad for? Really, like, what are you really mad for? Y'all want to talk on TikTok? Let's talk. I mean, not TikTok. YouTube. Let's talk. You over there on TikTok? I mean, YouTube saying what you're saying. Guess what? He's kicking up cookies. I said it. You can say, hey, goofy is girlfriend, goofy is F. I don't know what they're saying for or what your meaning of it, because I'm not in your brain. Y'all try to get in another whole human being brain. Element threat means I can apply whatever force if I'm in fear, sweetheart, because you could get killed with your hands. So stop it. Enjoy your screen for them. You see, come after 10 years so high. Karmelo was that. So, okay. He was. Hey, I'm answering people on YouTube because that's the only people that want to speak and talk. At the end of the day, oh, you just saying, hey, okay. At the end of the day, this young man, right? These young boys were bullies. They got emails from the cheerleaders who are frightened of these boys. They had no business still on nobody's football team when they allegedly got suspended for not going to practice, going on a fishing trip, doing exactly what they wanted to do. You know what I mean? You know, it's just what it is. Hold on one second. Let's go. You know what? He don't give a about none of you. He don't give a fuck about none of y'all.
You don't know that. Stop playing.
This little boy, like he's gonna do something for our black community. Like he's gonna stop the and like you gonna do stuff for our community. Like what do you do other than getting on here? Girl, you want validation. Black crime. Like he gonna get these immigrants out of seat and get these illegals out of. Your grandfathers are the reason why they're in the seats. Our community.
Guys, just remember that the phone lines is open. Okay, they open. If you want to get on here, guys, just please be respectful. We all have separate opinions. My opinion is not going to be the same as yours. You can get on here on the phone line, guys. The number is 682-812-9713.
Y'all the problem. Y'all stay stuck on the 1600 if you want, because these immigrants that got these seats, they're not thinking about what you're thinking about. They're thinking about conquering America. Something that y'all should be doing, but you don't want that. You just want to keep crying about what happened about some time. I'm going to cry about a man who should have probably been a president, a brilliant scientist, and everything else. I'm going to cry about that. What I'm not going to cry about, people who is on welfare, Section 8, and I'm not knocking it because obviously I didn't have my issues when I was young, right? And I had to get help when I was young because baby father get killed. And I had to get, help or whatever. But for the ones that want to stick to their guns, those people I'm not worried about. I'm worried about the next who should have been Carmelo Anthony. They get locked up and should have never been in trouble. Absolutely. You know, like, look, I know that melanated men do things, right? And we hear them on the TikTok talking about our hair, nails, whatever. But for me, as a woman of a Black American, because that's what I am, a Black American, because he was conquered, right? As a Black American, I am not going to let nobody talk about someone that I know that I can give birth to. That ain't happening.
Time that you wasn't even there.
I was at Kuykendall Stadium. My friend just got stabbed.
It is the trial that the nation is talking about.
He was 17 at the time. He's 19 now. He was recently convicted of first-degree murder.
Convicted and sentenced to 35 years. The other students were trying to use force to eject him. He was surrounded, terrified.
This surveillance video shows Anthony fleeing the tent where he stabbed Metcalf.
These black people cannot take accountability for nothing.
Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony.
They got a picture with him holding a gun that ain't his. Is AI. This is 2026. They can make you look like you climbing on the moon.
True that.
If
True
they
that.
want to. And the law was not designed to stand your ground for black people. If you witness a murder, why you not in the court testifying where the people can get an understanding?
Right.
You know what's wrong with us? You never saw in history where it's all black jury. Murder, yeah, he deserved life because he gave life. He took a life, but he didn't take it intentionally.
Right, but you've been through this situation before, so.
I didn't have no knife. I shot him 6 times, broad daylight. This is real. I'm ready to die. Kill me, because I'll die for my people.
Uh-oh. He ain't playing around. He is not fucking around.
It's a special kind of day, right? I brought someone from Texas so we can get into the situation that's very viral online, right? There's been a lot of chatter, right? Is it racism, right? Is the time given too much time for the crime that was committed, right? Was the crime committed an act of self-defense, or was this teen a killer, a murderer, right? From what I have seen and from what I have witnessed, I've witnessed a killing. I see a cold-blooded murder. I don't see no act of self-defense because I only see one person with a weapon. And I'm trying to figure out how and why did he have that weapon. To help me figure this out, I brought Pastor Eli.
Right? Don't Eli, break it down.
Pastor.
What's going on? Well, you don't say a whole lot of stuff. You said, talking about you done saw a killer murder. First of all, it's amazing. A lot of people talking about a lot of stuff they don't understand because they're emotion driven by what they feel or what they think, but no facts, no facts.
Right.
There is a fact somebody was killed. That is a fact that someone got locked up behind the killing. And so to lay this out, we got to first understand, I'm listening to a guy that's very famous be on television.
Guys, do you think that Carmelo Anthony is a cold-blooded murderer? Do you think that? If you think that, guys, go ahead and put a 1 in the comments. Guys, please don't be afraid to voice your opinion. And once again, guys, the phone lines are open, 682-812-9713. If you think he is a cold-blooded murderer, I want you to put a 1 in the comments.
I think named Stefan Smith, and he said that the kid didn't deserve 35 years, but they dressed him as a murder. And when you're talking about a murder, a lot of time people speak about what they don't know. Right. What is a murder? That's
a murder
that's
is when somebody is dead and somebody else holding the knife that killed them.
That's not a murder. The definition of a murder is not someone it's a different from being killed, and it's a different from murder somebody. Murder somebody you premeditate.
Right.
You can kill somebody on accident. You can kill somebody out of defending yourself.
That makes sense.
But a murder is someone.
And Deanna brought up a very good point. She said, it's funny how people see things differently. And it is. People see things differently. And I've said this before in other videos. For the life of me, I do not understand why Austin Metcalf found that it was necessary to put his motherfucking hands on somebody. And guys, you have to excuse me. If you're allergic to profanity, I'm sorry. You're about to break out in a damn rash right about now. I do not understand for the life of me why he felt it necessary to put his hands on Carmelo Anthony. That shit is just weird to me all day long. To me, guys, if that kind of shit would have happened to me, I think I would have pretty much done the same thing. A lot of you sitting up here saying, oh, he was just pushed. No, guys. A lot of people said he was forcefully lifted off the damn ground.
Who intent to go out to harm someone. The definition of a murder is watch this here. This is the fact. It's someone that intent to go out and kill a human. And someone that's with malice of forethoughts, or someone who kills a person premeditate intentionally.
Right. So you don't think that if he had a knife that was premeditated?
No, I think that what happened is that we need to look at the root of the problem.
I totally agree, Red.
He had a knife. It's not a crime to have a knife. It's not a crime for you to for people to carry a gun. Do that make you a bad person because you have a blade or anything or a knife? That make you a bad person? Let's think about that. Let's talk about the root of it. And one of the things that I don't like dealing with blacks and white, we so emotional driven. We don't even try to think out the whole facts of the situation. We don't try to look at it that way. We want to focus on one thing. He was black and they gave him time. If that was a white person, they wouldn't have gave him that much time. That's not the fact of the matter. Or somebody that's white. He murdered. He killed Austin. He killed a good Christian guy. He murdered him. Let's look at the fact. Here's a kid at a track meet.
Hold up, before we go there, before we go to the track meet, before we go there, listen, I don't want to stop, but let's go back, right?
Okay.
How and why are you personally involved with this case?
Oh, I know the kid. I'm the pastor. I've been pastoring with this family, I think since 2 years ago.
Right.
And me and the father have a great relationship. The young man, I know his spirit, very respectful. And when people.
Thank you, Red, and thank you, Deanna, for participating. Guys, remember the phone line is open, 682-812-9713. If you want to get on the phone line.
People say he's a murderer.
Yes, right here. Boom.
The young man, I know his spirit, very respectful. And when people.
Yes, right here. Boom.
There go Karmelo. Keep in mind, watch it. Karmelo is pushed out of the back. Remember,
unsolved murder, but they're like us up for pills. When they need some niggas fake real. Smile in my face, they see me niggas with fake grills. They so shade, never thought about a love and then they ruin your heart.
Coming in about this morning gonna be for educational and entertainment. Even though they had 2 hours to get from You know what I'm saying? One town to the
These are statistics that are readily available.
Defense attorney Mark Garagos, former felony prosecutor Eric Faddis. Good to have you both, gentlemen. Thank you. First, Mark, did I basically lay it out right for people's understanding at home? You don't have a right to jury by people of your race, but people of your race can't be excluded on that basis from a jury either. What do you make of what is known in the law as a Batson challenge here, and why it was rejected by the judge and what it could mean on appeal?
Well, okay, you asked, the first question was, did you get it right? Don't get upset, but no, you didn't get it right. When the way you framed it, first of all, just in terms of what the argument was, one of the big battles was he going to get a voluntary manslaughter or a manslaughter instruction? They did get a manslaughter instruction. I think that just watching this from afar, and one of the problems with
You guys, please follow me on YouTube, TikTok, Kick, Twitch. I'm on all those platforms now. Please follow me. Make sure you like the live. Thank you. Let's go.
With this case is that it was being reported and being filtered by whoever's team you were rooting for and not being able to see it, is that people didn't understand. A complete self-defense was it reasonable? The middle ground is if it was an unreasonable use of force, but to some degree in reaction to a use of force, that would have put you into manslaughter territory. The reason that's important, Chris, is because to the challenges, the peremptory challenges that were used by the prosecution, this case was over in jury selection, as most cases are. When you don't have any black jurors, and mind you, you had people of color, but no black jurors in this jury, that was over. This kid was not going to get a fair trial.
That is it. This is not Perry Mason. This is not LA law. This
that
is
is
not
true, right?
the
Like,
Lincoln lawyer. In reality,
say that,
cases
so
are
I
not
can
won
clip
any
that and
closing
put that
arguments.
on
Cases
TikTok
are won
because
in the jury selection.
it's been so much, right? It's been so much.
This case was over when they selected that jury. The case was decided with the jury. When they put no black people on that jury, family,
I'm so sorry.
America's more.
I muted that. I'm sorry. Okay. Honestly, I would love to hear that clip because it's been so much right now, right? It's been so different stories. Like I've never seen a case where there's multiple stories. Normally it's two sides. In the middle, there's the truth, right? So if that is so, like you can send it to me through my TikTok. It's Erica Trinell, not with the underscore, just Erica Trinell. Just send it to me. I would love to hear them say that because I would love to clip that, you know what I mean? And put it on TikTok with the commentary behind it because I thought they didn't say anything other than when they do it whenever they went to the press conference. So, you know, when did they say this? I just hate that this boy going through this. I tell you that. Like, man, I got 20-something-year-old kids. They don't want you to even tell your kids to protect themselves no more. These kids can go around saying whatever they want to you and stuff. Like, no. So I'm trying to get this thing. That's insane. You said I can't hear you. Can you hear me now? Hopefully you can hear me now. I hope you can hear me now. Look, when did they say that? Like, I would love to get the clip of that. I definitely would like to hear his parents say this out of their mouth. And you know, you got to determine, is this even live or pretending? Man, shut up. Hey there, thank you for watching. Thank you guys for watching, taking the time. This is like my second time. I have not been really going hard, but I am going to start going hard because I'm kind of like tired of TikTok. I done got the 50,000. They sold it. After they sold it, they've been making people follow people who they want to be prevalent. You know what I mean? And I genuinely created 50,000 people. I used to have panels with 200 or plus more. It just have been, they just been censoring too much for me. I don't want to act like a child. It said, I can't send you anything there. They never said, well, why you fucking said it? Why? Okay, why would they like? Have you ever been to law school? I'm a paralegal, so they're not supposed to tell you that. If y'all understand what has happened, the reason why they don't even have cameras, I've been showing displayed from lawyers, experts, saying what happened, why they the judge decided to not have cameras. It's behind a white woman going to the judge saying people are being threatening Carmelo Anthony people. She brought it to them way before it's happened. It's been so much bullshit been going on. At the end of the day, we see the video. We see that the video has a timestamp of 2016 and not 2020. So we know they messed that up. And the judge allegedly put that out. You know what I mean? So I thought you said that, and maybe I'm just wrong. You said over the entire year, Carmelo never said, they never said he never stabbed anybody. They wasn't supposed to tell y'all anything. That's a legal thing. You get what I'm saying? They're not supposed to say like nothing to the public. They're not supposed to speak on the case. I know that y'all been on TikTok, YouTube, and all this, and y'all do a lot of investigation on these things, right? A lot of times you don't have it right. You go on the emotions and whatever it is. But courts go by a system that they created, right? That's why that boy's in the situation. Not because he actually stabbed him. It's because the words he used out of his mouth. They used the words to create an environment like he intended by saying what he said. That's why they kept using his words. Had Carmelo not opened his mouth, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on, in my opinion. You know what I mean? But I do think that them boys were still rumbling underneath that tent. As you can see, Carmelo long gone. They keep saying the brother ran behind. I ain't seen none time the brother ran behind Carmelo. I seen Carmelo look to the right, to the left, and ran. And somebody pushed somebody into somebody, looked like it, and the boy tumbled down. Whoever was in front of him, that's my opinion, who did something to him. And Carmelo Anthony is taking the blame. I think all of them thought like whatever they were doing, they were rumbling, and Carmelo took the It's the fall guy. How you go from never ever having a fight in your life, saving kids, to I will just kill somebody. That makes no sense. Like y'all have to start using logic. You know what I mean? Stop going on emotions because he's a white boy that got killed. Go on being smart. You know what I mean? Clever hired a lawyer. First and foremost, the lawyer they hired is not even a lawyer that they ended up with. So we'll start there. Okay. When you hire someone for $600,000, you don't expect them to freak you with no Vaseline. Okay, when you spend the public helped with his defense, the lawyer got the money and kicked rocks and didn't tell his family. The only person I'll talk to is Karmelo. He was a rookie, and he's gonna pay the ultimate price for it. He's definitely gonna pay the ultimate price for it. You say lawyer never said someone stabbed Austin, but it was not Karmelo. He said somebody stabbed Austin, but it was not. That man ain't open his mouth about that. That man ain't defend. He didn't defend Carmelo Anthony under no circumstances. He didn't do nothing. He just didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing. That man did nothing. He did nothing. He was a garbage. I mean, he wasn't even a rookie. They were friends. The bottom line, in my opinion, not saying they were, but in my opinion, I think it's a hick town with a bunch of people. I'm not going to say all this racist, but I will say they really, in my opinion, it's just in my opinion, I could be wrong, but I just think they're a hick town. The brother ended up stabbing, may have stabbed his brother on accident in a cost of whatever happened, and they got to put the blame on somebody. All they kept saying that Carmelo Anthony, what is it? He said he put his hands on me. I told him not to. And the only thing he said, I'm not alleged. You're not alleged to what? Even I thought when he said he's not alleged, like maybe, whatever, but he coming from the family's closest friend saying no, he never admitted to stabbing Austin at all. That's some good editing. You never heard what the cop asked him for him to even say that. And we, as people again on the internet, me being a paralegal, I went with he admitted myself, and I had to go and repent from that because I should know better because I should have heard the whole contents of that conversation before I did that. The lawyer defended like Carmelo stabbing Austin, but it was justified. So I don't know what the hell you're saying right now. Lawyer did nothing. He knew that was going to happen. Everybody knew it was going to happen. They knew Powell was going to be on the jury. They knew who they was going to pick. They got the black juries out. They all I just wish they would do a investigation on every juror to see if they have any ties with this family too. I'm not going to lie. I hope they do that too. And I think they are doing it because they just found out that the district attorney just settled real fast a sexual assault against co-workers in the workplace, using his job for leverage to do things that's very inappropriate. The judge had alleged charges, but he's a judge, right? That he abused children. I don't know if it was his kids, what it was, but he's in the system as that. So the dad, 2011, sexual assault. Guess what happened? It got thrown out or whatever it did, sealed, whatever it is, right? They are all freaking friends. If y'all mad, if y'all can sit here and get mad about the Epstein files, y'all should get mad about them people too. They had no business trying nobody because when he had that sexual assault and he had to give that woman or whomever the women 1 point something mil, whatever it is he gave, million, thousand, whatever it was, he should have never been able to be a prosecutor ever again. Because he used his position and power. And I'm confused on how and y'all defend this stuff. Y'all be defending this stuff. Y'all defend this stuff. This is crazy work. You know what I mean? You know, it's just crazy work. Like, how do y'all allow y'all self to still, regardless if you don't believe he's not guilty, how do y'all sleep at night knowing your daughter, your niece, your cousin can go work for some of these attorneys and they could get sexual assaulted, and this guy is the ringleader? He probably have other cases that nobody really know about. You know what I mean? He probably have those cases. You know what I mean? He said, Rob. He said, what you said? He said, the rep for Anthony said they went to the back to went to a black lawyer who said he's no, they didn't. He lying. Lawyer, let me tell you how he lying, because I'm a paralegal. Lawyers don't discuss their business with other lawyers, so that would be a lie. How we know he got 600,000? Because he went there and deposited the money in his bank account himself. It was designated for the lawyer, and when the court was over with, he was able to get the money. That's how we know. They did not go to no black lawyer. They did not do any of that. That is so untrue. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I believe that everybody around them, from even the person that was the advocate on down, screwed this boy over. I really believe that. I really believe that. And if a black lawyer did charge him that much, white lawyers charge that much all the time. So it don't matter if he did. But lawyers don't talk to people about their prices. So I know that's a lie. Not one person wanted to, like right now, I'm agitated with black people, right? Especially the advocate lady from Texas, talking about she here now, blah, blah, blah. She everywhere. When she seen a boy that honor roll student, never been in trouble, never been in nothing, that should have been a sense of urgency. But we have these people that say they protect the community, they do all this stuff, and they don't. They do things that they feel is easy, okay? They do things, they do cases they feel is easy, in my opinion. You know what I mean? That's just what I think. I think all of them do things because they feel that it is easy to do, you know. They show it on the stage. What you mean? You say chat over there looks okay. So that's just what I think and what I believe. You know what I mean? You know, like people gonna say what they're gonna say. People gonna do what they're gonna do. You know what I mean? You know. I like I said, I don't understand. Oh, okay, they got some new features on here. Okay, cool. So, like I said, I don't understand, and I don't understand why we're in the place we're in, but I don't think that it's cool. I just don't think that this boy had what's his you say he had a disease, right? And this man didn't call nobody. This attorney didn't call nobody. He said the GoFundMe raised 600K and official rep not a man. Be quiet. The lawyer deposited. That's exactly what happened. The lawyer, they wouldn't even allow it. The lawyer did it. The lawyer got the money when the case is over with, and wouldn't talk to these people. And that's facts. Stop saying stuff. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just making up stuff at this point. Definitely making up stuff. He said to go from me raising. Like I said, I know it was 600K and 75 white lawyers. Facts. That ain't shit. Facts. Stop lying. Them people wasn't even talking to people, so you're lying still. Like I said, he had a black activist that I feel that railroaded him. I feel a guy, even they talk about him being in prison or whatever, I feel that he railroaded him. I feel that a lot of things took place that never should have took place at the end of the day. Whether it's white or black, you ain't finna put whatever. I'm talking about people as human beings and how slimy they are at the end of the day. You know. One thing you cannot say. Y'all just be saying stuff. Y'all go around making up stuff. He said, he said, may be closed. Who child? My thing is this, y'all. Let's listen back to Guy. Let's see what he got to say.
More racist than you know. America is a lot more racist than you give it credit for. Good white people, if you watch it, America is a lot more racist than you give it credit for. Black people, America is a lot more racist than you give it credit for. You underestimate at least 50% of the racism, even if you're like, man, I see racism. No, it's the racism you don't see.
Of color, but no black jurors in this jury. That was over. This kid was not going to get a fair trial. One of the things, I've been doing this for 43 years. Jury selection determines everything in a criminal case, number one. Number two, the reason the jury selection informs every case in every community, in every courtroom, is because you are the product of your upbringing by the way you view things. And you're never going to convince, I don't care what kind of an orator you are, how persuasive you are, you're not going to be able to impart your lived experience onto 12 people and somehow get them to understand a 17-year-old black kid who's sitting there with two people who are hulking over him and who's shoved first and what degree of force he's supposed to use. A black juror may have understood that in a way that a white juror won't. I know that's incendiary. I know that drives some people insane. But I invite any person, I invite anybody who's ever watched a criminal courtroom work to take a look and see what happens. And race informs everything. Why is a prosecutor, any prosecutor can come up with an excuse or a pretext to excuse any juror. You can say that their educational background. You can say they've got a first cousin twice removed who was arrested for something. You can always come up with that. Why does a prosecutor, why are they entitled to a peremptory challenge at all? If they've got the burden of proof, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Why are they bouncing off black jurors when you know in the community that's just going to inflame the situation?
Why they do it? They knew it was going to be backlash. They knew people like me that were paying attention were going to call it out. I may not have known about the bastard challenge beforehand, but I did my research and found out about it and realized that's what they did. You realize there were 600 people in this juror pool? You realize that? And there was one juror, one black man that said, hey, I don't feel good about putting a brother in jail. I don't feel good about locking a brother up. One guy said that. That's not all the black jurors. That's one black man. There were white women that said the same thing. There were white men that said the same thing. But people are easily manipulated because when they hear that a black man said that, they imagine in their mind that all black, because we know we all get credit for what everybody does when it's bad. When one person does something that people don't agree with, we all get blamed for that. A lot of people been repeating that fallacy, that lie, as if the reason why there were no black jurors is because they all said they couldn't be unbiased. All over the internet, repeating bullshit. Repeating bullshit. There were white women that said, I can't. You seem like a good kid. I can't fit 99 years. I don't feel good about it. I can't do it. There were white men that said the same thing. Why is no one mentioning that? They only mentioned the one black guy who was honest and said, I don't feel good about this. Maybe he had a job. He didn't want to miss his job. Maybe there means a lot of reasons why people try to get out of jury duty.
On these facts, do you find that to be a shocks to conscience verdict?
No, I don't, actually. I think that on these facts with this jury, the murder conviction was preordained, frankly. I think it was a victory for the defense to get the manslaughter. But if you had had some black jurors on that jury, I would have prognosticated at that point that they may have landed as a compromise verdict at a manslaughter. There is a pretty compelling argument, but it's a much tougher argument because he did not get on the stand to testify, and that's a whole different decision by the defense. But the fact remains that given a jury that had no blacks on it with a black 17-year-old kid, and that was the end of that. I mean, I'm old enough to remember the Zimmerman case. You covered it. When that jury was selected in Florida and there were no blacks on that jury, I actually said that night on CNN that Mark O'Mara, the lead defense lawyer, would have to trip, fall, and hit his head to lose that case. And sure enough, Zimmerman was acquitted. So for anybody who says race doesn't inform these things, it's naive and it's beside the point.
No black jurors on the Zimmerman trial. That's part of the reason why Zimmerman walked, I believe. I think that's it. And a dead man tells no tales. He could just say, I was scared for my life. What else could I do? He wounded me, hit my head on the ground. I had to kill him. I had to. Had to save me. It was me or him. Cry a little bit. Black men are already demonized. Even black boys are demonized. They're seen as grown-ass men when they're not. They said Tamir Rice was a grown man. They thought Tamir Rice was a grown man. He was 14. See, we got black people falling for it, and it's really bothering me because they appear to be wise in other ways. They seem to be learned. They seem to be intelligent, right? They think that a black juror would see favoritism. You don't understand racism at all. No, fool, they see a human being. We're all supposed to see human beings. There was nothing about Karmelo Anthony in his background to make you think he is this quote-unquote YN. There was not a damn thing in his background to make you believe that. Honors roll student, football team, track and field team. He even literally saved a life. He's literally been in the newspaper for risking his life saving other kids' lives who were drowning in a pool. Literally did that just a couple years ago. No record at all. He does not, there's no gang tattoos, nothing. Post with a couple guns online. That's what kids do, depending on where you live at. That's all they got. Shit, they got pictures of Hunter and Austin with guns. It's different when black kids do it, don't it? Isn't it, though? Different when they do it. I'm going to tell you, man, I saw a couple black sisters on TikTok. I mean, it's very disappointing, fam. Very disappointing. I don't know who wounded you, what they did, and why they did it. I don't know. But that ain't got nothing to do with Karmelo Anthony. It's got nothing to do with my son or my daughters. That's your own shit. Go to a therapist. I know you think you standing on business, you look crazy. It's obvious you are torn up inside. Nah, they're not showing favoritism. It looks like favoritism. When black people were trying to help other black people who were about to get whipped by Massa or Massa's henchmen. That wasn't bias, that was humanity. that was seeing them as a human. And to the white people, they were not human, so it appeared to be a betrayal of them for you to see black people as a human being. And it's the system that we have in this country. They would see white people that saw black people as humans as a betrayal too. They tar and feather white people that cared about black people. They would tar and feather other white people for giving a damn about black people. No, it's not bias. And see, the difference is when a white kid does something, they still see him as a human being. So the first part of the defense opening statement, they did their best to humanize Karmelo Anthony. And they say that he did a pretty good job of doing that. The lawyers did a pretty good job of doing that. Obviously, they didn't, because they saw a person that never committed any crimes before as an intentional murderer. An intentional murderer. Now I'm telling you all of this, and now I see now that the coast is clear and this young black man has been sentenced to 35 years. Now I saw a couple Democrats coming out talking now. That's convenient. Good time for them. You know, when, I've been covering this case since 2025 when it took place. I guess it's nice for y'all to get around to talking about it. So we got to see things for what they are. Just know that there's media manipulation and everything. They got you believing that jury is all biased, black bias, black bad. No, without black people on your jury, think about all the cases that you know about where a person who did something to a black man, maybe a woman too, if they did not have a black person in the jury, the possibility of them getting that verdict at all, slim to none. Slim to none. Statistics show that when a black man comes in with the same charges as a white guy with similar backgrounds, black man gets harsher sentences. That's the jury. That's the jury, fam. These are statistics that are readily available for anyone to look up. They tell you black people get biased favoritism. That's bullshit. That's a lie. Stop believing lies. That's the furthest thing from the truth. You've been black your whole life. When have you ever gotten preferential treatment? When that ever happened? You think redlining was preferential treatment? They drew a line around our neighborhoods and said, don't lend money to people inside this circle. Then the Asians circle, but black people know. And our homes, when we were in them, they weren't worth shit. Once they gentrify, move us out, all of a sudden the property's worth a lot of money. Family, when has it ever been a benefit to be black in America? Cut the cap. No. Stop buying into nerders. So we're going to keep it moving, man. The media manipulation got you thinking that the black jurors are biased. No, it's not bias. It's seeing black people like white people see white people. That's the bias. And it looks like bias to people that see you as an animal, to people that see you as a gangster, to people
To people who don't see you as nothing. I had a dream. The little black boys and little black girls, little white girls will hold lock hands. I had a dream. I had a dream that we will be still in the place we're in 2026 because nobody won't stand up to the masters. I had a dream. Woo, I had a dream. You know what I mean? I had a dream, baby. A dream. Okay, let's talk about the daddy. He went on his interview.
from day one.
His watermelon jokes. What he said.
She could prove. I could tell you one thing. Defend myself from you without going to jail for it. Jeff Metcalf just proved every black person right who said this case was about race. in his own words, in just 2 days after the sentencing. Check this out.
I respect everyone until they disrespect me. I've been disrespected by so many people so many times while I've had to sit here and take it. I'm going to tell you right now, Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing.
Jeff Metcalf, I never disrespected you. Not even once. In fact, most of Black America has not disrespected you. But you know what? You disrespect all of us in this clip right here. You're about to do it. You're about to go down there and disrespect all the Black people. Well, all of the prideful, respectful Black people, you're about to disrespect them. And I want to give you a pass because I know what it's like to lose a child. It lingers. It's a numb pain. First it's
I ain't
sharp,
giving no pass.
then it's
I'm
numb.
tired of y'all. I'm gonna give you a pass.
So I understand that perfectly, sir.
You can be angry,
But this,
but you shouldn't use
unacceptable.
language like he's
So you want to
using
call out Charleston White? A lot of people want to call out Charleston White. I got a feeling you didn't have a problem with Charleston White when he was bigging you up and putting down Karmelo Anthony. See, when he's no longer supporting you, now it's a problem. But as long as he was saying what you wanted him to say, I got a feeling you were okay with it. Funny how that works.
Drew Anthony, you're a pussy and a coward, and you raised one.
If Karmelo is a pussy for not wanting to fight your son, is your son a bully for wanting to fight a guy who didn't want to fight him? I'm just saying, if you're saying one, you got to say the other. Let me repeat that for the people in the slow seats. If you people that are saying Karmelo Anthony was a pussy for not fighting Austin Metcalf, then are you also saying, because I got a feeling that Austin had to know that, because we're people, we're grown people. We've been in situations. We know when somebody wants to roll, somebody want to throw those hands, when somebody wants to mix it up, when somebody wants to fight, well, you can tell. You mean to tell me, Austin, you say he was a smart kid, right? You mean to tell me you don't think Austin knew that Karmelo didn't want to fight? What does that make Austin? A bully. It makes him a bully, sir. Yeah.
Drew Anthony, you're a pussy and a coward, and you raised one. Kayla, you drunk bitch.
All right. No one said anything about your wife. None of your followers, none of your supporters have a problem with you calling this woman that B. But you're going to say it's not about race. Okay. See, this is the thing. I want to prove. I want to show the world this shit, because these are the type of people that want to tell me that it's not about race. Yeah. You're right. You can see it in his eyes. It's most certainly about race.
What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of mother are you? Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened, how many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior? You a big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, buddy? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. You're the only one in your family without a damn record.
Sounds like Austin Metcalf's dad may have raised his kids to be fighters and bullies, and, sounds like that. Because here he is right here doing exactly that. Trying to pick a fight with a grown man across the internet in his late 50s, it looks like. I wonder if that's the type of sons you have.
This is crazy, man. I think our culture is
What about? I ain't stretching the truth. I'm using the guy's own words. His way to resolve problems is to fight someone. He just offered to fight, basically. It sounds like that. It could be worse. It could be threatening other things, but I'm just going to go with the fighting thing. Yeah, it sounds like It sounds like you guys are the type of guys that have been getting away with doing this type of thing.
You have an ignorant personality.
That's what it sounds
Tried
like.
to talk.
I guess that's something to brag about in your culture.
It's a bus stop.
You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
This is beautiful. You people hang your hat on some of the dumbest shit.
I'm just trying to
This is so beautiful, brother. I don't know if you know us or not, but this is a perfect tale of someone who's racist. Yeah, when you say you people, you're talking about black people. You're not talking about the Metcalfs. You're talking about all of black people. You know how many black people? You know, there are about 44 million black people in America. How many of them hurt your son? One. And that's all it took. That's all it took for you to be like this about everybody black and to make blanket statements. That's all it took. We've been giving you this because I understand, Metcalf, that you are grieving. But I was grieving. I've been through grieving process.
Come in, or you here to visit?
That doesn't give you a license to be a racist. No, it doesn't. Metcalf, I got a feeling your animosity towards black people that you're displaying in this video, I don't think it just occurred from the tragic killing of your son. I think it occurred a long time ago. I think you were raised that way. I think it's in you, and I think you taught your kids that. I think that's how you live in your community. I think that's the get down of the get down. That's the get down of the get down. That's why you kept saying it ain't about race, because I believe you know it was going to come out that you have some warped views about race. They're coming out now. And you don't care because the gag order's lifted and it can't hurt you.
You should be ashamed of yourself. You raised that child, and I swear to God, CPS should come check on those other three that you still have. You never once admitted or took accountability. You tried to play victim. The real victim is the one who died.
Hey, the parents didn't do anything to you. What are they accountable for? They didn't do anything. You know, children, when they get a certain age, man, they do what they're going to do. Are you saying, unless you can prove to me that the Karmelo Anthony family, that mom and dad knew he had the pocket knife, tool, whatever, unless they knew he had it, that he was taking it to school and that they thought he had some intentions of using it to defend himself or in any capacity, unless you can prove that, you can't put this on them. See, you actually think Karmelo came to that school or came to that track meet with the intentions of killing your son, though they didn't know each other. How would he intend to do that? Oh, I know. You've been listening to dummies like Brandon Tatum. You've been listening to these sellout fake blacks tell you that this kid is demonized, hates white people, or whatever the hell. You have no evidence of that. In fact, Karmelo Anthony rescued. He actually saved lives. He saved drowning victims. A couple years ago, he did this. He was a good kid who did a horrible thing in the heat of a moment. He made a horrible, tragic mistake. And you're trying to make it seem like he's a cold-blooded killer that ran around stabbing random people. No, he stabbed one person. Unfortunately, it was your son. One time. It has changed your son's future, ended his future. It may have ended his own. But it was not a premeditated event where he sought out to do this. I don't believe that.
I come to pray with you and show the world we can close the gap of this unbelievable racial divide.
Oh, that's what we're doing? Closing the gap? You're closing the gap? How much gap closing were you interested in doing before this happened? I bet you were old gap closer. Jeff, Jeffrey Metcalf, the closer of the racial divide. That sounds like a bunch of nonsense. They didn't want you at their press conference. You weren't invited to it. They didn't come to your press conferences getting involved. I don't know why that seemed so off-putting to you.
Y'all think I'm a saint? I'm no saint. I'm as human as you. I have emotions. Just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I don't sin, because I don't walk on water and I don't turn it to wine.
What a gullible morons to think Jeffrey Metcalf is a saint. Well, if that's the case, so am I. All it takes is to lose a child, and all of a sudden you become a saint. Now, you're no saint, neither am I. Who told you that we thought you were? Saint Jeff, nah, that don't exist. At least my name's in the Bible.
From day one, I said this was never about race. Please don't make it about race. And
you know, it's nothing more hilarious than a white person telling you that something isn't about race. Meanwhile, everything in America is built on race. Every freaking thing is built on race. This guy has no clue at all about anything that black people deal with. But he wants to, now he's got a license to talk without knowing anything. He don't know a statistic. He don't know a factual issue. He has done no research. He knows nothing. But he now gets to talk, and they're going to give him countless opportunities because he has suffered a loss, he is now able to talk until the damn cows come home and make a bunch of dumb, ill-informed assumptions. Not about race. Why would there no black people on the jury, Jeffrey? Oh, because there you go, making it about race. No, it's about race when you remove all the black people from the jury pool. That makes it racial. There's a saying that attorneys say that a lot of lay people don't know of. I've heard this before. Let me share it with you. Cases are not won during closing arguments. Cases are won in the jury selection. When you have a black defendant up for killing a white victim, having a black juror or not having any black people on the jury, your case is already over. You don't get to tell me race doesn't matter. I get to tell you that. That's how racism works. The group of people that have been experiencing racism get to tell you when there's no racism. And it can't be conservative blacks who get paid by whites like you to say dumb shit. They can't be the ones we ask the question of, is this racial? It would have to be people who are not being paid by either the Democrats or the Republicans or conservatives or liberals. That means none of the sellouts that come on Fox News. That's what that means. And none of the hired help that come on MS Now either. Get it?
the race card, black fatigue, it's real. I'm sorry. You have embarrassed your own culture and race.
You know what, people? I'm going to take it all back. This guy doesn't sound racist at all. This guy sounds like an abolitionist. Listen to him. Man, this guy's Tom Hanks level. Listen to him. This is amazing how anti-racist he is. Let me play that back one more time.
The race card, black fatigue, it's real. I'm sorry. You have embarrassed your own culture and race.
Beautiful. Using all of the white wing talking points, black fatigue, amazing. How original. Racists don't say that at all. Hey, Jeff, is there such thing as white fatigue? Huh? Did you have white fatigue? You think maybe black people have white fatigue? Well, that's why we can't get tired of you, because you run everything. Shithead. Black people can't get tired of white people because there ain't nowhere to go to sit down that you ain't looking or lurking or popping up or sticking your nose in it.
Don't get me wrong. We got white people that embarrass the shit out of me too.
See, this is what's wrong. This man just sat there and said, black people, these black people embarrass their entire culture. Then he says, hey, don't get me wrong. There are white people that embarrass me. He didn't say they embarrass the entire culture, did he?
Culture and race. Don't get me wrong. We got white people that embarrass the shit out of me too. But you guys, you got a patent on that shit.
Really? We got a patent on it, huh? Yeah, black people got a patent on doing things. White people don't, huh? White people don't have a patent on doing foul things. Vile, foul, disgusting, horrific things to other people, huh? Oh, okay. That's interesting that you would put it that way to a black American living in America. Have you ever walked by a history book? And I don't mean like go back to like the 14, 15, 1300s. I mean like in the last, 100 years in America. Really? We got to take a trip down memory lane. You're in Texas, where white men dragged and lynched a black man behind their vehicle. Was that representative of all white people? You have a lock on grape, essay, PDFing, kidnapping. And lynching. What a resume. What a resume, Jeff. Tell him what he's won, Bob. Talking about living in a bubble. Why are you even making this video? Oh, that's right. Because you want to go viral, don't you, Jeff? That's the real reason.
And the only people that's going to change it are you. Don't blame the white person because we can't change it. But you're going to blame the white person for every fucking thing else. We're the bad ones. We're the one that held you down. Guess what? You can do everything in America that I can do. Tell me one thing you can't do that I can't do.
I can tell you one thing. Defend myself from you without going to jail for it. The same people that are saying that Karmelo Anthony is a murderer because he defended himself against your son, those same people, if it was reversed and it was your son who defended himself against Karmelo Anthony and Karmelo Anthony was the one who was stabbed, they would say that your son was standing up for himself and they would applaud him for standing up for himself, for fighting back against the bully. That's exactly what would happen. That's exactly how it would go down. And I think you know that. I don't think you're delusional about how America works. That's why I can't stand when these white guys get up here and grandstand, knowing really how America works. It ain't rocket science. It's a do as I say, not as I do America. So that's your answer there, Jeff. Get a fair trial and be able to defend myself against you and not go to jail for the next 30 years over it. Now for the finale.
Y'all can make.
Hey, everybody. Welcome in. The question on everybody's mind is whether witnesses and their count the state subpoenas, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 to 4-fold, they are outnumbering the defense. All right, that I don't have whatever I was subpoenaed for. Another state subpoena and the defense between the end of December, I am but he did not do absolutely nothing. He certainly tried a number of things, and it looks like he may it looks like he may have got and that the defense clearly did not do. One of the things that you're going to see is that the prosecutor did petition the court to enter expert witnesses, and there's no indication that the defense attempted to enter expert witnesses. All right. Okay, you guys. So what we're looking at right here is we are in the Collin County Judicial Online Search, and we're going to go line by line through his entire docket. So thank you for sticking with me. That was a minor technical difficulty. And we're going to look back. If you're looking right here, April 2nd, 2025, that was the day that he was arrested. Okay. So then there's a letter of representation. So the letter of representation, which is right here, this is what the defense would have filed to let the court know that he had an attorney. That attorney then ultimately left. And if you remember back then, they went through a number of attorneys. You see on June 25th of last year, they had a new attorney, a new letter of representation. On that same day, they filed to say that he was indigent, right? And that he was eligible for a court-appointed attorney. He was eligible for the public defender's office or a court-appointed attorney, which sometimes are the same, sometimes they're not. Now, if you look right here, late June of last year, the defense did apply to subpoena something. We don't know what they applied to subpoena, but they did subpoena something. Now, if we go to the next page, we can see two more applications for subpoena. So that's four applications for subpoena in total. And then we see 4 subpoenas approved or issued. Now, this would have been the second attorney. And if you saw my video, why Karmelo's team keeps changing, you'll see who these attorneys were. One of them was Derek Walpole. He put in a lot of subpoenas to get the case rolling, if you remember. So then here's another letter of representation. So I'm assuming that this is when Mike Howard got onto the case, unless we see another letter of appearance. Okay, so on the 18th, and now we're about 3 months and 2 weeks after the event, you can see that a gag order was issued in the case. Okay, so let's keep going. Now, here's something interesting that I don't remember what this was. If anybody remembers what this was, let me know. On July 28th of last year, there was a motion for a protective order regarding FERPA protected information. I don't remember that. And then we have John Doe's unopposed motion for a protective order. And then the next day, the protective order was issued. Does anybody remember who got that protective order? That was after they had already moved. So I don't know who that could have been. Hold on. You guys, thank you for bearing with me. I am still a new YouTuber trying to figure it out. But yeah, I don't remember this protective order, but okay. And then a week later, there was a motion to withdraw the motion for protective order. I don't know. A proposed order granting motion to withdraw the motion for protective order. John Doe's motion. I don't know who the John Doe is. John Doe's motion to withdraw the protective order, and then the order granting motion to withdraw unopposed. All right. So then again, we see now at this point, Mike Howard is on the case, right? So here's a defense motion for subpoena. Again, it's blank, so we don't know who or what they tried to subpoena. A second attempt for subpoena, a third. So now this is subpoena attempts by the defense 5 through 7. So we can't say that they did nothing. We don't know what they tried to subpoena. It could have been people, it could have been records, it could have been documents, it could have been footage from the school. We don't know. All right, keeping going. So now we're about to jump in this year. Now, wait a minute. Hold on. Right here, we see 3 requests for a subpoena, but we see only 2 that were granted here. So I don't know. We won't know what third one was not granted here Maybe when, I don't know when we'll find that out. It probably would not be, it definitely will not be in the trial transcripts, but the record may come out later, but you'll notice that 2 of the 3 were granted. The last time when we saw the defense make 4 subpoenas, 4 subpoenas were approved immediately. Okay, so nothing happens between the end of December and the end of January. The next thing we see, the state's notice of discovery tendered. Now this is interesting. Let's see. So nothing happens for another 2 months, and then we see consecutive subpoenas by the state, all filled out on the same day, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 applications by the state for a subpoena. Let's see if there's any more. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 subpoenas by the state. All right, let me count those again. So from the defense, we saw 7 subpoenas. 6 of them appear to have been granted. I'm going to recount the state subpoenas, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Moving on. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 state subpoenas. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So to the defense's 7 subpoenas, applications for subpoenas, we see whatever number I just got to, 31, 32 state applications for subpoenas, and they're not done. Okay, so then on April 16th of 2026, we see the order regulating trial proceedings, media access, security, and the courtroom decorum. I believe that this would have come from the judge. This is what he was talking about, how he worked on this for 8 months, perhaps more than 8 months, before the trial actually happened. So this would have come 2 months before, once they probably set the date, but it had been going on. He said that he worked on it for 8 months. So he probably had been working on it long before this order came out, which sort of captured the final rules and regulations, right? So after that, the defense makes another request for a subpoena. So this is Mike Howard again. The state makes an application for a subpoena, granted. The state makes another application for a subpoena, granted. So now this is the second defense subpoena that doesn't appear to have been granted. Now, we don't know, again, all of these are blank, who these subpoenas are for. We don't know if they're for minors. We don't know if they're for court records, for footage. We don't know if this is for fingerprints. We don't know anything about what it's for. But again, this is the second defense subpoena that does not appear to have been granted, whereas every state subpoena has been granted. Okay, so now the state makes another application for subpoena. Several subpoenas here are granted. And I want to take you back. So right now we're on number 71 through 80. If you go back here, all of these state subpoenas where they weren't immediately granted, let's see if they start getting granted now. Okay, subpoena, right? Another defense application for subpoena, right? So this guy is not doing nothing, but of course we don't know what these subpoenas are. More state subpoenas, but they are literally outnumbering. They are outnumbering the defense 3 to 4-fold, right? 3 to 4-fold, they are outnumbering the defense. All right, let's keep going. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. What was that? Oh, defense application for subpoena, again, right there. So he's not doing nothing. Here's a bunch of subpoenas granted. We don't know whose they are. Could be defense, could be the state. We don't know. There's another wall of subpoenas. All right, so now let's get into this. Okay, so now we're getting really close to the trial time. Okay, correspondence. supplemental notice of media attendance and request for post-trial exhibits. That means this is a letter to the court, most likely. Here's a request for disclosure of experts. Now, most likely, this is the state requesting the disclosure of expert witnesses from the defense. And the reason I say most likely is because it all seems to be in one filing, right? So at the same time that the state disclosed its own expert witnesses and its own witness list, it would have requested from the defense their list of experts. State requests another subpoena, a subpoena is granted. In order appointing a public information officer, this would have come from the court. The court would have amended this order from before, where they were talking about the rules of how the proceeding would go, how the media would have access, what the security in the courtroom decorum would be, right? So that order was amended. Another state application for subpoena. Another subpoena granted. Subpoena return, that could be ones that were returned in the mail or something like that, or were never properly delivered on the person who was being subpoenaed. Okay, we're getting really close to trial time now. These subpoenas may be recorded as non-deliverable, or they could have been for non-witness subpoenas, right? That people may have submitted something that was not a witness. It could have been a document. It could have been an interrogatory. It could have been anything. All right. Now here is an affidavit of no record. So what this is going to mean is that, again, it doesn't tell who did it. This is going to be someone attesting that they have no records, right? Whatever was subpoenaed from them, they're saying here they don't have it. They're swearing to the court that I don't have whatever I was subpoenaed for. Another state subpoena and another defense application for subpoena. So it just occurred to me, some people may not know what a subpoena is. A subpoena is a court-approved demand for someone to do something or be somewhere, or to hand over something, right? This is basically the court agreeing with the party that this information is important, and the court is saying that on behalf of the parties, you have to turn this information over. It's relevant to the trial. We need whatever's in your possession, whether it's your live testimony, whether it's records in your possession, right? This is a subpoena is a demand to appear or to produce or to show something. An affidavit of no records would be someone whose records were subpoenaed. They're basically saying, we don't have the thing, and we're attesting to the fact that we don't have the thing. Right? We have no records, right? But an affidavit is a sworn statement. All right, so let's keep going. This is, if you just got here, we are going through the Karmelo Anthony docket. This is the trial court. We're going to go through the appellate docket in a minute so you can see exactly what the appellate court has done. And we're right here. We're within the week. Now, this is interesting, okay? We are within the week of when the trial is starting, and now we're starting to see some defense subpoenas approved. So if you are wondering why the defense maybe wasn't familiar with all of its witnesses, it could be because these subpoenas were not approved until the week before trial. I don't know. We can't see over here. We can't see what these subpoenas were for or to whom they were given. We can't see that. So we don't know. All right. So we're within a week of trial, and just to bring people up to speed, if you weren't here before, in the very, very beginning, the defense put in a number of subpoenas and they were granted. Then their attorney transferred to Mike Howard, because Mike Howard was actually the third attorney that entered on this case. The subpoenas were created by the second. Now, if you remember back then, that attorney, I believe, was Derek Walpole. If you haven't seen my video about why his team keeps changing, go back and look at that. And I tell the role that Derek Walpole did. When he came, before that, there were two lawyers on the case, two sort of prominent civil rights attorneys, local, on the case. They didn't really get it moving very quickly. They got fired. They picked up this guy, Mike Walpole. The very first thing that Mike Walpole did when he came into office was he fired off a bunch of subpoenas. He fired off 7 subpoenas. I think we saw that 6 of them were granted. The 7th one was not granted, but we don't know what any of them were. Then Mike Howard picks up the case. And the prosecutor then fires off, you guys, what was that number? Like 30 something subpoenas. By the time he was finished, he was maybe up to 40, low 40s, 41, 42 subpoenas. And from what we can see, it looks like they were all granted. Mike Howard was very slow, according to this timeline. He was very slow to put in his applications for subpoena. And even with those, one of his was not granted. Now we're 1 week before the trial starts on May 26th, and we can see that now the defense is firing off these subpoenas. Again, we don't know to whom, about what. Was it records, documents? Was it testimony? But it certainly is not leaving much time to review whatever the subpoena elicits. So if these were witness subpoenas, like as in you being subpoenaed to appear in court and testify, there's no time to prep the witnesses. There's no time to interview them. There's nothing. If this is documents or video footage, there's just not enough time, right? And someone had asked in one of the comments, like, why, if the defense wasn't ready, why didn't they request an extension? Or if late evidence was provided to them, why didn't they get an extension? And the answer is, I don't know. But if I had to guess, I would say that it was because the judge, he did a lot of legwork to set this up. He had to get law enforcement at the county level, law enforcement at the state level. They had to reschedule a lot of people's trials. The other judges in that courthouse, they had to conduct their trials by Zoom. So the closer they got to the trial date, the harder it would have been to move that trial date, right? So if he just got this information the week before and it was like impossible to change the court date because of all the people, right? The media, right? Everybody had already made their arrangements. He didn't have enough time to deal with this information. All right, so let's see. Okay, so we're still, let me just make sure that these pages are actually changing. That's 81, that's 171. Okay, so wow, I hope that these are not, is this thing repeating itself? Is this thing, if these are actual applications for subpoena, oh my gosh, if these are actual applications for subpoena, and now we're seeing 5, 6, 10 of them in the week before the trial, right? Starting here on May 26, 2026, that's one subpoena applied for by the defense. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. If this guy put in 16 subpoenas the week before the trial, there's no way that he had time to fully digest that information. We don't even know if he ever received the information. Now, here's the thing, and you guys know because I've played the videos on my channel. Everybody sees something different when they look at this information. When you look at the pictures, everybody sees something different. When you look at the video, everybody sees something different. You cannot examine, what was my number right there? 30 something, 40, whatever it was, in the week before trial started. He didn't stand a chance. All right, so a week later, the last subpoena was granted, and then it had to be served, was May 26th. Then there was Labor Day weekend, right? Remember, Labor Day weekend would have happened in there. And then on, not Labor Day, Memorial Day. Sorry, Memorial Day weekend. And then on the 1st, we start the trial. On the 1st, the jury is seated. The jury questionnaires are distributed. The jury is chosen on the same day. The jury panel list received, meaning from the parties. The jury panel seated, voir dire completed. The jury is selected. So in 48 hours, They seated the jury pool, seated the jury panel, and then actually seated the jury. The defendant officially pleads not guilty. That's just a formality. He had already pleaded not guilty, but this is just a formality of him pleading not guilty again. The jury is sworn in and opening statements begin. Now, here's the thing. It's not uncommon for the trial to start right after the jury is actually seated. But if you guys have watched my other videos, you've heard me talk about when you rush a trial, the party with the least resources is the party that's at a disadvantage, right? So as jurors are being picked, you're also editing your opening statement because there's a part of your opening statement that is speaking directly to every single juror, right? When you open your case, you're speaking to specific jurors. When you're closing your case, you're speaking to specific jurors, right? Because different jurors need to hear the same thing differently. They need different analogies. They need different examples, right? Some need a logical approach. Some need an emotional approach. If you don't have resources and you go right from swearing in the jury to doing your opening statements, you don't have time to edit your opening statements. The other side that has multiple people on their team, they can insert or reword different parts of your opening statement for you to speak to what they know about this jury, right? So if you've seen my other videos, you know that I say that rushing this trial very much disadvantages the small person, okay? All right, so on the same day, opening statements begin and opening statements close. State's witness testimony has begun. This thing is moving fast, you guys. All right. So here's the trial court certification of the defendant's right to appeal, happens in the middle of the trial. And here is a stipulation of evidence. Now, what a stipulation of evidence is, and this is during the trial, right? So up here, we're doing state's witness testimony, and we're doing a stipulation of evidence. What a stipulation of evidence is that it avoids the party that wants to introduce the evidence from having to go through the legal procedure and maneuvers to get that evidence accepted. And when the other party stipulates to it, they're agreeing that it's legit, that it's valid, and that they have no issue with it. They don't want to cross-examine it. They don't want to authenticate it, etc. Right? It's just sort of it's like a gentleman's agreement. Like, can we just agree that this is what we say it is? And the other side will say, yes, I agree. That's a stipulation of evidence. Now, you can make a big mistake stipulating to evidence if that evidence turns out not to be what you think it is, or if the jury finds that it means something different, okay? But there is a stipulation of evidence here, which means that the parties agreed on some piece of evidence, we don't know what. Which, let me just say, people keep asking, where's the murder weapon? They could have agreed that the picture would suffice. I don't know, because it doesn't say what evidence was stipulated to, but that could could be one explanation for why there was no murder weapon, right? A lot of people are asking this question. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's what it was, but they could have agreed to stipulate to anything, right? Okay, let's keep going. So now we are still in the part of the docket about, this is happening actually during the trial. Okay, trial is actually happening. The state's witness testimony continued. So let me tell you who would be putting this in, right? So this is going to be the court clerk or the judge's assistant, who basically is just updating the docket of what happened on that day. It wasn't because of a filing. It wasn't because anything was submitted to the court. It was just creating the permanent record so that on this date, you know that court was just still going on, right? It's just to create a fuller record for people who go back so that it doesn't jump from opening statements to closing statements, right? You can see, it also tells you that nothing special happened on that day, right? It's just telling you that it was regular court. It was the state's primary case. So on the 6th, it was also the primary case. On the 6th, also the state rested its case. Now, the defense asks the court for a directed verdict, and the court has denied the request. Let me tell you what that means. And then defense did what? And then it says defense witness testimony has begun. But let me talk to you about this directed verdict. Basically, what the defense did was, by asking for a directed verdict, they're asking the court outside of the jury, now that the state has rested and the defense has examined the entire put on of their case, the defense asks for a directed verdict, meaning, judge, we want you to find for the defense. We don't need to hear from the jury. What that means is we are asking the judge, we are asking you to find that the state, who bears the burden of proof, that the state has not made out their case. They have not made out their burden of proof. Now, this is somewhat formulaic. Sometimes it's more warranted than others. Now, I'd heard a rumor somewhere, and it could have been one of the court watchers, I can't remember, that someone said that the reason the defense may have rested so early is because they really believed that the prosecution had not made out their case. That is a big mistake, to rest believing that the other side just hasn't made out their case, right? So if the state has not made out its case or made out a strong likelihood of its case, that's when the defense asks for a directed verdict. The judge, the court here, the court is the judge, the court has denied that request, meaning the court believes that there's enough information that was put forward by the state to give the jury something to talk about. Right? The defense is basically saying there's no case, there's nothing for the jury to even decide on. By denying that request, the court is saying, no, I believe there is something here for the jury to chew on. Okay? Now, given how fast the jury ended up chewing on it and deciding for the prosecution, that just goes to show you how off base, perhaps, this request for a directed verdict actually was. All right. So then the next thing it says here that gets cut off, it says the defense, I'll read it again. The defense witness testimony begins, right? So when your request for a directed verdict is denied, and it is denied instantly, right? He says, Your Honor, I'm making a motion for a directed verdict. The judge says denied. Immediately, then the defense calls its witness. All right. So then on the 8th, the defense witness testimony continued. And then also on the 8th, the defense rests its case, right? This is when everybody thought that Karmelo was going to testify. And he didn't. He didn't. Okay. So court ended on that date. And then the next day on June 9th, this is crazy. This is crazy. On the next day on June 9th, the charge is read aloud to the jury, meaning that the judge reads the trial aloud to the jury and then also sends them back there with a paper copy of it so that while they're deliberating, they can review it. Now, the charge, unless something very bizarre happened here, the charge is usually agreed upon and argued by the state and the defense. They agree on what the wording should be, and if they believe that the wording, as the judge will read it, is not likely to be helpful, to be instructive, or in some way disadvantages their client, they'll literally quibble about words that are included, right? They also will argue about which actual charges should go back to the jury. Okay. So after this is done, the closing arguments begin, according to the docket. And then it says that closing arguments ended on the same day and jurors were sent to deliberate. The jury comes back with a verdict 3 hours later that he's guilty of murder. Then on the same day, on the same day, the punishment phase of the trial has begun. The state rests its case in punishment. Defense witness testimony has begun. This was probably the mother who gave her impact statement. All of this on the on the same day. My God. So, wow. The jury reads the charge. Both sides do their closing arguments. The jury is sent to deliberate. The jury comes back with a verdict. He's guilty of murder. The punishment phase has begun. The state may or may not have said anything. Then the state rests its case in punishment. So let me explain this case in punishment. The primary case that the prosecutor puts on is the case in chief. Once that is resolved, which it has been because 10 minutes before was a guilty of murder, now you go into the case in punishment. Usually, a lot of people couldn't believe that this all happened in one day. Usually, there is a time period between the verdict and the sentencing. And what happens in that time period, it can be months, it can be days, it can be weeks. In this case, it was minutes. What happens is the prosecution creates a pre-sentencing report, right? It'll be called like a PSR. It's called different things in different jurisdictions, but basically what it is any experts that need to be consulted, the case law is consulted, right? And the state is going to make its suggestion. And then the defense will also write its report, rely on its case law. It will write something positive about the person. It will pull in witness, character witness statements, impact statements, all of this stuff. Both sides will have statements from people that knew the victim, people that knew the defendant. And then they set a date for the sentencing, right? So none of this happened. This all happened within, minutes. And then the mother gives her statement. Karmelo's mother gives the statement. The defense witness testimony concludes and the defense rests. Wow. All right. So now the judge, right? So again, this is a general docket entry, which means that it's just put in by the court clerk to make sure that all of the key portions of the trial are captured in the record. Because remember, this is the record that's going to go up to the appeal court, to the appellate court. Oops. This is the record that's going to go up to the appellate court. You guys, I'm going to get to, oh, Kwaku, thank you for the super chat. I'm going to get to the comments in a minute. We're almost done with this. And before we go to the appellate docket, I'll go through these chats and answer anything related to these in case I need to go back to them. Okay. All right. Okay. So now the punishment jury charge is read aloud to the jury.
From day one, I said,
These are statistics that are readily available.
All right, guys, let's get into this video. Mike Howard, Carmelo Anthony's ex-fake ass attorney, he is being exposed like never before. Now, we know now that he was actually intentionally trying to, send Carmelo up the river, okay? I know you guys saw Bishop. And you know what? I got to talk to him and ask, because I thought he was pastor, but I keep hearing people call him Bishop. So, hey, Bishop Eli. I heard somebody call him Eli. I had been calling him pastor, but at any rate, he is the pastor for the Anthonys. What he said last night is that Mike Howard made the recommendation and stated that Carmelo Anthony should not take the stand based on his guidance. But now I'm thinking about this because he just told TMZ. Well, let's get into it, y'all. Make sure you're liking the video. We're going to get into it because Mike Howard is a piece of shit and he needs to have his bar card too.
Yeah. Okay, I'm listening. Go on. Yes, I'm typing it all down. Clear, spilling tea, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here.
Okay, guys, let's get into it. We got to get into this. So I did a video, I think it was yesterday. And in this article by TMZ, Mike Howard finally opens his mouth. He should have just kept shutting the heck up. I'm going to kind of go into it because it is letting you guys know what a snake this guy is, okay? Based on this right here and what I'm going to show you, this man intentionally sabotages this case. I don't care what nobody says. So this is TMZ. Carmelo Anthony's trial lawyer, I think he feels remorse for murder. So this is Mike Howard basically saying, I think he feels remorse for murder. I'm not understanding why the attorney for Carmelo Anthony is saying, I think he feels. I don't like this dude. Carmelo Anthony made, so this is the attorney. Carmelo Anthony made a split-second decision to stab Austin Metcalf, a fatal choice he regrets. So says the lawyer who represented him during his murder trial. I'm not understanding again while he's saying he feels like he is regretful. I don't like this attorney. We asked Mike Howard if he thinks his former client is remorseful for fatally stabbing Austin in April of 2025 during a Texas high school track meet. And he started off by saying, it's hard to gauge Carmelo's exact feelings fairly because Carmelo didn't testify. Now, when I read this, the first thing came to my mind, I said, well, Carmelo would only follow the guidance of his attorney. You're talking about a kid. This happened when he was 17. Eventually he turned 18, but let's quit playing here. Carmelo and his family was going by the guidance of the attorney. Okay. So he makes a statement basically saying that, it's kind of hard to understand because Carmelo didn't take the stand. Well, he's implying that it's Carmelo who didn't want to take the stand. This guy is trash. He does not need to be a lawyer, attorney. Turn in your bar card and go do something else with your degree, okay? However, Howard tells TMZ, I believe from my many interactions with him that while he believed, you were the attorney that represented him. So you attempted to fake represent him for what he believed and not what you believe. What are we saying here? So he goes into saying that he believed, well, let's just read it. However, Howard tells TMZ, I believe from my many interactions with him that while he believed that in that split second of chaos that he was defending himself, that Karmelo also has and continues to feel remorse for Austin Metcalf, for Hunter Metcalf, for the entire family. Oh boy, this is a lot. So let's just stop right here, because in this particular statement here, he basically says, oh no, I'm sorry guys, I gotta read it because we're gonna get to the part, I'm gonna let y'all hear it. So basically, then he says, he believes from his interactions, y'all, this is so shady, okay? Because if I was a lawyer and I'm representing my client, I'm gonna speak with authority. Absolutely, he feels remorse. He was acting in self-defense. The jury got it wrong. This man acts like he's still in law school. I mean, what the heck are you even talking about? With noting, Karmelo hasn't come out and expressed remorse explicitly since Austin's death, though to be fair, many criminal defendants are advised by their lawyers not to speak while legal matters are pending. We also asked Howard, this is Mike Howard, if he advised Karmelo not to take the stand in his own defense during the trial. But he told us attorney-client privileges prevents him from disclosing that information. Well, sir, why did you bring up that Karmelo didn't take the stand when it seems like you are alluding to Karmelo didn't want to take the stand, but then when asked if you told him not to take the stand, then you say attorney-client privileges, but yet you're speaking on what you think he believed. Well, I believe that Karmelo thought he was acting in self-defense. This attorney is a complete idiot. Well, this is what I want to do, guys. I had the privilege of speaking to the pastor, and you guys know he was over there on Freezy's channel last night. But I did speak to him. Actually, I spoke to him that day, and he said that he was going over on Freezy's channel. Actually, he conferenced Freezy in. I think he was actually speaking to him when I called, okay? But anywho, do you know what the pastor revealed on Freezy's show yesterday? He revealed this. Keep in mind, Mike Howard made it seem as if Karmelo didn't want to take the stand. And as I said, generally people follow what their attorney suggests because you are paying for your attorney to represent you. You're paying for an attorney to represent you because you need one and you ain't no damn lawyer, okay? Now let's get into what Bishop Pastor Eli, I can't wait till I talk to him tomorrow so I can ask him, because I've been calling him Pastor Eli. So let's get into what he states as it regards or as it concerns to this dumbass lying lawyer, okay? This doesn't make any sense. Let's bring Eli up.
Because this baby, listen to me, this young man, y'all don't know him. Y'all haven't even talked to him. You going on what people said about him. And the only reason why he didn't stand up and say nothing in court because they told him not to. His lawyer tricked him.
Did you hear that? Yeah, this is Karmelo's family pastor. He stated, and if you guys go and watch this live, he gets into saying that he actually told the family to let Karmelo testify. But of course, as most people, they'll say, you know, the attorney said it wasn't in his best interest. Do y'all understand how this lawyer is a piece of shit? And he was never defending this kid. And this makes me mad. This is just like, because what type of bullshit person are you that you will walk your funk ass up in court knowing that you're not here to protect and defend your client, and then let him get sent to prison for 35 years. This is unbelievable. Let me rewind it again for the people who didn't hear it.
Apologize. Some of y'all won't even apologize.
Could y'all just shut up? Could you just shut up? I'm repeating what the bishop said. For all of y'all who are black coons and house ninjas and don't know what the hell you're talking about, could you just shut up? Go ahead.
And shout out to Freezy, No Captivity with Freezy. Check him out.
Bishop.
Yeah, just be quiet. Because this baby, listen to me, this young man, y'all don't know him. Y'all haven't even talked to him. You going on what people said about him. And the only reason why he didn't stand up and say nothing in court, because they told him not to. His lawyer tricked him. He thought his lawyer, what he was saying, his lawyer was behind him and was going to help him. And I am mad at his daddy. I'm telling y'all, I told his daddy myself, and he know I'm mad at him. I said, let your baby say something for himself, please. He didn't listen to me, y'all. I talked to him, and he know I'm not lying. I said, if you don't let him testify and you don't let him say nothing, they're going to give him a bunch of time. I've been in the system before. He said, no, let me talk to him. I said, he didn't even answer his phone. I texted him and everything. He didn't answer the phone. I said, you got to let him testify. Can I tell you why, y'all? He should have, because if you listen to the...
So, as you guys can see, Mike Howard was working for them folks to send this baby to, this is, I just don't understand, like, what type of people are these? We got damn demons on earth, honey. I'm telling you, who does that? I would have said, I can't represent you no more. Something, I am not going to sit there and let you go to prison for 35 years because at some point I decided that I do not want to be your attorney. This is unbelievable, but it is believable because it has happened. So Mike Howard is a liar. He needs to have his license revoked. He needs to be doing something else. This is not the job for him. This man did this on purpose. This was not a mistake. Let me just tell you why he did this on purpose. Whenever somebody starts to lie, they understand what they did and that what they weren't supposed to do. So why he just didn't say, hey, I told him not to testify. This man, you know what? He needs to go to prison for 35 years. I mean, seriously. Like, I can't believe that this is happening for real. You literally set your funky ass up in this courtroom playing with this child's life. He ain't never been in jail, ain't never got in trouble, good grades, and you didn't give a F-U-C-K. He really needs his whoop. I'm just gonna be honest with you. This is wrong. This is wrong. Now, again, if you guys, you want to check this video out, go ahead and check it out over on Freezy's page, YouTube channel. But I will have Pastor Bishop Eli, I will ask him what's the correct, because I've been saying pastor this evening. Okay, so he will be on at 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Central time. We're going to get into it, guys. So y'all let me know what you guys think in the comments. We don't have to take Mike Howard ass down, okay? I'm going to have to go over there to the Bar Association because I've only filed complaints on attorneys that I work with. I don't know how this goes, us as the community filing a complaint on somebody we never worked with. But listen, we need to do this because this guy is horrible to come out and make statements. And then when asked the question, because he doesn't want to take accountability, now he can't say because it's attorney-client privilege, but you told him not to take the stand. You are the reason why he didn't take the stand. Y'all go ahead, like the video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about this, because this is a mess. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. And again, let me know what y'all think in the comments. This attorney, Mike Howard, is trash. You know, why he can't go to prison for 35 years? Ain't this RICO? I mean, what's the definition of RICO? Like, this is organized crime. Isn't RICO organized crime? Okay, because we commit organized crime on the Black folks. Like, this is some bullshit. But y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm listening. Go on. Yes, I'm typing it all down.
Clear, spilling tea, no fear, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. I don't lies right here. No fear, I'm still here. Da 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 da. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Make sure you subscribe to Let Keisha, my dear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Stretch words like
Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. Make sure you subscribe to.
Sorry about that, y'all. I was putting on my llama beans, trying to get back in here because I got to cook too. I got to eat for the week, stuff like that. I know we bored, and I just wish, I ain't gonna lie, what I do wish, you guys, I just wish this bad dream go away, honestly. You know what I mean? Let me see what other people that I have not been looking at. 6 days, 4 days. They talking about the video. It said, come on, Anthony, daddy arrested after family friend admits to lie detector. Admits to detecting his father plans to stab. What? They is lying. Let me see.
You know, I wanted to check out because I seen something today. It was a little bit odd. I didn't really see it, you know, and I seen the 15-minute video, which seems about right. I didn't get to see this video, and I definitely apologize. If y'all do.
So what did daddy get arrested for?
That having these warrants, have multiple counts of theft, having these things going on, and I understand, you know, you may, you know, need a better life. You know, you may, you know, look, but a lot of that goes in and again, I'm not making any type of excuse for
Ain't
Carmelo.
nobody made no plans. He's lying. He's lying like a dog. That'd be all over the news. They just like, brother, why would you put some shit like that up? You know what I mean? Like, whatever. He said, oh, y'all first firing in Carmelo Anthony's case, violating his rights. Okay, let's see, y'all. Let's see what they saying.
Okay, y'all. Word on the street is there has been a firing in Carmelo Anthony's case. And they're saying that this person violated his rights. There's a lot of people that violated his rights. The judge violated his rights. The prosecutors violated his rights. His own lawyer violated his rights. So if this person just got fired, is that to say is some more people about to get dealt with? I'm just asking, y'all. I'm just asking. But anyway, we're going to talk about it. Hello and welcome to my channel. Please like, share, and subscribe if you like this video. And thank you all so much for watching. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To my day 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, thank you so very much. I appreciate you all and welcome, welcome, welcome. This video is for entertainment and educational purposes only. So everything is alleged, some is not. And the fair act use is in my description box, y'all. So let's get to it, y'all. Let's get to it. First, I want to say happy Tuesday. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Please stay safe and all that good stuff. Please stay aware of your surroundings. And please, y'all, watch the company that you keep, because it just may save your life or keep you out of trouble. Okay, y'all? So let's get to it. Let's get to it. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Look like some heads is turning, y'all. The fact that all of these people was in cahoot, the lawyers, the prosecutors, the judge, all of these people down there's connections between, you know, the McCaffs and all of this stuff, and even wardens on the, at the prison. They had it all just lined up for how they was going to do Carmelo dirty, y'all. And now the dominoes are falling. People are getting fired. And I know other bloggers want you to just feel like, oh,
getting fired, girl? Shit.
There's not going to be no justice. But this kid's, y'all, rights were violated by a lot of people. So if one just got fired, does that mean the other ones are going to get away with violating his rights? I'm just asking y'all. Or is that going to be the scapegoat? Is this person the scapegoat? I'm just asking. But anyway, y'all, this woman right here she did work for the county. She is Melanie Stoller. And word on the street is, y'all, she was the clerk that handled this case. Whoa. And she just got fired. She just got fired, y'all. For that.
I'm going to tell y'all something. And this is a video that I put on TikTok. I think they may have taken it down. I'm a paralegal. And I was telling people, they would say they'll go try to file things. And the clerk will tell them, no, this is not XYZ. Listen, they cannot do that. That's against federal law. Their job is to be a clerk. They don't work for the judge. They're not supposed to be biased. You're not supposed to be nothing. That's why it's good to know your law. That's why I'm building the school, you guys. Why I built the school. It's online. It's going to be for, we're going to have, oh my God, it's going to be so much in the days to come. I just got approved for the Step Up program, K through 12. We could be more at home. Teaching our kids. We're going to have history lab. We're going to have genealogy lab. We're going to have so many things. I promise you, we're going to have so many things. You guys just make sure you follow the journey. You get to pay for your genealogy lab. What it will come with, you get your first swab, you know, your first swab, the class, how much it would be, obviously, with the kit. You get your first swab, then you start working. You'll be able to induct yourself within the website to work on your tree, you know, work on your family, trace certain things, you know, your ancestry, different things like that. But I know first we need to take our blood to try to find out our parents' bloodline, because some people got their last name changed. Like my grandfather got his last name. I'm going to give it Karmelo Anthony in 1 second. He got his last change from Robinson to Isaac. We met his brother. I mean, It was years ago before my grandmother passed, but they know that their daddy wasn't an Isaac, and they really not Isaac. So let's move on. Let's see what she's talking about. I just want you guys to start knowing law. That's the thing.
Violating, Karmelo Anthony's rights. She was giving away information to people that was posting stuff up that, was harming the case. When you got y'all, this is crazy. When you got a woman like this, that is the clerk, and she's going into information and passing it on so they can make sure that they bury this kid.
And she got to understand, if they fire her, the Fed's gonna come after her. And I know she don't even understand what she has done. That's why they're going on this smear campaign thing. It's not gonna work. I'm just keeping it in a book. It's no racial thing. It's just no longer gonna work. This new generation don't want it. The new generation wants to get along. Like, just go with the flow. Sit your old butt down.
Off of something he didn't even start. There was a cover up from the start, y'all. Yes, this woman right here has been fired. Word on the street is what everybody's talking about.
But what is her name?
She got fired. And they said she leaked info about Karmelo Anthony. The Collin County court clerk got fired for leaking info to right-wing journalist Sarah Fields. Just what they saying, who just let Jeff McCabe go on a Ray to the Sis rant on X. Okay, y'all? About the case.
Hold on 1 second. Let me go see.
And there is text messages, posts, all that stuff to prove it. And she was just fired, y'all. Just fired. Here, this is her name right here, Melanie Stoller. I messaged you. Check your messages. She's talking to the journalist, y'all. Sarah Fields that's been going in talking all kind of stuff. Everybody been talking about the Sarah Fields woman, and that she was an inside playing on all this stuff too. But yeah, this woman is the woman that was feeding her information. She just lost her job, y'all. And I got all the information. Shout out to Mr. Williams, because he put it up. A lot of people's posted it, but this is one of the places where I got it from. She said, I missed your live about Melanie, and the other day, what happened with that? She was a court clerk for another court. She looked up this case, and she leaked that what judge was assigned to me, not Sarah. So this woman was leaking a lot of stuff. And if she did this once, you think she ain't do this again before? This is something that she probably do all the time, y'all. But she was leaking information. And they didn't care about anything that was being done, long as it was a negative toward Karmelo. And at the same time, they were, trying to hide anything that had to do with the twins. Everybody's talking about it now on social media, how the judge allowed them, okay? And made sure that they didn't give out any information. Everybody was like, why in the world was this case move so fast? Why in the world there were no more witnesses and this and that and that and this? Well, they wanted us to believe that the twins' background had nothing to do with what happened to Karmelo, when that had everything to do with what happened to Karmelo. And the judge is the reason why, allegedly. Mr. Roach, y'all. He is the reason why they did not pull up those twins' background. Y'all, when I tell y'all they was doing some underhanded stuff to keep him behind bars, they did everything in their power. But it's all coming out now. It's all coming out. Is she going to be the scapegoat? They can't make her the scapegoat. Because she's just one of many people that made sure that this kid went to jail. Seriously, y'all, this is crazy. Melanie Stoller, I just got suspended without pay pending this investigation, and because she looked into the case, and I guess it had nothing to do with her. She's supposed to just be the clerk and file stuff. She wasn't supposed to be going and file some personal information. So at first she got suspended. Then when they found out all this information, and I told y'all the internet is undefeated, they went on and fired her, y'all. They went on and fired her tail up out of there. Lord have mercy, y'all. And they got all the receipts right here. All the receipts. Everything was stacked against Karmelo. Everything. From that day showing up, everything was stacked against him. He had street association stalking going on. They covered up the stalking because things didn't end the way they thought it would. And he had all of these people that know each other, friends, the jurors, everybody, that was given an assignment, and they did that. Whatever the judge told them to do, they did that, y'all. So now reports are coming out that Melanie Stoller was her personal file is public. This is what they're saying, that her personal file is public, but Collin County is hiding it. They said normally when somebody gets terminated from a job like that, it's public record. It's public record. But the county, they try to hide it.
All you gotta do is call. And
what else ain't
she
that
worked
hiding,
there.
y'all? Is this the first time this clerk did this to a person of color? Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you probably know she has not. Like if they're trying to really cover something up, right? But all you gotta do is call there and ask for her. If she's not there or no longer working there, then you know she's fired. You know what I mean?
They went to jail. I'm asking y'all. I told y'all this was the first of many. To me, my personal opinion. And y'all let me know in the comment section, do y'all think that there's going to be some more? Some more, y'all. People going to jail over this situation. They didn't got the clerk. Who's next? Who's next? Because word on the street is his own lawyer used to work with, they had a firm with the prosecutor. They buddies. They're buddies. And they call themselves crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's to make sure that Karmelo went to prison. And he got dealt with in prison. That's why they call themselves sending them to the McCaff's family members' prison, where family member is the warden. I mean, they had this lined up. And if we're seeing them do this to him, how many times have they done this before, y'all? That's the question. That's the question. There's some serious investigation going on right now, y'all. Some serious investigating going on. This is her page. Rest in peace, Austin. Never forget Austin. This woman was leaking information. They said if you are working around a situation like this and this and that, you're supposed to be neutral till you hear everything. But everybody worked against Karmelo, hid information about the twins. And they put anything that they could find out on Karmelo. And when they couldn't find nothing, they made up some shit. Okay, y'all? They made up some stuff. Squeaky clean background. Squeaky clean. They want to act like he a straight thug, thizzle. This is what they try to act like with Karmelo. Somebody that saved somebody's life, somebody that was working 2 jobs, somebody that got 20-something scholarships. Okay? Somebody that was the coach of 2 teams. Okay? He was the coach of 2 teams. This was a busy kid, y'all. He was. Karmelo was so busy. Working 2 jobs and coaching two different teams. I think it was a football and track or something like that. I don't even know what all he was doing. But he was doing a lot. He was the coach of both. He was that outspoken. And I told y'all he had the same mentality to me when they were, because they got a video that they're playing on social media about Carmelo Anthony and how he talked to, you know, the other team members and this and that and that and this. He was in their tail trying to pull out the greatness in everybody. He had that type of mentality. And it reminded me of Jordan when Jordan used to trash talk his team members and stuff like that. But it wasn't for the start no stuff. It was to make them better. This is what Jordan did. That did it look like Jordan was bullying people when he was trash talking? No, right? But they wanted to make it look as if Karmelo was trash talking people. If that's the case, why did he get captain of both teams? Ask yourself this question, y'all. It doesn't make no sense. A lot of people is comparing cases that went down in Collin County too, and showing that a lot of people that's in Collin County, they do what the judge wants them to do. They do what the prosecutors want them to do. They don't come as a juror and use their own brain and is presented with information that should get the other person locked up. They go in there sitting there already knowing what they gonna do, when, well, who, what, when, where, and why. It's another case right here, similar to Karmelo, y'all. This guy, I guess he was sitting in a car or something, and somebody, I think they said somebody assaulted him, punched him in the face or something like that. He pulled out a weapon and he pow. This Jason guy, and they said that it was self-defense. They said there was, he was in fear of his life. They dropped the demise charge, no prison time, and fear was justified because of the color of his skin, y'all. But when it came down to Karmelo, he was convicted of first-degree demise, sentenced to 35, and fear was not even accepted. When he had two professional judos, okay, all up in his face with their friends surrounding him. They snatched his book bag. They admitted to snatching his book bag. They act like they didn't hear that, okay? They put their hands on him. They admitted to that, even though they try to act like it was a push or a shove, but we know different. We know different, that it had to be more to it than that. We saw him hauling tail up out that tent as if he was running for his life. We saw people chasing him. They wasn't going to just break him off up under that tent. They was going to do it in front of the world, in front of everybody. If they would have caught him, if Austin would not have got stuck, they would have chased him, and they all would have still jumped him right in front of everybody. But things did not go the way they thought they would. And it turned out that one of the bullies get taken out. And we don't even know how, because he was stuck. But how do we not know he didn't fall further on it? Because he fell. It was raining. The bleachers were slippery. Who wants to get into a power session on some rainy, wet bleachers? Who want to do that? Apparently, street association stalkers, they want to do that. They saw a chance to start some shitter at school, which they weren't even supposed to be there. First day back to the track meet, already got in some trouble. First day back, and they started some more shitter. These were troubled kids, and they hid their records. They didn't even allow it. They didn't even allow for to put information in front of the jurors, in front of the world, to let people know what type of person that Austin and Hunter were, what type of people they were. They were bullies. And they hid all of that just so they could get this 35-year sentence on him. Now, I'm going to ask y'all, if they just fired one person, do you think they're about to fire some more? Do you think this judge is going to get disbarred because of how he did this child, y'all? A lot of people is peed off about it. They really are. And so many celebrities that came out and put in money toward this lawsuit. I mean, this case. There's going to be a lawsuit too. I do believe that, for sure. You don't take a good child that has no background and getting in no type of trouble and turn them into a monster. For two monsters and turn them around and make them look like they angels. The truth is always going to come out, regardless, whether they like it or not. But y'all let me know in the comment section, do you all think there's some more firing about to go on, that the shitter is about to hit the fan? Because if they done got rid of one person, you best believe they about to find a trail of others. And the internet, like I told you, is undefeated. They digging into everybody's information. And I can't wait till they find out who those jurors were, because I bet you they were some of their friends. But anyway, y'all, let me know what y'all think in the comment section. Please like, share, subscribe if you like the video. Thank you all so much for watching. Peace.
Y'all, these people are nuts, y'all. Like, what is these people problem? Okay, oh my God, like, what is going on? What is going on, you guys? Like, the judge exposed a fake evidence. I think we talked about, it says new, but it said Dale, so I think that I showed this or whatever, right? Hold on one second. Let me see. Charlton White reacts to Carmelo Anthony's new lawyers. I really don't like him. I think he's helped set them up. Cause soon as that man dog called his name, said some shit, the next couple of days or the day after, he wants to switch up. You know what I mean? I think Carmelo family and people from Louisiana, their family, I believe, told him leave that ninja where he at. I think all of them played those people. They played those people. He played his role, in my opinion. That's what I think. Racism for Carmelo Games. Carmelo lawyer has harsh words for clients. Okay, let's see.
I want to read it to our listeners. It's kind of crazy. You got to think about this is one of his attorneys now. It's been removed, but we still have it. And it reads 35 years. I'm guessing, responding to the sentence. They showed no mercy. Kind of hard when the defendant's parents had a press conference mocking the dead victim's father right after the incident. Y'all non-lawyers can argue about if he were guilty or not. Most real lawyers realize this was a punishment case.
Oh, girl. I guess. She read it like, yo, I just wish y'all stop playing delusional. Just stop. No talent. Brian. Oh my God. Did I say nothing? What happened to Karmelo Anthony? The two is finally out. I don't want to listen to you right now. You got too much going on. Karmelo Anthony, nightmare, 35 years, tapped his own head. I don't want to tap into somebody's head. When people get to talking like that, I don't want to listen. Now, it said new arrest release to Carmelo Anthony's case is being turned into an ambush race issue. What? What's she talking about?
Assault on a Texas woman who was allegedly beaten.
Oh, girl, nobody care about it. She was beaten. Y'all gonna say that. That's just how y'all talk. Megan, y'all gotta grow up, bro. She was beating probably what happened to her, she was running her mouth. Tell what happened to her. You know what I mean? Well, it say new witnesses say Carmelo Anthony ISD video has not been released. Oh, okay. They say it has not been released. Okay. These are people who said that they have said that actually seen a video. You know what I mean? Called out both sides in Carmelo Anthony. Let me see. Carmelo Anthony's case sparked racism debate. What do y'all want to? Who y'all want? Y'all want to keep listening to them across America? Carmelo Anthony's mother arrested after threatening. Stop lying. You funk ass. Y'all gonna go. I ain't gonna lie. A lot of y'all won't make it. I'm telling y'all. It ain't no hell, but your soul gonna just be whoop. Arresting video of Carmelo Anthony 10 days ago. The trial. Okay, let's see. I think this must be. I don't want to see. I want the actual thing itself.
But hold on. And I'm protecting myself. If somebody is treating the victim,
Y'all,
need to be over there.
okay, I'm gonna tell y'all, right? See right up in here. I don't know if you could see it, but up in here, they zoomed in or whatever they did. This actually states 2016, not 2026. So this Video is not real.
Don't reach for anything, all right, man? Stop right there for me.
It's definitely not. Like a lot of stuff is not right. You know what I mean? This 2 weeks ago, this 4 days ago, I done seen that. He says Smack order goes off on Karmelo's case. Texas justice rigged. 50 Cent. I don't know if 50 Cent gonna say I ain't got time for 50 Cent. Let me see. Let's talk. This girl, the lawyers who say Karmelo Anthony family has been lynched. Yeah, nobody been lynched, but they did screw him over. Was Karmelo Anthony a murderer or a teen who had? My thing is this, y'all. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't think he did. Like how he dug in his back book pack when they say they snatched it. Like it's just so much there. Karmelo Anthony defense team makes the case. Let's see, legal team. Legal team. Okay, who is the legal team? I don't think 10 hours racism for personal gain. Karmelo Anthony lawyers has the words for clients' parents. Is this the
We previously discussed the new team taking on his appeal pro bono. That means for free. But
It's like
last
pro
week,
bono.
one of those attorneys made headlines for a Facebook post that has since been removed with friends like these. Who needs enemies, right?
Yeah, and I was curious about that Facebook post. I want to read it to our listeners. It's kind of crazy. You got to think about this is one of his attorneys now. It's been removed, but we still have it. And it reads 35 years. I'm guessing, responding to the sentence. They showed no mercy. Kind of hard when the defendant's parents had a press conference mocking the dead victim's father right after the incident. Y'all non-lawyers can argue about if he were guilty or not. Most real lawyers realize this was a punishment case. With that being the case, you simply don't run around going on a press tour touting a false narrative. I'm pissed, and it's the people that were around Karmelo who sold this story to folks, trying to sell racism for personal gain. Y'all really showed out this time. Wow. I mean, that's what a lot of us felt, I mean, we've talked about it on this show where we were, essentially blaming the parents. And how can you not? This is a kid, he learns to take responsibility from his own parents. But this is one of his own lawyers. I'm kind of surprised that this lawyer ended up on the defense team after posting something like this. But it is kind of nice to see that someone.
But why? Like, why everything got to be a surprise to people like her? Like, why those words always uttering out of people like her mouth? Like, y'all say the most lavish things, and we it's like we constantly take these high roads for no reason. Like, I don't know. Like, I why is he an attorney? Because they hired him. He probably he actually probably was fed up. You know what I mean? Like people just fed up. You have your white version of what's going on. You have your black version, and it's sad. And don't say it's not about race. It is, because white people see stuff from a different lens. Black people see stuff from a different lens too, right? I don't even want to go on Fox. Fox is whatever they are. Y'all see this video? See these photos? These are not the actual photos. They edit them. All of them edit them. Every news Casper edit this picture. This guy, this boy, not this picture. I'm sorry, the one with the dreadlocks. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I don't know. I really, 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 really hate this. This picture right here was edited. Let me see. Karmelo Anthony's new local team denies appeal. Ain't nobody denying. Ain't lying. Y'all just put in. Look at these headlines, y'all. Karmelo Anthony team shockwave shakes up the murder case. I don't want this. Let me see. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up because I've been so busy and I'm just trying to understand all this stuff. Karmelo Anthony verdict is in. Okay, that's 3 weeks ago, 10 days ago. Why did we put these old videos? Can I filter some of this stuff out or what? I'm trying to find out about this new lawyer. It's not, wait. New powerful legal team. Black lawyers deliver brutal reality check to Black Mob celebrating a Karmelo new legal team. Listen, y'all stop coming on the internet telling us what we should and should not do. I'm so tired of y'all gatekeeping, trying to keep us so humble that we cannot speak and say what we want to say. We don't listen. Whatever we say don't have control of what goes on in that courtroom. They're supposed to be looking at this case out the lens of what's real and what's not real. And we just feel like he didn't get a fair shake. That's it. I want to know exactly what took place. You're not going to keep telling me anything and I'm supposed to ride with it. Go sit down somewhere, girl. Go sit down. You want whatever you want, get it. You say criminal reacts to Karmelo antics murder trip. I don't want to hear that crap. Y'all get so much money out of Black folks, like this clickbaiting. It's insane. You say Karmelo Anthony child defense say victim has no legal rights to put hands on him. He don't. What you barking for, ugly? What you talking about, cutie pie? What? What's wrong? What? Okay, give me a second. So we don't have too much more. Well, I know we got more stuff, but everybody's talking about the case. Everybody's following the case, especially on TikTok. TikTok is insane. Like, just I don't know. They just argue for us all day. When the trial, when. Oh Lord, sorry. Trial begin. Okay, Willie D talking 2 days coming up. I guess this is Willie D.
As you see, this is Austin and his buddies walking right now, walking toward the tent. They look very intentional, going toward the tent. Look like, they're looking for trouble.
They look like they're looking for trouble. He can see that they're looking for trouble. You can see that from here. You can see that they're looking for trouble. Also, if you notice, when they came in through the gate, did you notice that they didn't have backpacks?
I hear a lot of people saying, well, he told them to move. They told him to move. It wasn't their tent. They had no authority over him. They wasn't the boss of him.
Grace and peace, everybody. We are back. Willie D, the former rapper, podcaster, he had a lot to say. He was really dealing with a lot of cope recently about the release of the footage from the track event where Karmelo Anthony killed Austin Metcalf. We're going to watch a whole grown man get a gold medal in lyrical gymnastics. Let's go. Willie D, come on up here to the front of the church, brother.
Family. Judge Cockroach, who presided over the Karmelo Anthony trial, has finally released the video footage that the world has been wanting to see. And I'm going to tell you straight up, fam, there's a lot of speculation on both sides. If you ask the people on Karmelo's side, the video clearly shows him getting jumped. If you ask the people on Austin Metcalf's side, the video clearly shows that he didn't get jumped.
No, it's not. This is not like that meme a couple years ago with the green dress or the blue dress or whatever like that. What do you see? This is not find your own adventure. There's a reality. There's a truth and a reality. And this video should comport with reality. It shouldn't be what do you think? What is your decision? What side are you on? And that's how you see it. That shouldn't be the case. But let's go.
The video is blurred, but I'm gonna tell you straight up, fam, it looked like he got jumped to me. But that ain't even the point.
Well, wait. Isn't that the point? If Karmelo got jumped, that would be the point. Isn't that would make the point of his self-defense claim? Right? No, him getting jumped, that would be the point. That's the whole point of this conversation. If he was getting jumped and getting mollywopped like y'all said he was, then self-defense would make sense. But if he wasn't, which I don't believe he was, there's no evidence to say that he was. That's why he didn't make the self-defense claim. Let's go.
The point is, keep your hands to yourself. Yeah, that's right. I said it. Keep your hands to yourself, because none of this would have happened if Austin Metcalf had done what we're all taught to do. Right? Right or wrong? Like,
you're watching a whole grown man justify a 17, 18-year-old plunging a knife into the heart of another 17, 18-year-old because he touched him. You're watching this. I know you're like, wait, am I really seeing this? Yes, you are watching this. And he is a black man. How has this worked out for the black community as a whole? This rules of the jungle. Like, how has that worked out for black people?
We are taught to keep our hands to ourselves because we know the consequences, because we know that you can't control somebody else's reaction if you put your hands on them. Yeah. Some of y'all get that. I mean, it's funny how y'all get that when you want to get it. But then when you don't want to get it.
It's also funny that you say, don't touch anybody. That's a part of the rules of the jungle. I'll give you that. No problem. That's hood rules. But there's also another hood rule. Don't be somewhere where you're not supposed to be. That's equally as important. Karmelo Anthony was where he was not supposed to be. So following your hood rules that you're using, that you're trying to implement, the rules of the jungle, then Karmelo Anthony is already wrong from being there where he was not supposed to be. The touching is because, why? He was where he wasn't supposed to be. Follow your own logic, Willie.
The person who retaliates is everything but a child of God. Very interesting. Here's the video.
You mean like calling the judge a cockroach?
So that looks like Austin and his twin brother walking. You can see one going through first and then the other right here. So you'll see the tents. You'll see Karmelo coming through right there. That's Karmelo highlighted. Mm-hmm. And he's walking toward the memorial tent, the Memorial High School tent, where the school that Austin attends. And this is where the stabbing took place.
So do you call out the fact that he was where he wasn't supposed to be? Just wondering.
Now pay attention to the left, that tent right there, that yellow tent. Pay attention. You'll see some movement. It's hard to see, but it's a lot of people over there. It's more people than I thought would be over there. It's very, very hard to see what's really going on.
But you know that he got jumped, though. It's very, very hard to see what's going on. There's a lot more people there than I thought. It's blurry, but I know he got jumped.
But you can see, as you see this is Austin and his buddies walking right now, walking toward the tent. They look very intentional, going toward the tent. Look like, they're looking for trouble.
They look like they're looking for trouble. You can see that they're looking for trouble. You can see that from here. You can see that they're looking for trouble. Also, if you notice, when they came in through the gate, did you notice that they didn't have backpacks? It's very possible they're just like hightailing it back because they know they left their backpacks and their belongings under the tent. Maybe they just got to be mindful. Like, why does it have to be that they're out for nefarious purposes?
And you see not shortly, like after they get there, it's almost like somebody told them, hey, he over here right now, come over here. And they were going over there. They had their marching orders to go over there. And as soon as you look.
Where did you get that from? You just literally read that into the whole thing. Where did you get that from, Willie D? Where? Maybe it's raining. Y'all said it was raining. Maybe they don't want to get wet. Like, where do you get this from?
Closely under the tent, you'll start to see chaos break out. And then you'll see Austin above the tent, look right above the tent. Austin is going to emerge. I mean, not Austin, but Karmelo is going to emerge right above the tent. He'll take off running.
And I'm saying, if he is dead to right to be there, there's nothing wrong with him being there. Why does he leave? If he's supposed to be there and stabbing him is quote unquote defending yourself because they was mobbing you, why did you leave?
See, there's a scuffle right there. You see something going on to the right, and then some more scuffling to the left. Let's go back a little bit. Right there. Right. Look under the tent. Look, see, it's more than one person right there.
But you said, did they jump him? Were they jumping him? Because you see commotion, and then immediately Karmelo jumps out. So you can't say that they were all jumping on him because he had immediately jumped out because he stabbed him already. There was no commotion before, in the nanosecond before Karmelo pops out of the tent. So therefore, it's easy to see that there wasn't a jumping.
That's more than two people engaged. You see?
If you say so. What are they engaged in? I don't know what they're doing.
But again, fam, that's not even.
And he's about to reduce this down to that's not the point. No, it really is the point. If Karmelo was getting jumped, that would substantiate your self-defense claim. You're the only one making that claim, by the way, Willie D. His attorney didn't even make that claim. Why are you the only one making it? That should be a question that people ask.
Even the point. The point is, Karmelo was sitting there minding his business, and Austin walked up to him and self-deputized and decided he was going to make him move. Austin had no authority over Karmelo Anthony to make him move.
And Karmelo had no authority to be there under the tent. Why do y'all start on step 3 and forget the beginning? If Karmelo was not there, none of this would have happened. If Karmelo had left when he said, hey, this is only for memorial students, you got to go. If he had got up and left, none of this would have happened. Why are you skipping over that and say, well, Austin was wrong. He was self-deputized. He took it upon himself. Why are you doing that instead of saying, yeah, Karmelo was wrong?
I hear a lot of people saying, well, he told him to move. They told him to move. It wasn't their tent. They had no authority over him. They wasn't the boss of him. They had no authority over Karmelo.
But Karmelo had no authority to be there. Why are you so obtuse? You're not that dumb. Karmelo wasn't supposed to be there. So them not, quote unquote, having authority over him, who said that? They're just saying, hey, man, this is not your tent. I guarantee you Willie D does not do this anywhere else. This lyrical gymnastics, this phonetic pretzel twisting that he's doing, he doesn't do this any other time. If it was his child, he would not be doing what he's doing.
They told him to move. They told him to move. Hell, as you mean they told him to move?
They told him to move. They told him.
If Karmelo wanted to get a damn pillow and spend the night under the tent, it wasn't nothing they could do about it.
Why? What are you talking about? You wouldn't let anybody do that to you, Willie D. What are you talking about? That's just dumb.
Maybe a coach could do something about it. A staff member could do something about it, the police, but not another student who is equal to him.
Given the fact that the student was, and he said deputized, I thought that was interesting. The coach did ask him to make sure everything went well under the tent. That was testified in court. But Willie D is going to ignore that part. So he wasn't self-deputized. He was tacitly deputized by the coach to do that and make sure that everything was handled well under the tent. Hence why he probably was hightailing it back under the tent because he wasn't under there initially.
Let them tell it. He's not equal to them. That's why they went over there messing with the boy in the first place, because they thought he was beneath them.
Who said that? You just
They
came up
thought
with
this was going to be another routine, put the black boy in place.
There you go. Gotta bring that race card up in there.
All of those people under that tent, you mean to tell me ain't nobody got video? Look, if Karmelo was guilty as they say, wouldn't they be putting the video out there? You know they got it. You know those young.
Why do they have to, though? He is guilty. He was found guilty by a jury and sentenced, and now he's in jail. You make it sound like he's running free. No, sir. We don't need any more evidence. He's guilty.
Youngsters filmed. Wouldn't they be putting the video out if Karmelo was actually guilty? All this tells me is that Karmelo was innocent. This confirms what I already knew.
Of course, it's what you already knew.
There ain't no way you got that many kids out there. Drama is happening and they're not filming. Kids film everything, especially drama. As soon as they think it's going to be a fight, they start filming. They start recording. As soon as they think something could remotely happen, they start recording. Right or wrong? You can't dispute that. Where are those damn videos?
Now it's new video. Now it's more video.
Through the grapevine that
listen to this.
The kids with the video.
Hold on one second. This one right here is some. When I say phonetic pretzel twisting, this is what I'm talking about. I told you, no matter what they deliver, this group is not going to be satisfied. It's always going to be there's another video. I told y'all that. So we had the track event. Now it's going to be another video. And now wait till you hear why the other videos have not materialized. This is some crazy work.
Videos were told to get rid of those videos. And they were also paid off. That's what I heard.
Okay, so he's heard that the children were paid off. Like, who's paying off children to do this? Like, make that make sense, Willie.
And let's say this video is not definitive of.
And you know it's not definitive, Willie. That's where you're about to go. You know it's not.
Of Karmelo's innocence. Okay. What about the video? What about the other video that the school had? What about that video?
This is the school's video. This is the school's video. This is the video from ISD. But again, you're never going to satisfy these people. They're never going to be satisfied. They're always going to be after, well, what about ism? There's something else. There's another one. What about the other video? There's another. They'll never be satisfied. He done already came up where Jeff Metcalf caused the parents to delete the video at the barbecue. And that's just real? We're supposed to believe that. Okay.
What about the video that the school is holding on to?
This is
there
the school
were people
video.
who said they saw a very clear
Those
picture.
people lied to you, Willie. That's the problem, my guy. They lied to you, and you are going around telling their lying story.
A video of what was going on or what happened. They saw a clear video.
They did not. They had a clear dream. They had a clear vision.
This video is not all that clear, although you can see commotion going on. You could see Austin and Hunter coming and going. You could see Karmelo coming and going. You could see a bunch of commotion. You saw a lot of people under the tent. Mm-hmm. You saw more than one person engage in a physical altercation, more than one. But again, fam, his innocence is not solely dependent on that, on being jumped.
But that's what y'all said. What? Isn't that his self-defense claim? Wouldn't that be his self-defense claim? But now it's not everything.
Yeah, I'm talking my butt off. I'm so sorry. I had it on mute the whole time. Y'all listen. I'm binge watching this stuff. These clowns get on here and they say this thing. I have a biracial. My grandbaby would be, you know, half Italian, half black. These young people don't want this. We're in 2026 trying to scapegoat through another person for another person. Stop saying it's not about race. It is. It is. Everyone stuck together on that stand, sing the same tune, indifferent from what they even said on the police report, even though we didn't feel like we believe that, right? Like they said just now, someone allegedly got fired. I need the TikTok. I got to get on TikTok and make that announcement. But I do need Twitter, Black Twitter. Where are you? Because we need to know who she is, exactly why she got fired, even if she got that, right? You know what I mean? We just got to stop trying to kiss somebody's butt for engagement. I don't care about engagement. Whether in my engagement negative or positive, right? It's just what it is. You know what I mean? So, with that said, you guys, I'm finna get off of him, find someone else to talk about. 3 weeks ago, wow, this stuff is constantly. They trying to talk about the video, defense team. Don't nobody care. You know what I mean? I don't understand why they're showing stuff for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. I guess that to put in our face so we can constantly remind us that this boy, you know, whatever it is. You know what I mean? The major problem with Karmelo Anthony's defense team. Okay, I don't know. Karmelo Anthony nightmare, 35 years. I don't want to talk. I don't feel like being bothered with you. Karmelo trial defense say victim has no legal rights to put hands on him. What kind of heading is that chick? I guess that's to get people to engage. Stephen spoke on Carmelo Anthony's case. Steph, I really, I don't even know. I don't care. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't even. Some people I don't pay attention to. Is this new? Why? I don't think I looked at this. Looks this release. Okay, y'all. Let's look at this. Okay, this is my.
All right, guys. We're
Love
going to get
Keisha,
into this
Keisha.
video now. I've been having a bit of conspiracy theories myself, and I'm going to tell you why. We've been talking about this Carmelo Anthony case and the evidence. And listen, I'm one of those people that I will look at the evidence, but I am an independent thinker and you just can't tell me anything. Okay. So we're going to get into this evidence. Remember when I told you guys, I said, listen, I don't really know if Carmelo.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be more on Twitch, and I think it's Kick. I have to learn how to use it. That's it, or whatever. I'm learning. I'm just using StreamYard to do everything. But let's get to the business, because she has been on her ish, you guys. She's been having mad interviews. I just don't have time to reach out to people, but we're gonna binge watch this thing together.
Carmelo Anthony did this. I even explained or shared to you guys a situation of my own. What I was thinking is, even if Carmelo Anthony did not do this, for him to come to court and actually say he didn't do it unless they have some substantial evidence that it didn't happen would be very detrimental for him to get up there and say that, especially if everybody say, you did it, you did it. You see what I'm saying? But when we look at the video, we see people throwing shit in the garbage. We see Carmelo from under the tent, and then we see this guy eventually, which is Austin, come tumbling down. And that's why I say, I don't believe he did it. Let me show you guys another reason why I told you that I did not believe that he did this. And it's going to start, I'm going to start with the evidence that was presented by the judge, okay? I'm going to play this video. And after this video is done playing, I'm going to point to you what I'm talking about.
If somebody is shooting the victim, then be over there. Don't reach for anything, all right, man? Stop right there for me. Dispatch 443, I got the suspects, and they're currently treating the victim. Again, he's on the north end of the stadium. All right, any weapons on you like that? I'll look here.
How long? He could have handled it. I know I'm not. 4-4, copy, I'll be around.
Help me, y'all back up a little bit. Come over here for me. Come over here. I'm gonna put your handcuffs for now, okay?
I also want to agree with what you guys have been saying. To put somebody in handcuffs and not read them their rights, Miranda rights, yeah, that's illegal. But pay attention to this video. Once it's done, I'm going to point out to you why we know. Well, we know it was highly edited, but I'm going to point out to something that you guys may have missed.
Dispatch 443, everybody can slow down. I got the alleged suspect in handcuffs right now detained.
He said, I have the alleged suspect. Keep in mind, the alleged suspect could mean he just had a fight, he just ran off. He didn't say what the alleged suspect had allegedly did.
You can open up the channel, and medics are clear to come in. Have them come to the northeast entrance. That's gonna be a gate that's wide open there, and then you come to the victim from there. This is the alleged suspect. All right, bye. What's fake enemy?
He did say
I'm sorry, I muted it, y'all, but I keep forgetting to unmute. Y'all, look it down here at this video when y'all get a chance. It says February, it says 2/10, 2018 or 16. I don't know which one it is. I think it's 16, okay? This doesn't say 2025 or 2026 at the bottom. So how's this video real? I'm confused on that, y'all. And then the time is 1700 and 35 minutes or whatever it is, right? So it has to be 12:17 or whatever that may be is, right? So y'all got to make me understand, how could this footage have this date on there? It makes, I don't, let me see. I really don't know. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm baffled about it, right? If they're saying it's the real footage, why don't it have the correct date on it? I'm confused. Like, wouldn't that not be in questioning? You know what I mean? Regardless, if you made a mistake, it still should be in evidence, I don't think. You know what I mean? This is crazy work, boy. They can do a number on your ass, boy. For real, for real. They could do a number on you, boy. And ain't nothing. This finished, y'all. But I wanted y'all to see that the date on this thing at the bottom, okay? Just wanted y'all to see that, okay? Let's go and finish. Let's go.
I'm not alleged. Something to that tune. Again, I don't know what he means when he says it's not alleged. He could mean I am the person that you're looking for. It means nothing as him admitting. Y'all need to look up what a confession is. This is not what a confession is. Again, I'm not sure why we were led to believe that he admitted something on camera unless they actually have the proof, because this is not admitting anything.
So nothing on your person at all? No, nothing? No, sir. Mind if I reach in your pockets and stuff and all that? Nothing gonna stab me? No, sir. Okay. I'm gonna get a little personal there, okay? Just to make sure.
My phone's right there.
Okay. You want me to get up now? All right. The victim's going to be underneath that tent over there, so I'll get medics.
Thank you for analyzing.
Memorial tent over there, guys. All right.
He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
And let's just clarify again. When a Black person says he put his hands on me or she put her hands on me, this don't mean this. You put your hands on me. We mean you hit us. You violated us. That's what that means.
What's happening right now? Victim is over here on the north end. They got staff standing to him right now. This is
Okay, I want to stop it right here. I don't know if you guys can see that vague. Let me see if I can make it bigger. It actually went away. Let me go back. Let me go back just a little bit. Let me go back just a little bit. I think you guys can see it now. Or maybe you can't. But right there is a date. You can't see it, but what it says is February 10th, 2016. Now, I don't know how the hell it's 2026 and this happened in February of 2010. Okay, I'm confused. I'm highly confused. This says, it says 2010, February 10th. When I see stuff like this, I don't know what to believe. I'm one of them people. If you are a liar, I don't know what to believe. Okay. When people present evidence that is false, some of it is false, I don't know what to believe. So with this, I don't know if Karmelo actually did this. I don't even know if this is Karmelo saying any of this stuff, because what they have presented to us is a fraudulent tape. Okay. What I've done is I've screen shared it here. I'm going to show y'all something else. This is it right here. Now, if you guys look on that particular, in that particular area, okay, what it says is it either says E Cortez or Gortez, but it says February 10th, 2026. I'm sorry, 2016. Tell me how in the hell was it last year that this happened? Right? How in the hell was that 2016? You see, stuff is coming out about this case. You know, the judge won't shut the F up. Now the lawyer running his mouth, disparaging his own client. And we're provided with video footage that don't even have the right date on it. Now listen, I don't know about y'all, but I know I can be slow sometimes. But honey, I'm not this damn slow. 2016? So you're telling me that, you know, this happened in 2016 now? Come on now. We're not going to keep playing these games. But keep in mind, I want y'all to follow this. This is the evidence that Judge Roach released. So you're telling me a damn judge sitting on the bench is too dumb to know that 2016 would not be associated with any dates, but anything as it relates to this case? So you telling me the judge didn't think that it was something a little bit odd about these timestamps on this video, which leads me to believe that maybe they edit videos all the time, but I'm not sure how they edited this and it got the wrong date on it. Maybe it could be a combination of all the editing that they have done to this video. I don't know. But I want you guys to see here. This is the date on here, and people were mentioning this in comments and, you know, different things. The date is not correct. So I have to ask you guys, when you see false information that is ran together with something that is true, do you start to question all of it? I know I do. It's like I just said, if you're a liar to me, I don't know what's the truth. I mean, everything you say is speculation. Okay, so y'all let me know what you guys think about this. Again, I'm open. I don't know nothing. Okay, I don't know if Karmelo did this. I don't know if it's AI. All I know is that these people are liars. I do know that they railroaded him, and I have more questions because this video says February 10th of 2016. So I don't know why that says that, but I know very well that we're into 2026. And I said we was into 2025. But at any rate, this shit don't add up, okay? I was born on a day, I just wasn't born yesterday. So you guys make sure you are subscribed to the channel. As I stated before, when you like the video, when you subscribe to the channel, it does help the video move throughout the algorithm. And if you guys support Karmelo in this, well, I know you don't support this bullshit, but if you support Karmelo and the justice that he gonna receive, I do need you to like the video because we need everybody to see the video. We
I'm
need
sorry, I
to let
thought it
these
was
mother
rolling.
effers know that we know that they full of bullshit and we ain't playing. So let me know what y'all think in the comments.
Yes, girl. Yes. Y'all better get this together, baby. Y'all better stop playing with Karmelo Anthony. We ain't playing, y'all. Y'all, they got all this stuff. Nobody care about no butterflies and bees and all this other stuff. Okay, I don't know who this is. Let's see what she talking about, y'all. Don't quite know who this is, but and I'm far away from the mic, so that's why I'm yelling a little bit. Make sure y'all can hear. But let's see what Mama have to say. Let's see what she got to say. Wally. Okay. Are you gonna work or what? Okay, let's go.
You leave me. Well, you know, Philly, if you need your air, it is what it is. You know, this is the most time that, like,
Aster, a criminal defense lawyer and former prosecutor.
So, baby.
Trying to use this picture right here of Karmelo. Like every news article is using this picture. They trying to use this mug shot. Like he got so many other different pictures where he clean cut, got a nice haircut. But it's the reason why they keep pushing the same picture. Every news station.
Accused of fatally stabbing another student.
They do, listen, they do things, they have a thing, right, with the brain. The brain, if you keep feeding the brain the same information over and over, rather I just believe that you did not do it, right? But if I keep pumping this to certain people with their brain capacity of low IQ of a low, it's not like my IQ is that big, but it's big enough not to let nobody fool me. You know what I mean? But you'll start like doubting what you believe. That's why they do that. You see, they got a nice picture like he's the golden boy. They got a picture of him looking like he's an actual criminal. He's a thug, right? This boy right here, Karmelo, has never been none of that. This boy over here was a bully.
At a track meet. Karmelo Anthony, now 19 years old, faces a murder charge in the death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. Police said Anthony and Metcalf got into an argument over seating in a stadium stands on April 2nd, 2025, which escalated when Anthony allegedly stabbed Metcalf in the chest with a pocket knife. The trial is expected to last approximately 2 weeks. If convicted,
now,
Anthony
who
faces a
seen a
maximum
trial
sentence
last
of
for 2
5 to
weeks?
99 years or life in prison. Now, to talk more about this.
And let's be honest, y'all, the trial didn't even last 2 weeks. Let's be honest. That shit was like a week and a couple of days. It didn't even go for 2 weeks. And anyway, I never heard of a charge when someone's charged with a crime like this. It go for 2 weeks. I say maybe a month. You know what I'm saying? But 2 weeks, it didn't even go 2 weeks. It went a week and maybe a day or two. Okay.
About this and to break down the latest of the case, we want to bring in Mark Aster, a criminal defense lawyer and former prosecutor, onto the program here. Mark, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So we heard opening statements yesterday. Anthony faces a murder charge and the defense is claiming self-defense. What evidence throughout this trial is going to be crucial, as we've already started to see some testimony yesterday from coaches? Well, what evidence here is going to be crucial for the jury members?
Yeah, well, obviously, first and foremost, I think this is the only defense that, the defense has of self-defense. If you read the police report, it's right there in black and white. They're claiming self-defense. So obviously, the prosecutor is going to start bringing in eyewitnesses, people who saw this, people who saw the defendant flee from the scene. So we'll have.
And then where did they get that from, y'all? That's why I want to take y'all back to the beginning. Like, where did they get that from, y'all? He fled from the scene. The boy never left the scene. He went over there to a coach. He never left the scene. So why did they lie on him and say that? Because that wasn't true at all. He never left the scene. He never ran anywhere.
some of the other students. We might have some of the teachers. We're certainly going to get the law enforcement officers who were on scene.
Exactly. He can
The police report indicates that at least one of them had contact with the defendant. Another one also found the alleged murder weapon. So those are the kinds of things that are going to be brought out.
Salute, fam. Salute to the gentlemen in the chat. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. If you guys watching this on the playback, make sure you guys give this video a hype. We are almost at 10,000 subscribers because of you gentlemen in
That
the
boy
chat. You
never
gentlemen
flee
that's
the scene.
viewing the show
Never.
every single day. I just want to say I appreciate y'all black men. Let's keep running up the numbers.
Obviously, if there's some surveillance video, that's going to be coming in too. So that's the state's case. Civilians, law enforcement, any surveillance videos, and probably maybe even somebody from the medical examiner's office to talk about the actual cause of death.
Shit, they didn't even know what the fuck they was talking about.
And for a self-defense case, what needs to happen to be able to prove that for self-defense, especially when it escalates to a point where somebody died?
Well, I think from the defense perspective, they're going to have to establish that the force that was used was reasonable under the circumstances. And they're going to have to say, look.
Yeah, he do. He be having us hollering. I just love him. I ain't gonna lie. I just love him, you know. And like I said, y'all, I love his commentary. He speak facts. I like the way he break down stuff. And he bring joy to his platform. You know what I'm saying? He don't be all serious and stuff, you know. But he do his commentary. You know what I'm saying? How he feel about it. That's what I like about him.
You know, our client faced potentially a deadly force or even.
I don't know if y'all was in his chat yesterday, but somebody over there tried to attack me. I told him, stop fucking talking to me, okay? Because I'm not going back and forth with you in nobody else's chat, but you're welcome to come in my chat, okay? Because I'll tell you off over here, because I try to respect people's chats, you know, even though he don't care about you going off on the trolls over there. But, you know, they kept asking me the same question. I said, why is you asking me? Go ask the mama. The mama can tell you better. I'm going to tell you what I heard the mama say. Now you keep coming after me in the chat. Now, I told him in the chat yesterday, now just leave me the fuck alone now. Okay? And go ahead. Just leave me alone.
And something where he could be subjected to, you know, serious bodily injury. So he had no choice. He was outnumbered. The victim was larger than him. There were lots of people in the room, and he felt as if he had no choice but to use deadly force in order to.
And you know, the surveillance video that they're using in this trial, I'm actually going to play the video of somebody that was in court that actually saw the video that's going to break it down piece by piece. And it's actually numerous of reporters that was in court that saw the video that said that he actually was getting jumped by 4 people. It wasn't just Metcalf that put his hands on Karmelo Anthony. His brother Hunter punched him and 2 other dudes.
And let's remember, y'all, when they showed his picture, did y'all see his nose look like it was swollen? Karmelo nose, it looked like it was swollen, okay? And under his eye, I can't forget, was it the left eye or the right eye? That was also swollen. So that tells us that that boy was hit by somebody, okay? He was hit, okay? But then they try to adapt look to me, they edit the damn picture they take the swelling out of the nose so it won't look like it was swollen, and it didn't look like no one hit him under his eye. But he was definitely hit under his eye and in his nose because it was swollen.
The dudes punched and kicked him as well. So all these false narratives that's going around that, oh, he just
they were trying to come for me
push,
yesterday in that chat over there.
It's false. That's why they don't want to show us the video, because they want this narrative to still be pushed out into social media. That it was all over a push. He stabbed him and pushed. No. He was getting jumped.
Protect himself. The problem with that is that the defendant actually, he went into the area where the victim was to be found. He allegedly had that knife with him when he went in. He dared the victim to touch him, to push him. And the argument's going to be from the prosecutor side is that he provoked it. He went in there looking for a fight. He dared the victim to do this, and he did. And he was ready and prepared for this. He took a knife to a fist fight. That's not a fair fight. And you can't provoke a situation and then say, oh, not my fault. I was acting in self-defense. And that's the dichotomy the jury's going to have to unpack in this case.
What's so funny? They keep saying that he provoked. How am I going to provoke somebody by saying, you better not put your hands on me? That's not provoking you. That's warning you.
Right.
I'm letting you know, don't put your hands on me because there's going to be consequences. Right. And then you got Hunter with his puss ass Metcalf brother on the news network line talking about some, he was aggressive and we just told him to leave and he nigga such your
See, they don't know like our slang of our language, compared to their slang of their language. He was just telling him, don't touch me, don't put your hand on me. That doesn't mean that he was going to unalive him. He's simply telling him, don't touch me. And Bully Austin did it anyway. That's it.
Push ass up. You need to be right where your brother is. Because Metcalf was there talking to somebody, and this is facts. Surveillance video showed that Metcalf was already under the tent before Karmelo was already under the tent before Metcalf and his brother approached him. Everything was fine. Everything was cool.
Now, from what I'm hearing, y'all, and I don't know, that Hunter and his brother Austin was under the tent first. And Karmelo, y'all remember when y'all seen them walking in the stadium? They were saying that Karmelo was not under the tent then when they was walking in the stadium. They said when they got under the tent, I guess that's when Karmelo, came up and sat under the tent because he was invited under the tent. Now, this is what I'm hearing. That when the boys was walking in the gate, Karmelo was not under the tent then. But let me say this. It doesn't matter who was under the tent first. What matter is, to me, in my opinion, that was not Austin's job, again, to tell anybody, you don't belong under the tent, move, go. I don't care if he told him 15 times. That was not your place. Your place was to go get in the door, tell the door, listen, we got a boy under this tent that don't belong under this tent. Could you come and tell him to move? Okay, that wasn't your job to tell him to move. You did that because that's what you always do anyway. You like to bully people, you and your brother. So we already know that. Your mother done gave you away already and said that you and your brother get hostile. That's the way y'all talk to people. The lady done exposed the emails that how you talk to her daughter, so yeah, we see that.
Who? They came over there with the hostility, thinking they run shit. And that's why he's worm food right now.
And then I also wanted to touch on the location of this as well and where this happened, as there is we've heard from some testimony yesterday about what this revolves around in this tent there at this track meet. So we heard from the Memorial High School coach Robert Starr, who took the stand, and he explained to jurors that a tent at a track competition typically, quote, marks your spot. He said it's similar to team bench for sports. So what this case involves escalating from a seat dispute that we're getting from a Fox 4 report, how could we see testimony from coaches and other athletes really?
Shit, to be honest, I wouldn't trust them damn coaches neither. I don't know what they done. They sneaky too. They probably was down with the courts and everything. They railroaded this boy before the courts started. Before this court hearing started, they had already had everything mapped out, what they were going to do with this boy. They already had his state number. They had his bed ready. They had all of that already together. They knew they was going to railroad this boy. Okay? They knew it.
Affect this case. And when it comes to something like where this happened, especially when they're saying with this tent, that kind of almost in some way marks a territory.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember we have two high schools that are potential rivals, and you've got the defendants going into the victim space. That 10 area it's almost like it's a little bit of a house, right? You know, this is our home.
No, it's not a house. It's not our home. It's not their property. No, it's not. Stop lying. It's a fucking tent.
It's a tent.
At a track meet. Guests can go inside these tents. Different people from different schools can walk up and talk to different people from different teams. Like, stop it. Stop trying to paint it like it's some house. Like Metcalf owned this tent.
He right, because when my kids was in the high school band, a lot of schools used to come together. They used to go under different tents and stuff and talk to the kids and laugh and joke and stuff like that before the band started. They used to have food trucks out there. You can buy food, whatever you wanted, you know, for the kids. So he is telling the truth. Nobody owned the tent. If you see people in your classroom, classmates, or you got friends that go to other schools, they're going to talk to the students. That's what they do. My kids stayed in the band. All three of my daughters was in the band for 4 years, their whole high school. And that's what they do.
Fuck out of here with that.
Home. You don't come into our home. And if you do, we have a right to protect that
Auntie
space.
OG.
Protect that space with what? So y'all really on TV saying that if I have a tent at a track meet, I can protect this tent like it's my home.
Right.
It's raining.
Facts.
An opposing team came under the tent. Whoop-de-doo. He was just standing there. Wasn't cussing nobody out. Wasn't taking nobody belongings. He was just trying to take cover from the rain. And these people just act like Karmelo broke into a bank or something. Like he went into somebody private. He went into the restroom. He went into a safe. He went into somebody's vehicle, somebody's home. Bro, he was literally just standing underneath a tent. And this is how evil the YT community is. These people are evil, devilish. Metcalf was the devil. His brother, Hunter, is the devil.
According to the police report, the victim in the case said, hey, you shouldn't be here. You need to leave.
So
Right, this is
he had every right to be here. It don't matter that he told Karmelo to leave. He don't have no authority over that tent. He don't own the property of that stadium. He can't just tell nobody to leave. Who the fuck do he think he is?
our space, go to yours. And that's when, you know, this incident.
My bad. I made a mistake and booted YouTube out, getting it back on there. My bad. They said who is this? Karmelo Anthony. Let's see what they talking about.
Anthony threw away his future for Austin Metcalf. With this 3.7 GPA, graduating the next month, no disciplinary action, captain of the football, captain of the track, and 21 scholarships. Get out of here. Get out of here.
That stuff blowing me too.
All right, Versus, here we go. Here we go. How are you doing on this good Monday afternoon? Let me come to the stage. You already know why we're here. It has been exactly 21 days since Karmelo Anthony was found guilty, wrongfully convicted, wrongfully accused of first-degree murder. So as I said, we're going to keep pushing until we hear something. And I got good news and I got a little bit of bad news, but it's still going to work in our favor. It just requires a little time. But hey, As long as God is in it, we don't know what can happen. We already know. Hold on. Hey, I want to start this right here. Let me go ahead and put this right here. It says in John 12:32, if I be lifted up from earth, I will draw all men to me. This is what we're gonna stand. We're gonna stand here and build our foundation on. So welcome to the room, Bastards. Welcome to the room. Free Karmelo Anthony, free Karmelo Anthony, free Karmelo Anthony. I'm not going to keep you long, but I am going to keep you right. The YouTube street is busy tonight, so hopefully all of the trolls and the racists, they're going to other channels tonight, and we could just have some good conversation over here. Now, the information that I'm going to share with you tonight is going to be about this case, but also what you need to do in the future if you ever get called for jury duty. For jury duty. Let's keep going. Let's go and start. Let's go and start. Hold on. Look. Ooh. It's the room is quiet tonight. Hold on. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? The Savage Brooks. Hey, how you doing, Brooks? Blessed. Yes. What's up, Lady E? Hello, Tony Investors. A good night. Have a good night. Slim 081. What's going on? Hey, Tony Investors. SDP 1208. And to all of my mods, I have locked down the chat. And to all the viewers, investors, if you have not been subscribed for the last 5 days, I'm sorry, I had to lock down the chat for all of the, the distractors coming here. But after the live, you will be able to put your comment in the comment section of the video, okay? So I just locked it down just to have some peace tonight. I have seen on the Dallas Morning News, Trump said Dallas will host his first Republican midterm convention in September. You know why? Listen, if Texas doesn't know that it is going to be the center of the midterm election this year, I hope they know now. Because if Texas right now is volatile, because hey, what's his name? Lawyer Christopher King had said, I think last week, he said something that surprised me. He actually said that Texas is a Democratic state. And I said, what? He said that Texas is actually a Democratic state. He said, but the Democrats just don't come out and vote. So if this is true, and I know who you are, Versace, that means Ken Paxton. Y'all, look what has happened. Ken Paxton, the AG of Texas, Attorney General of Texas, know that they have messed up in Texas. They know that they have messed up the Democratic voters. And right now they're trying to get President Trump, to come there to rally up all of the Republicans. So Democrats in Texas, we need you to get out and vote. Get out there. Hey, I can't tell you who to vote for, but listen, you need to get Ken Paxton out of that seat. And then there's going to be three Court of Appeals seats open that is currently held by conservatives. Oh, Texas, just do right. Let's see here. Hey, how you doing, Versace? What's going on? Oh, what's up, Den Daddy? What's up, did you come for the right show? Because we talking serious over here. But I got you tomorrow, okay? I just want to let you know what show you in. 21 scholarships. He was no, sweetie. I don't know who you are, but he was a senior. He was about to graduate 45 days after the incident. He graduated last year. What's up, Justine? Oh, I'm late. No, you're not late. You are not late. But I'm finna go ahead and start. Now, like I said, for the ones that's just coming into the room, okay, and it's a quiet night because you got two other bigger YouTube content creators going on, and so it's going to be quiet over here tonight. So hey, go ahead and put your comments in here. Matter of fact, they may be over there. Hold on, let me see if I can change this, because it could be more people in that may want me to read their comment. Let me see if I can go ahead and change it behind the scenes. Let me see here. Let me see if I can open up the chats. So everybody, because hey, what's his name? No Captivity with Freeze is on, and I think Lakeisha Keisha about to go on. So maybe all the trolls are over there, and maybe we can have a peaceful night on Monday. Hold on, let me see if I can make this change. Okay, 2,000 people over there with Freezy. That's good. Lakeisha about to pull another 2,000. That's good. So we can be over here, by ourselves. And then, and guess what? If the room stays small, I may put a link out there. And if you want to come up, hop on the platform with me. Go ahead and share your opinion about the case. As long as I recognize you. Now, if I don't recognize you, you're not going to come up here because you could be an op. I'm not going to recognize you. But if the room stays small, I'm going to put a link so you can come up and talk to me and share your frustrations. Let me see. Let me go ahead. Let me see if I can change it. Let me see. Y'all. Y'all. I got it. Okay, as long as you subscribe before 7 p.m. tonight, you'll be able to go ahead and put your comments in the chats. Moderators, just hold tight. And if it gets too much, just let me know. I fit every show. Come on, Danny. Have you heard about Megan? Yes. Matter of fact, Versace. Here we go. Now, you already know my opinion. Hey, this is why we pushing for Karmelo Anthony. We're trying to put reasonable doubt out there, not because he's just a black young man. It's because we're looking at this case from start to front to back, based off the information that we got from everybody that was in the courtroom, right? And then we even looked at the video. We've even looked at the evidence. And we know not acquittal, not guilty. Matter of fact, Mike Howard could have got this case thrown out at the grand jury. But we'll talk about that later. But I got some audio clips. From some lawyers. Y'all, even he said on Fox News, and Lady E, I found that clip. Even the lawyer named Mark Astro said he don't know what Judge Roach and DA Greg Willis was doing in Collins County. He basically said, and like you said, Lady E, he said that Judge Roach and the DA basically gave Karmelo Anthony legal team, right? This is before he even had a legal team. He basically said he gave him a get out free card. Hold on, I'm gonna play that. Let me go in and show this right here. And once I go through the slides, I'm going to put a link out here because the room is small. And if you want to come to the platform and share your opinion with me, as long as I know your name and I know you, right? I'll go ahead and let you come up to the platform. But no profanity. Just speak your piece. Be respectful. And hey, it is what it is. Now, this is what it is. Today, Tuesday. Oh, my gosh. Danny, thank you. Today is a beautiful Tuesday. Danny, thank you for that. Salute. Hey, how you doing, Ron? Tell that. Yes. Now, if you don't know this news came out here. As you can see, shout out to Miss Lowdown. She said, they already starting to do some firing in Collins County. This is real. The clerk that continued to leak the Karmelo Anthony family address last year, she got fired. The lady that leaked the Karmelo Anthony, remember, y'all, they said they had to move 8 times. This is why she is the one, and she need to be brought up on federal charges. She was the one that was leaking that personable information. That's why they had to move 8 times. They have finally found her. And do y'all think that Collins County, they took that, how can I say it, that firing, do you think they initiated that? No, they had pressure. Because the
I'm
legal
sorry,
team
y'all.
is
I was-
already started to
What I was trying to tell y'all, a clerk cannot deny your paperwork nor tell you anything as if they are a judge. A judge has to deny every document. A judge has to say no and give reasons just as well. Like, I'm just telling you, this lady, they're gonna charge her. She can get ready. And I'm gonna tell you, she's gonna drop the beans on some people. Y'all can get ready. Y'all better get ready up there in that little hick town. Cause they finna tell you, first they gonna tear you apart. They're gonna tell you apart. Do you understand the oh my God, what's the word to even use? For you to give these people this man's address several times is a mess. It's crazy. Damn.
I told y'all last week. Matter of fact, today is 21 days. 21 days since Karmelo Anthony was found guilty, and we're gonna keep pushing. Yesterday was 7 days. Today is 8 days since his legal team was assembled. And I want to go and tell you this here. Besides her getting firing, and shout out to Lakeisha Keisha, she had the two lawyers on yesterday or today, attorney Andrew Whitaker and also attorney, no, he's Esquire, Michael Campbell. Excellent interview. So based off that live replay that I caught, this is what the legal team has already done. Yes, Karmelo's Anthony team has already done this. And they testified this, the two attorneys, because I think they even assisting the legal team. The motion to appeal has already been filed. We already know that, right? Motion to have Judge Roach recused has already been filed, and a new trial motion has already been filed, right? Then she's been fired because of the legal team. You can't tell me not. And then, so this is the bad news. Now, regarding after that interview, and I don't want to misspeak, that's why I'm going to direct you back to her channel to watch that interview with the two lawyers. Now, they have already filed the motion within the 30-day window by law, right? Now, this is the bad part. Judge Roach, first of all, he would have to recuse himself. Of course, he may not do that, but that's okay. That means after 75 days, if I got this right, he won't have jurisdiction over the case anymore. And that means that the Texas Court of Appeals will be able to remove him, recuse him, and go ahead and assign another judge and another prosecutor to the case. So that's what I got for that interview. And like I said, I'm just paraphrasing, but it was a very good interview. And please go out and support that interview if you have not supported that interview. Okay. And I think that's it. Now, based on what Judge Roach did after the guilty verdict, which we already know that criminal defense lawyer, appellate lawyer, Brian Weiss had already said that was one of the dumbest things that Judge Roach should have did. He said he could see if a prosecutor gives an interview or defense attorney gives an interview, which neither one of them did had in this case. Only Judge Roach's came out. He basically said that Judge Roach basically recused himself when he went out there in that interview and basically said that he believed that he was guilty. Judge Roach, you just messed up. But I just wanted to give you a recap of the interview. Still go out there and watch the interview, okay? But yes, this lady has been fired. Shout out to Miss Low Down for reporting this around 2:30 this afternoon. And we're going to continue. Thank you for bringing us the news on Karmelo. Yeah, sure. Hey, we are a network. We are a network, a team. And y'all, I'm so glad them racists and haters are going to the other biggest channels so we can actually have talks over here and I can focus on this right here. So let's keep pushing. And once I go through the slides, I am going to bring, if I'm put a link out there if you want to come up and speak, okay? So I'm going to do that. Now, this is what I wanted to bring to you tonight. Like I said, you already saw the thumbnail. we need to talk about the elements of injustice that Karmelo Anthony just experienced. And it is the jury. It is the jury because he decided, which all defendants have a right to decide if they want a trial by jury or a trial by judge. This is just a law. And he thought that he would get a better, better deal with a trial by jury, but we know what that is. So this is what we're going to discuss tonight, what they didn't do and what you should do when you is selected as a jury. Okay. All right, here we go. Now I want to bring this to you here. So remember when, and see all of this with the new retrial, and yes, I forgot to bring this up. They have even filed a motion for a retrial, not a dismissal, not an overturn. Now they still may get that in the Court of Appeals, but they have already filed a motion for a retrial. So we're going to get our wish. Karmelo Anthony, granted appeal, and hopefully get appeal bond, right? And then we'll get a retrial. We would get a retrial. So that means we'll be able to see all of the evidence, and the team is going to fight for, and I'm pretty sure the new judge in the case is going to have media in the courtroom for transparency. So we'll be able to see all of this, all the evidence, all the lack of evidence, and we'll sit back and wonder, the jury needs to be brought up on charges. Now, of course, I've done my research. And I'm going to tell you this. Based on my research, the jury will not, when the retrial is granted, the jury will not be forced to testify because they have a right. And depending on what the judge has put in place to protect the jury from discussing the reasons why they deliberated a certain way, we would never see the first trial juries go to the stand. However, my research did show that the new legal team will be able to talk to them behind the scenes. So, hey, and under certain circumstances, who knows? They may not have to talk to us or be back on the witness stand for the second trial. But that doesn't mean that the federal government is not going to come in if they feel like the jury was tampered with. If it's proof that the jury was tampered with, hey, it's going to blow this whole case open, okay? But I wanted to bring this up here. Do y'all remember when Jeff Metcalf had said that both of his twins were they were experts in jiu-jitsu? So this is something else that Mike Howard could have argued, and the new legal case team would probably argue regarding both of the twins, Austin and Hunter. They were specialists in jiu-jitsu. Now, if it's a lie, Jeff Metcalf told it. Now, but let's say if it is, that means that, forget the prosecutor, because he's not going to argue this, but the new legal team can argue that the person's training gave them a greater ability to inflict serious bodily harm. So what I'm saying, the new legal team, of course, they're going to argue the case the way that it should have been argued regarding in the first case. So they're going to bring up his height, his weight in comparison to Karmelo Anthony, and they're going to bring up that Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf in the multiple assailant doctrine. Besides the number of people that surrounded him, the defense is also going to bring up that the boys were skilled in jiu-jitsu, which is going to give Karmelo Anthony's defense team definitely a leg up, okay? Because they're going to prove that Karmelo Anthony was fighting for his life, and we already been through the comparisons. We already went through the weight comparisons, so we already know what I'm talking about. Now let's go to the next circle. So in some cases, a court may find that the way a person used their hands, their feet, and other objects constituted the use of deadly weapon if the capability of causing death or serious bodily harm injures under the circumstances. Now, of course, in my last video, it is rumored that Karmelo Anthony told his defense attorney that Austin had him in the headlock. So if this is true, once they get that crystal clear 8K video, they'll see exactly what happened under that tent. And if this is true, his defense attorney can also use this for Anthony's favor, okay? let's see here. So a black belt, a professional fighter, is not legally considered a deadly weapon just because of their training, but the training can be relevant evidence in evaluating their actions in a particular case. This is why I'm harping this up, because once we get that retrial and the defense actually starts building a case against Austin, yes, the deceased, the self-defense is going to stand up in court. The self-defense is going to stand up in court. Let's keep pushing. Let's keep pushing. All right. Now, to everybody in my last, how can I say it, 48 hours, 24 hours, I've had people come into my, under the video, they're arguing with me about semantics of where the incident happened. So it didn't happen at a high school. It happened at a stadium that is used by multiple teams. Now that we got that out of the way, this is what I want to point out. Do you see how big this complex is, this stadium is? Do you see all of these? Y'all, it was multiple cameras there. Besides the one that we saw coming through the gate, and besides the one that we saw across the field, there were cameras over here in this small building here. To the left, top left, there were probably cameras here on the track, the scoreboard directly in the middle of the field. And also, I was correct, there is a camera on the backside of the visitor side of the field. So trust me, the defense attorney is collecting all of the video surveillance data, okay? Oh, we got one. I see you. There, let's see here. Right, okay. I just said that. There has to be other surveillance camera in that monster field and facility that they have over there. Yes, it's BS, yes, in my opinion. Right. So I know for sure, and for all of y'all that kept badgering me in the comments and said, oh, it's not a high school field. It's not a high school field. Oh, thank you so much, because yeah, this is the picture. And I can tell by triangulation, by law, you have to have surveillance cameras cover a field or a particular area. It's called triangulation, but we'll let the legal team do their job. But hey, I'm trying to tell you, it is multiple cameras out there. Look at the cars. Look at the fields. Look, y'all, it's multiple cameras out there. Thank you so much. All right, let's keep going here. Now, I want to show you here. Do y'all see that light pole? Do you see that light pole? You can't tell me there's no camera up there that's pointing down towards the visitor stand. We agreeing. Okay, let's keep going here. I just want to show y'all, there's no way that only 2 cameras cover that whole entire field. Now, thank you so much for all of the love under this thumbnail, the last video I did. Thank you for all the views and the comments and all of the good conversation in the comments. Y'all, I'm taking notes. So thank you so much for still saying free Karmelo Anthony, wrongfully convicted. And just thank you for all the love and support in the videos. I told you, I got to give back. Here we go. Talking true crime. Okay, I like that name. Now, you remember when I said that in the last video, I was trying to help a certain sector of America that was basically, they saw something different than what we saw. Y'all, look at this right here. Do y'all see this right here? And I wasn't even looking for this. I was not even looking for this. I was looking for the stadium camera, right? This picture just popped up, all crystal clear. Now, I don't know who took the picture, but I'm just saying. But do y'all see what's to the right? www.dailymail.com. I don't even know if it's true or not because I didn't want to click it. But Karmelo Anthony dealt 4 hammer blows as witnesses trash claims Austin. I didn't open it up. But do you see what a sector of America is being fed when I've showed you that Karmelo Anthony that Austin Metcalf only had 1 wound that took him out. And let's go ahead and talk about that more. If Karmelo Anthony really wanted to harm, premeditated murder, like they said, do you think he only want to hit? Do you think he would have hit Austin with only one hit? Do you see the lies? Do you see the lies? Do you see the lies? Hey, how you doing, Doris? What's going on, Doris? Do you see the lies that a certain sector of America is being fed? Y'all, hold on. That ain't nothing, y'all. Hold on. Look at this. Look at some of the comments that I'm getting, y'all. Look at some of the comments and some of the crazy narratives that I'm getting. This was when I took the screenshot. So, hey, the video, listen, yo, when I said in the last live, I said, I think they got to be on a different dimension, a different timeline. Something is going on. Do you see what they believe? The video clearly shows Austin come under the tent and sit top row center. Karmelo is down on the end. Karmelo becomes very animated, swinging his arms, getting closer to Austin. Y'all, this is what they believe. This is what they feeding in a certain sector of America. Austin used his shoulder in self-defense to move Karmelo back. Karmelo pulls out the knife and used his whole entire body weight to plow that knife into Austin's chest. Then he pops out the tent, turns back, looks at Austin, and the kids see him holding the knife. Hold on, y'all. Whoa. Okay, let me finish this. He turns to run with the knife, then throws the knife. One girl took the police right to the knife. So you already know about this right here. Something just hit me. So if it was premeditated murder, come on, legal team. Come on, Mike Howard. This is what you should have known what other sectors was talking about. If they thought this was true, and it seemed like there's a certain sector of America that thinks this is true, if Karmelo Anthony, y'all take notes. Make sure you get your notes, your drink, and your vest. Over here, Tony Talks Vested Up, Compelling Sports Edge. If Karmelo really premeditated this murder and had intentions, do you think he only would have hit Austin one time and the knife didn't even fully go in? This a fool right here, because she don't even know that the medical examiner said the blade of the knife they keep talking about was 3.5 inches. But then you got people in America believing that Karmelo Anthony pulled out the knife and used his whole entire body weight to plow the knife into his heart, when the medical examiner said that the blade only went in 2 inches. Do y'all see what we fighting here? That's why we're going to continue to push on social media, X. I don't care if I just have to come here for 30 minutes and say, free Karmelo Anthony. Free Karmelo Anthony. I'm going to do something every night or every other night until we get major updates. Free Karmelo Anthony. Free Karmelo Anthony. Do you see what we're dealing with? Where did this narrative come from? This even conflicts with Hunter's own testimony. Y'all, I played this in the last live, but while this is up here, let me go ahead and play this for anybody that has never heard Austin's, I'm going to say Hunter's own words regarding what happened under the tent. Because premeditated murder, if Karmelo wanted to do that, why would he drop the knife? Why would Karmelo drop the knife, run to go get a coach just to come back to the field, and the knife is still sitting up there? If Karmelo Anthony really had premeditated this murder, in no way he would have dropped that knife. He would have kept running and kept running and kept running and got into that car, because I looked at the arrest record. It took them 4 to 5 minutes to get to that stadium. It took the police officers and the school resource officer 4 to 5 minutes to get there. Karmelo Anthony could have been on Interstate 35 or whatever it is, running through Dallas Karmelo Anthony would have kept going. If it was premeditated murder, Mike Howard, he would have kept going. Matter of fact, Karmelo Anthony probably would still be on the run if it was still premeditated murder. They really believe. She even said, the video clearly shows Austin comes under the tent and sits top row. This is under my last video. Karmelo is down on the end. Karmelo can't spell, becomes very animated, swinging his arms, getting closer to Austin. Austin used his shoulder in self-defense to move Karmelo back. Karmelo pulls out the knife and uses his whole entire body weight to plow that knife into Austin's heart, then pops out of the tent, turns back, looks at Austin and the kids, seeing him. Y'all, hold on. This shit is delusional. I'm sorry. Then he pops out the tent, turns back, look at Austin and the kid, see him holding the knife. So instead of taking the knife with him, he turns to run with the knife, then throws the knife. One girl took the police to the knife. I think that knife was planted by the real killer. And that's it. Listen. Hey, how you doing? Hey, the twins must have text message to book, and I'm pretty sure the whole, but guess what? We'll never know because those phones have probably been erased. In the arrest record that I went over, there was a sergeant by the name of Sergeant Bassinet. She confiscated all the phones. And what happened to the phones, we'll never know. But Karmelo Anthony legal team, led by Russell Wilson and Brooke Claus and Justin Moore and Sean Deravia and Mike Ward, I think. And there's another one. They go get to the bottom of it. Trust me. Free Karmelo Anthony. Free Karmelo Anthony. Let me see here. Okay. It comes as a factory preset for their forefathers. Yes. Karmelo. Okay, I read this one. Karmelo had to be defending himself against Austin because no one saw Karmelo poke Austin. So Karmelo had to be in the defensive posture. Like, right. Doris. This whole entire thing is screaming self-defense. This whole entire thing is screaming self-defense. Definitely not first degree murder, second murder. This is screaming self-defense because, hey, if he was planning on doing this at the track meet, dropping the knife and leaving it behind the scene, y'all, Mike Howard couldn't even do. Y'all, let me keep going. Let me keep going. Mike Howard. Hunter said himself that he didn't see the Pope. Right. Come on, Hunter, to the stage. Come on, Hunter. Because I want you to tell who is this Duchess of March 7987. Hunter, come back to the stage and go ahead and dispute all this right here. Because you got people in the other sector, y'all. They don't even know what Hunter said. And they coming up with bull-ass narratives like this. They coming up with narratives like this. Come on, Hunter. Hunter, what you said again?
This kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. I asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I was like, now look at my brother, and I'm not going to talk about the rest. So.
Lady, what you talking about? And to everybody that was on that call with Megan Madcalf, I listened to that thing again with Willie D. Lord, they lost y'all. Those people say they saw Austin and the twins come in first and Karmelo come in second, and they started all Austin. They said Karmelo started everything. These people are lost. Who is feeding them bulls? Who is feeding them this? Let's keep going. Melo would have been. So it's gonna take me a while tonight because I'm filtering, right? Because I got a small crowd. Thank you. You got 2 other channels going on. They're big. So hey, I'm gonna take my time tonight. Melo would have had to go gadget. Come on with it. I got what you're saying now. Yes. They surrounded Karmelo under the tent like a pack of wolves, with Austin being the leader of the pack. He was being choked out, so you didn't see. Come on with it. what is wrong with the bullies is that they have enablers. That is true. That is true. So listen, I just played Hunter Owens' words, and we still got another fool in here that would never get the attention tonight. So let's keep going. Now, I do want to play this. Now, I need to be foul. Y'all know me by now. They leaving the room, y'all. Oh, they leaving the room. Amen. So, hey, just like I gave a rundown for Karmelo, I want to give a rundown of the evidence. I'm going to say exhibits that the state of Texas, College County, put into the photo zip file that was online. Y'all, they thought that they was giving it to the state in evidence for actually to defend Austin for being there at the track. But they forgot that they left other stuff in there. Well, Tony talks best to what you're talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Collins County, they left the text message that we all saw, right? But they forgot that they actually was helping Karmelo's case if Mike Howard would have just did his due diligence, right? And just took a look at it. Hold on, where is it? I want to show y'all this here. Now, in the photos file online on the Collins County, let me speed up right here. Now, this is what's on Collins County. I checked today. The photos and exhibits are still there. So everything I'm showing you coming out of the exhibits. Now, Mike Howard, look what Mike Howard did, y'all. Look what Mike Howard did. Do you see the state photo exhibits and the defense exhibit photos? The state had 58 pictures for their prosecution evidence packet, y'all. Y'all ain't gonna get this breakdown nowhere else, okay? So it included some of the pictures that I showed you from the last live, what was in Karmelo's Anthony book bag, the bloody clothes from Austin, the pictures here. Now, when you go into the pictures that Mike Howard collected for Karmelo Anthony, y'all, it was only 14 pictures compared to 58 pictures. Mike Howard, the only pictures that Mike Howard presented to the court, if everything was in this folder, was only 13 pictures. Y'all hold your hat. 13 pictures of Karmelo Anthony with Eddie and his family. And then one picture of like a plaque that had Karmelo captain name up there, like a little plaque nameplate. Y'all, that's all Mike Howard had in the defense photo for exhibits. Those pictures that you saw with Eddie, they're in that folder. And in this one picture with a track plaque with Karmelo Anthony that's the only thing that they had. He didn't have a picture of his high school transcript. He didn't even have pictures of the scholarships that Karmelo Anthony had, the 21 scholarships. He didn't have no pictures of Karmelo Anthony with his family, with the pastor getting baptized, even with the little boy that Karmelo Anthony saved. Mike Howard did nothing for this case. It was only, like I said, 14 pictures in that folder. He didn't even have Karmelo Anthony in there with his family. He didn't even have this picture here. This picture here on the screen in that folder showing that Karmelo Anthony was an honor student. Like I said, he didn't have his transcript from the high school, no nothing. From middle school, no nothing. No acceptance letter, no nothing. Scholarships, no nothing. Mike Howard, let's keep going. Right, and 2 jobs. You said I'm lying. They said I'm lying when they just heard Hunter out of his own mouth. And listen, hey, okay, all right. Listen, white America, y'all about to be.
And I thank God for you. Let me tell you why. Because you know how many criticism they gonna say you black,
Okay, you guys, this Carmelo's Anthony's attorney or whatnot. So thank y'all for showing love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's go.
You know how they're gonna try to lie on you? They're gonna try to say you black and you that's going cause it. No, we not. No, we love God. That ain't why we doing it. I'm gonna tell you why we doing it. We want you to weigh out the facts. Was it justice? Let me tell you why it wasn't no justice in it. It's because you got 12 people, juries, 12. You don't think they intention not allow a black to get on there? If anybody think in their right mind that this was not set up for this young man to get railroad, something wrong with you. You talking about justice. Reason why you don't care about the trial, because they done put in your mind he's a murderer. Right. If a baby rape was on trial, nobody care who's on trial because you mad that he done raped a baby.
Right.
You're not gonna so, but in reality, even a baby rapist still have to have a fair trial. Watch this here. But because our heart is turned against this kid, you're not gonna weigh out the facts. Watch this here. If they had 2 blacks on the jury, maybe the black people would say, well, if some black folks on there, they even felt like, this kid is a murderer. Yeah. But they didn't want one. You know why? Because somebody that's real, even in the white jury, somebody, the peers, they knew, but they couldn't go against whoever was up in there running everything. You know, they got one that say, hey, my vote is this. You know how they do it. And so here's the thing. It wasn't fair from the foundation. Here's the problem I have. If that's flipping, we got to flip everything. We got to look at it on the other side. Say that there was a white kid and he was Karmelo Anthony, and a black kid was Austin. And Austin killed Karmelo. Watch this here. And we get an all-black jury. Oh man, all-black jury. Listen, we wouldn't have got no farther than that. You know why? They would have been turned down, the courtroom, everything. They would have been marching and said, no, this ain't gonna turn out right. He ain't got no chance because he killed a black kid and everybody on the jury is black. Come on. If that's the truth, if you know what I'm saying is a valid fact, why you won't stand up for what's right? Let me tell you why. Here's the problem that we have. We don't think he got a fair trial. That's first of all. And another thing, how can you tell somebody how to defend themselves under fear? Come on, somebody. How? Watch this. Then you made it look like he was fleeing to get away. Let me tell you something. I watch kids get away from the police. I promise you, they know how to jump fences. They know how to go here. Can he run track? He could have got away. He wasn't trying. He trying to get away just in case them other boys trying to get at him. And he trying to get to some authority and say, hey, I done. When somebody said, well, you alleged did to somebody. He said, no, I done it. He said that because he might have felt like he done it. He said, I done it. You know why? He was being honest. He was not trying to hide it. He felt like he did it out of, watch up, not bragging. He was being honest, and he felt like, what did he say after that? I told him not to touch me. He felt like he had a right to protect himself because he didn't hit him. He didn't get up and get in his face. He was sitting down. He came to me while I was sitting down and put his hand on me. I know I said a few words as a little boy, but all I told him, long he don't touch me. He can say all he want to do. He can get up in my face. He can do whatever he want to. I told him, I even warned him, don't touch me.
Right.
So watch this.
Even that, Bishop, they took that out of context. When a black person says he touched me or I told him or her not to touch me, it means they hit you. They said, oh, well, he said that he had only touched him. That's not what he meant.
That's not what he meant. I'm gonna tell you what he meant about the touch. I'm gonna take a little further than that. He said don't do nothing that make me fear that I have to protect myself. That's what he's saying. He's saying, don't touch me. Because when we say don't touch me, we're not saying like put something on your shoulder and you knock it off. He ain't saying that. Then they're going to use, watch it, I'm going to show you how they lying. Let's be honest. Let's just tell the truth. One say he did a light touch. They rehearsed those kids. And some kids say he grabbed him like a football player. You know, he jacked him up. Watch it. One thing about a lie, you got to keep telling it. Come on, somebody. They said all the kids said the same thing. No, they didn't. All of them didn't say the same thing. One said it was light touch. One said he grabbed him like a football. So watch there. Who telling the truth? Let me tell you something. Then they said all the kids that was witness said the same thing. They all play on his team. They all his friends. You think I'm going to let you get away and I felt like you killed my friend? They done told them kids, they done looked at their video. Watch this. They done got, they done surround the place and to get evidence. They done asked those kids, did anybody record? Did anybody do this? Did anybody do that? They done that. So watch this here. You don't think they done rehearsed those kids and told them before the trial, there are certain things if you say certain things, don't you want Austin? Don't you want this guy to pay for 10? Yes, I do. Don't you want, listen, this certain thing you have to say. We don't have to go into the detail. We're not going to put so much pressure on you, kid. We don't want you to go through a lot of thoughts. We don't want you to have no nightmares. So we're going to just ask you a few questions. And when we go to trial, I want you to be able to answer this way, where it be, okay. Now, you do know you don't think Austin really was an aggressive one. You think that Austin was trying to do a good job? Yes. You think he was just trying to get the guy on the tent? Yes. Did he have some talk back? Yes. Do you think he should have left? Yes. Why you think he should have left? Because it's our tent. Okay, so he was in the wrong. So they go through, they play these games, because I've been through the system. They play this game, and now all these kids in agreement. So when they go, here's the problem I got, location, with all of this. The lawyer, y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. Madcap talked to me on the phone. Jeff, Madcap, we had a talk. Here's what he told me. He told me, I didn't know this.
Now this is exclusive, y'all. Wait a minute, Bishop. Now this is an exclusive because this just happened.
Yeah, this just happened. Now this just happened the other day. And he know ain't lying. The Holy Ghost, God know ain't lying. He said that the DA and the lawyer, y'all might went to school together, whatever. They came in law school together. They know each other personally. They're friends. This is what he said. I said, what? He said, they friends. I said, oh my God. How is it that this lawyer, watch this here, you don't think it's possible if we friends? Let's be honest. Hey man, we got to beat this case. We can't let this case. Listen, you represent them, but don't push it. Leave it to a room where I got to have it. And I'll let you get 5 more. I'll let you get some cases and I'll let you win and go through whatever. But I got to have this one. Do this for me, buddy. This is going to make us look bad.
That, Bishop, because I don't remember, but somebody said that the lawyer was doing good up until he met with the DA. I got to go back and look at my notes.
He wasn't doing good. Let me tell you something why he wasn't doing good. Let's stop playing. He wasn't doing good because when he allowed no blacks to get on there, he should have been screaming and hollering.
No. They said, no. Not during this time. They said like the first couple of weeks or like the first month, he seemed to be doing good. I'm not talking about the lawyer.
In the trial out there, I don't think he was seeming to be good, because let me tell you something. All them 21 kids, 23, they got up there, he should have crossed every exam.
No. The attorney was horrible. They were saying when they first hired him and he got Karmelo out, I think for the bond hearing or something, they said he seemed to be good then, but then after he met with the district attorney, they said they were starting to wonder why they should keep him.
Well, here's the thing. It was a black judge that lowered the bond. Yeah. Watch this. They didn't even want to do that. I don't give him no credit for that. And it was my pastor friend that bonded him out. Corey Tony. It's the one, no limit bail bond. It's the one that bonded him out with no cost. And so that other stuff. Let me tell you why this lawyer. I've been through a trial. I've been through this, and
what are you doing?
You can. It's evidence that never in history. I ain't never seen a lawyer just in China didn't have no witness for him. Didn't have nobody but two people. Then they was like they was on the they done twisted up and made it look like they on a district attorney side. And so, but let's look at the conclusion. Let's look at the conclusion of it. What lawyer? You can tell him if he was for him. One thing about a lie, it always exposed itself. Why didn't he call his pastor, his teacher?
Yeah.
When they gave him sentence, why he just used the mama? Let me tell you why he used the mama. He know everybody, the mother gonna say, "Have mercy on my son." Right. She wasn't a good talker. He didn't talk to the family. She don't do that much talking. She just said, "My baby doesn't." They're not trying to hear them folks angry. They mad. They want revenge. The Christians want revenge. They don't want to give it to the Lord. The Christians want revenge. And so why didn't he do that? You know why? When I went to jury trial, even though they gave me a bunch of time, I had about 10 witnesses.
Right. That's what the lawyers that I had on my panel, that's what they said. They said when they know that their client is going to get some time, they said they have so many witnesses.
Everybody. I'm calling the priest that touched the little boy and everything. I'm calling everybody. I'm calling everybody, even if they ain't credible. I'm calling everybody. Right. But they didn't do it. You know why? It's because he didn't represent him the right way. Watch this. Let me share this with you. I want you to catch this. So I talked to his daddy. His daddy said he went to the press release. Watch this here. To make peace. Hold up, brother. You at the press release with glasses on. And you ain't tell nobody you coming. He went there to hear. And the news made it look like Dominique Anderson was so mean and he put him out and didn't have no compassion. Y'all lying. I was there. I walked him to the car. I said, "Hey man, I it's gonna be all right. You know, I hate that you out the lead, but nobody, you made me nervous. You sitting there in the back ain't saying nothing." He was there to try to make sure they didn't make it look like his son was a bully. He was there to get information. If you were there to make peace, let's be honest. If you really was, I had to weigh it out. You could have called the fact. You could have said this here. "Hey, I want us to pray together." He said that changed the outcome, how he felt about the situation. I don't think it changed the outcome. You know why it didn't change the outcome? It's because he wanted revenge. He didn't want to face up to reality. Why your son couldn't just went and got a coat. Then he told me this here. This blew my mind. I don't know this on record. And he said a school teacher came to Karmelo and told him leave first.
Yeah, you told me that. That's a lie. No, but that man, when you told me,
he said he had 15 different people.
No,
I know this is a lie, but here's the lie. He said a school teacher came and told him leave first. Let me show you something about if he lying. Now I told him, I said, if this is true, then we got nothing. Then I respect that because I'm for what's right. I said, if that's true, I wonder why he didn't leave. If he wouldn't listen to the school teacher, now that's something. That don't add up. Then he said this here. He said, where they was walking on the video, his son never walked up to him. They was already sitting down. He said they went to trash talk and his son turned around and went and confronted him. But I don't know. Watch this. I don't know the videos. I don't know. He said it was AI chopped up. Okay, watch this. After I talked to him on the phone. But here's the fact though. Even I keep hearing people saying he didn't get jumped on by 4 guys. Okay, man, so what? What do that mean? That don't change the fact. You no matter what they say, you still want to see Karmelo Anthony, this young man, throw it away. Because we're not even banking on that. Even if it was 4 guys, but we do know it was 2 heavyweights. We do know that. It was 2 brothers there. So that alone would bring fear to me. Forget the 2. If you weigh bigger than me, it would bring fear to me because the weight side. Now watch this. Somebody said, why he just didn't get up and move. Now I gotta sit down in a different look now. I gotta get close where you can see my eyes. Show me where a black young male gonna listen to a 17-year-old Caucasian male and think he gonna validate with an attitude, telling him to move from under tent. You didn't say it nice. You told me you were gonna move me on your own. And you telling me why he didn't move? Because he's 17. In reality, no another kid ain't gonna listen to no another kid, unless known he's a white guy. Let me get the honest with y'all. Why? Because black kids already feel like whites been treating them bad. Black kids already feel that they ain't got no respect. They treat them like a dog. They call them monkeys. They call them nickels behind those. They already got in their mind that they've been treated bad. Now you gonna send a white kid to tell me to get in the rain and belittle me in front of everybody? Let me tell you why he didn't move. Just like Rosa Parks didn't move when she was sitting in that bus and they told her get in the back. You know why she didn't move? Because she got tired of people treating her people like we nothing. She got tired of people. Some people say, long as she on the bus, she just should have gotten in the back, but she made history. Watch this. Because she took a stand for people who've been oppressed for years. She didn't do it for herself. She did it for her people. She did it for people who've been treated bad, who've been stepped on. That's why she did. Okay, so why did Karmelo did it? Let me tell you, he did it because he's a young black man. And he feel like the reason why Austin doing that to him, because they don't respect us. They treat us bad. We don't have no rights. If two people get in trouble, y'all know it's true. You got cops will pull over a black male and go in his car and everything, and he got insurance and driver rights. Was still certain because he felt like blacks ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna call him turn a fire, so he run over you. What you say?
Have you heard the Metcalf? What is his name? Jeff Metcalf. Have you heard his racist rants? Have you heard any of those?
Can you let us hear it?
Oh
please?
my.
Please, can you let us hear it? Please.
I sure.
But watch this. They ain't heard nothing. Remember when I first talked to Jeff, I really thought Jeff had me fooled. I'm being honest. He sound like a Christian guy. Hey, y'all not Christians when you don't forgive and you cuss like a lawnmower. You cuss. You use words that you're not a Christian. I know people call Christian anything. As long as you go and you got a church and a pastor, that's don't make you a Christian. He don't have no fruits of the Spirit. I heard him. I'm not lying. I heard him. I'm a pastor. I hate to say that the Bible said judge a tree by its fruit. His fruit did not produce love, patience, kind. He was saying blank, 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 and this blank, blank, blank. I would say, oh Lord, you on the phone with about blank, blank. But let us hear. Let's speak. What's the one thing the Bible said? What dawn and dark come to light. Let us hear. What's this here? How Jeff really talk. Y'all can't fool me. A fruit that fall from the tree.
White person for every fucking thing else. We're the bad ones. We're the one that held you down. Guess what? You can do everything in America that I can do. Tell me one thing you can't do that I can't do. We all have equal rights. What's it say? All men are created equal. The First Amendment protects free speech. I'm for it. Free speech doesn't guarantee you safety. Perfect example. Charlie Kirk, a man who I admired, looked up to. You know why? Because he could fight with words and logic. He didn't need fists, guns, or knives. No. He sat down and talked with you. How do you solve any situation when there's a problem? Communication. Charlie was an expert. That's one person I admit I would not want to debate. He was a walking chat GPT. He's an asshole. Or he's the greatest guy who'll give you the shirt off his back. So they both can be right. Because I give what you get. Or what you give, or to me, I'll give you back. So am I racist? Yeah, I'm racist against assholes. I don't like them. I could care less about the color of your skin. We all bleed the same color. I admired, looked up to.
Actually, that's a good one. This one,
That's a
that
good
one, that one ain't bad.
I
That's
agree
the
with that. I agree
Yeah,
with that. I didn't say nothing wrong about that. Go
Yeah,
ahead. What else?
that's a good one. Now this is it's a couple of really bad ones because when I play it over here, they say take that man off the screen. Now, most recently, I don't have that one, but he was over on TikTok calling some woman an
Oh, I heard it all. Oh, I heard it all. That's a good one right there. He had his stuff down pat.
That one wasn't bad. That's not that one. Not that's not. Let me. It's another. I had a few.
That's all right. That's all right. We patient. I know. We know how to put on the good guy. We know how to put on the good guy. That's
But
a good guy. He's right. That is what he said on the phone when you ask him certain things. Oh, he get uptight. He wanted him to come. I said, let's make peace for real. Let's come. Let's do it the right way. Then he got this guy named Bruce Wayne, with the cowboy hat on. Y'all watch that guy. I think Trump sent him down to Dallas.
Are you talking about no, you talking about I know who you talking about. What is his name?
I think the president sent him down. Bruce Wayne. He wore a cowboy hat. He was down there. I think that I called him in a lot, and I'm just straight. I can't wait to see him. He say in Dallas. I'm just straight up. I don't trust him now because I think that the president. This is just me because I know he helped Trump get in office, and I don't have no problem with no authority. I think that it got so heavy and so deep that he sent him down here to make sure everything go right. I really believe that. I believe that in my heart. This stuff deeper than what y'all think. Y'all can't even see it.
Are you talking about the man that got charged with threatening to hurt? You're not talking about him, are you?
No, he wasn't threatened. You remember, you go back when Jake Long came and he was out there first trying to protest, and that black guy had Jeff on the phone talking with the cowboy hat on. If you go back, and he was standing there and saying that, tell that white guy, I don't want this for my son, make my son look bad. And that's true. But because Jake Long was putting it out there plain, you can't put it out there plain because you make the people go against you. If you really want to do something, you got to fix it up. You got to make it look like you're the good guy. He was out there too plain. He was out there too naked. And so
here with some hardcore receipts on the. This wasn't about.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Okay, what were you saying?
So those are the same thing. Let me see what he said. Jeff McCack out himself as a racist must see. What are you talking about?
Sorry,
Anthony trial aftermath. Jeff Metcalf got on TikTok Live and showed you his completely racist side. For him to sit there and say this wasn't about race, and this video I'm about to show you gives you an idea into how these twins were raised and how we ended up here and how they were most likely talking to Karmelo. Look at what Jeff Metcalf had to say about slavery.
Even though they did wrong, you're going to support someone who does something against the law. You're encouraging and saying it's okay because he's a certain color. Oh, you've got more melanin than me. Ooh, so you get more in privileges, more entitlement? Because 400 years ago, someone actually sold you to us, and we took you over here and put you to work. And then we had a civil war to free your ass. And now you want to talk shit? Oh, I've been so oppressed. You couldn't even vote 1960. Look how far you've come. Look at all the free shit we give you. You're not oppressed. You're fucking entitled. You know what DEI stands for? Yeah. Means I don't have to be fucking qualified. I just have to be a certain color or race or gender. Whose broad ass idea was that? I don't know about you, but when I grew up, there was no participation trophy. There wasn't a safe space created for me because my feelings were hurt. We had to take actual responsibility for our own actions. Wow, what a concept. If If you want society to change, if you want a better place for your kids, then get involved in your kid's life, in your community, in your church. But don't sit on your couch and bitch when it doesn't go your way.
And what's crazy is in part of this video, he tries to say black fathers are not involved in their life. It's like 78% of y'all aren't even involved, when that statistic has been debunked. Black fathers are more involved in their children's life than almost any other race. Next, he has a Mark Wayne Mellon moment, claiming to be Native American, and goes on another racist rant. Look at this.
We are Native American. I have my Indian card and so do the boys. So if you want to talk about stolen land, yeah, that starts here. We were here before y'all were. They took all our land and put us on a reservation. They just brought you guys over on a boat.
Let me guess, your Indian name is Running Around with Big Racist Mouth Bull.
The next question is, are you satisfied with the sentence that Karmelo Anthony received? Do you believe Austin has received justice?
That's a real easy question for me to know. Hell no. What is justice? Justice for me is when Austin walks through that door and can hug me. That's how long he should stay in jail, until my son comes back through that door. Do I think justice was served? No. There's all types of justice. Street justice, legal justice.
Let me guess. Real street justice means strange fruiting someone like you good old boys used to do in the old days, and have picnics and make postcards. I'm sorry for anybody who was triggered by this video, but I thought it was important to debunk Jeff Metcalf saying he's not racist. And now you get an idea for how these twins most likely acted towards Karmelo Anthony, acting like they were superior to him. And I do believe he acted in self-defense, and we need to bring justice to Karmelo Anthony.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Bishop.
I want to say something. He got a good point. Let me weigh it out. I don't believe that Blacks should use the past as an excuse, but I also examine that there's a system beyond confinement in the natural. You can't do all this to a person, rape them, murder them, kill them, and throw them in society and say, get over it.
Right.
It don't work that way. When you look at the Black history, some of these people are not saying, because what the Caucasian man did, that now they need to take care of me. I need to be on food stamp. I need to not work. That's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying. If you look at the truth, majority of Caucasian live good. I was riding around and I was driving in 10. I was looking at all these land. I said, man, whoa, not Google. 90% white men own it. Watch the show. If you did something long time ago, it's going to take a whole lot, years and years, for you to straighten out a lie. Watch the show. So when people like Jeff say what he's saying, that's a certain truth to that. But let's look at the whole truth. When you done put in their mind that they ain't nothing, and you pass it on, you done beat them. And when they try to go and you say, hey, you can be whatever you want to be, that sounds good. But when you stand in the way, when they walk around and they see that if they walk down the street, a police can just do this, what he want to do to them, and you tell them it's equal, y'all stop playing. It ain't nothing equal. That's game. That's game. Stop saying it's equal, because we see it in the court system. Look at the majority of people that's locked up. I said, we see it in the court system. So don't tell me that you can have the same rights that Bob have. and Billy have. That's y'all stop playing. Y'all stop playing. And so when you look at the system of the mind, it's dangerous than being locked up physically. The change of your mind. And so this man, I like whoever this guy is because he just telling the truth. But Jeff has some good points. I take the good points.
The thing that I don't like, Bishop, is his points were geared toward Black people. We are not the number one race on public assistance. We are the smallest.
That's
race.
right. You got more Caucasian on food down there, but I know that a lot of people don't know that. You think and he used that, but this part I like. I'm talking about the part that he did say right now. That part, that's a lot. That's a lot of other things that he said that people don't go out and research. And so it looked like all Blacks on food stamp. You got more Caucasian on food stamp than anybody. So, but here's the thing. He said something about 400 years ago. He acknowledged we were brought on a boat, and he acknowledged that these things took place. He acknowledged it. But watch here. So what do Black people do? I'm just being honest. That they know the history, how they rape our ancestors, kill our babies with no compassion. Then you don't put in the school about the history of the Black man. You make it look like they don't have no, God just looked over them. If you look, and I know this is going to sound strange when I say this, but I got to tell you the truth. When you look at the Bible, the white Bible, ain't number white people in there. Jesus was racist. Come on, let's be honest. If you look in the church and you got some ignorant Black folk, I know you might didn't know I'm gonna say this on your show. They got a Caucasian white man with blue eyes and blonde hair, and they call it Jesus. And you ask your kids, who are that? They say Jesus. These lies been told to our kids, and the lie haven't been straightened up. Okay,
Right.
okay. There's so many lies that been told. Is why? It's because nobody standing for the truth. Then grandmama, don't move my picture. That's my Lord Supper. But the Bible said don't make no image up above or underneath. The Bible said don't do it. And so now, if you're in the mindset and you look and these kids see these Caucasian folks all in the Bible, and you don't see nobody Black in there, no Chinese but white, you're gonna think the whites is superior over everybody. And this is why certain things you should not do anyhow. When you talk this truth, nobody want to hear it. You racist. Then they got the Black folk. I seen a brother with Pepper Road. They had a Black Jesus on there with some horn. Now they done took on the same behavior of people who are in this mindset. So you got to be careful. You got to have balance. Here's the thing. People don't want truth. But watch this. I'm going to say this and they're going to get mad at this. I respect Boosie. I respect Cardi B. I respect these artists that use their voice to bring out a message. It ain't going to be perfect. I respect Jasmine Crockett. You know why? Because they risk everything that they work for because they stand up for what they believe that is right. Watch this. But people going to twist it. And they're going to say, how can you justify a murder? What is a murder first? Let's get to the root of it. A murder is someone that intent to harm a human without a cause.
Right. Bishop, we got one more though. We got one more video for
okay. I want to see it. I want to see it.
It's not easy. God doesn't say that. God says there's going to be trials and tribulations. God says there's going to be people out there who will deceive you. People out there, I mean, if we want to go back Old Testament, eye for an eye, Sodom and Gomorrah, turn to stone, man lays with a man, you die. I mean, this is all your personal choices. It's none of my business. I stay in my lane. Just don't come in my lane with your. I respect everyone until they disrespect me. I've been disrespected by so many people, so many times while I've had to sit here and take it. I'm going to tell you right now, Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a and a coward, and you raised one. Kayla, you drunk. What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of mother are you? Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened, how many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior? You're a big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, buddy? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. He's the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture. You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy I was trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you? I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night. Because he's going to have many nights to think about what the he did. I forgave him so I don't carry the hate and the anger. So I don't get ate up like cancer and kills you from the inside. It's like me drinking poison and hoping it kills you. Doesn't work that way. You've got to let that stuff go or it will kill you. It will eat you up inside. So when people ask me, how can you forgive him? If I didn't, I would have wound up killing him and going to prison myself. That's how stupid people, when you get irrational, because you can't make a good decision if you're emotional. Emotion and intellect do not mix. If you're emotional, you can't come up with a logical solution.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, go ahead.
He just lied specifically, and nobody can get around. A real Christian, no, let's go for black, white. He said he forgave him. He didn't forgive him. He won't revenge. He said, I wish he enjoyed the first night.
They try to set Karmelo up.
He said, if I didn't forgive him, I would have killed him. No, he didn't want to go to prison. That's why he didn't want to kill him. He didn't want to kill him because he knows it comes something with that. So that's not that. If he had the opportunity to kill him and get away, he'll do it. The Bible says you hate a brother without a cause, you're a murderer. So miss me with that. No, he didn't forgive him because if you forgive him, he would have went in that courtroom and told them people like Jesus said on the cross. He said, Father, forgive them for what they know not what they do, why they were killing him. He would have told everybody, he would have made a blessing to every, just what he would have did it in a Christian way. What if he would have walked in that courtroom and say, hey, I don't know what really happened. I believe my son. I believe that this kid made a mistake, honest. Or I wish Austin would have went and did it another way. I wish he wouldn't would have got a coach, would have got a teacher. I wish, and I wish you wouldn't kill my son. He could have said that. But watch this here before we play the video. Let me tell you what he did. He said he forgive him. Every lying demon, every lying Christian, black or white, if you don't forgive Austin, you don't forgive Karmelo, you ain't a Christian. You lying. He didn't forgive him. Let me tell you why. Because he had an opportunity to shock the world. Just a man. Do you remember that black young man when that lady that also killed this guy in Dallas and walked in the park? That Christian brother.
Both of them, Gene, both of them, something like that.
And told him, forgive him, hugged her, and wanted to say. Then the judge gave her a Bible. Watch this here. Christian, that's Christian. Yeah, Judge Kelly gave her a Bible and said, don't give her, and she didn't even get that much time. She out now. But watch this here.
They was mad that they gave that woman that, she sure did.
They were mad, but I was a little mad because I was like, a cop kill a man, mind his own business, and get away that light. But when I saw it from a Christian perspective, I said, God gonna get some glory. He forgave them. Jeff, I know you're gonna see this video. You didn't forgive, man. You had opportunity. Don't say it's a daddy side. The world had an opportunity. Even though a young man, you feel like taking life, you could have gave him life. You could have woke him up. You can't help him by saying this is what you get. You need life. That's not how you help nobody. And the world is so evil. This young man, what if he made a mistake? What if he did it out of fear? What if he didn't mean it? God look at the intent, but don't call that kid no murder. Y'all know this baby's not a murder. Y'all stop playing. Use people, regardless of what we say, you're going to try to twist it. You're going to try to make this young lady look bad. You're going to try to say we playing a race car. It's not a race car. Let me tell you what it is. It was a race setup, but we don't have to put a race car. We've been suffering for years. We've been getting injustice for years. This is not a race car. We just speaking out. And we're saying that sometime give him a fair trial. Black folks won't be so upset if y'all did it the right way.
Right.
Black folks won't be so upset. Black folks are not racist. We are more than compassion folk, but we got some racist white folk that regardless, when you say hang that nigger, when you say he need a rope around his neck, when you say take a life, that's racist. Watch this. Black folks are tired. We are tired. We're tired of our own kind selling us out. We tired of people that when other people get in a situation, they get a deal and they straight up, I'm talking about you see straight facts evidence. In this case, it's a possibility. You can see it. It's a possibility that this kid didn't mean to take him out. Let me prove it. When he was running and they asked him, he said he'll be okay. Then he said, is he all right? If he didn't he didn't even know that he stuck him in the heart. He didn't know.
Right.
Intent, he didn't know. Then he said he twisted the knife. This is what his daddy told him. Say he stuck it and twisted it. Y'all play too much. Y'all, everything that's happened out of fear. Let me say this here, and I'm gonna let you play this here. This for all the people. This young lady been coming, and I think God led you. You hear me? God allowed you to be bold enough because you're gonna get criticized. People gonna say you're doing it for this. You're trying to open people's eyes. You're trying to say, listen, we have compassion for the soul lost, but be fair about it. Y'all didn't give him y'all didn't give him a chance. That's all we saying. And stop saying we're not saying we glad also. I feel if that was my baby, I'd be sad. We would never talk like that. I feel for his dad. I know he's walking in hurt and pain. I know he's angry. I know he won't revenge. But there's some things in you that's been hidden. The Bible said, "What's done in the dark come to light." There's some hate been in you. Y'all think all this happened for nothing? And this for both families. I believe that even in Karmelo's situation, God is trying to bring somebody close. God is trying to get somebody's attention. Even in jail, I know God is trying to show y'all. Y'all can look at the mama and the daddy wasn't even married. Y'all know something was going wrong in the house. God is trying to show y'all something. Listen, I believe that Austin ain't did this the first time. Y'all got to hear me. Even look at the way he walked. This ain't the first time he done did that. God don't let things happen just to be happening. That young man lost his life for a reason. And God is showing people that run around bullying people and stirring folks and doing this, whatever man sow, he shall reap. I'm just telling y'all the truth. You think God allowed that young man to lose his life? That's some things he done that y'all don't even know about. You think God allowed him to lose his life just for nothing? Come on, y'all. Come on. It's something that we don't see about this young man. It's some things. And y'all think out of all the kids, why did he walk up? Here come him. Out of all the kids, he was the one that get in the face. Come on, let me tell you why. Please hear me. You know why he got in that kid's face? It's not just about if intent. He thought he was bad enough and tough enough. Let's be real. That's why he doing it. He was I gotta tell the truth. He had a bully attitude. If you don't know what bullying is, please don't do that. Because I was bullied in school. I was picked on. I watched kids get in my face and talk about me and tell me to move and get out this seat. I've been bullied. If you never been bullied, stop saying he just touched him. Listen, when you know, somebody said, well, then why did he have that blade at the track meeting? Listen, he didn't have it to go look for no trouble. That might be something he keep with him. That might be something he use to clean cleats with. Y'all trying to make it look like he went to school with a knife to kill somebody. Y'all so evil. Y'all so wrong. Y'all ain't right. And all the Caucasian folk that agree with that, you just doing it because it's your skin color. You know it. You know that's the God untruth. That white lady named Kelly, she got the devil in her. You know, y'all just doing that. Y'all not waiting it out. They said, what if it was a flip? I'm standing for what's right. Even if it was, watch this, it was a white kid kill a black kid, I would still say the same thing. What happened? What made them black boys get up on him? What made them black boys get in their face? They scared that little white kid. I would have said the same thing. You wouldn't. You know why? Because the truth ain't in you. You're not going to listen. You're not going to try to wear it out. You're not going to say, maybe Bishop right. Maybe Lakeisha right. Maybe I need to look at. You're not going to do that right. Then y'all lied on them. Y'all said they took money and used it for themselves. Y'all lying on them people. Y'all don't know. These people didn't know who to believe, what to do. I talked to them. They was trying to they had to move. They had to move from here because they were threatened. They lost their house. They couldn't work. They lost their job. And you had lawyers asking for money, doing it. They wasn't over the money. Y'all said something y'all know. Then when you lie, especially that old boy Tatum, he said they bought house and call, you say you're a man of God. You wasn't even man enough to come back and say, well, they lied on that. We need to straighten that up. They did that.
Another thing, Bishop, I don't mean to cut you off, but they want me to make sure you understand, because we've been doing research here. Now, this is what because what we don't want to do is, Karmelo has not even spoken. We're just going off of what we think happened or what they say happened. When we watched the video, because we talked about it over here, and I told them, I said, listen, we're watching a video and we see people putting stuff in the garbage can. We see people changing their clothes. So it leads us to believe that maybe Karmelo thought that he did something that he actually did.
I'm finna go there. You beat me to it, girl. Listen, I'm finna go there because, you know, I'm from the streets. What's this here? What did he ran and put in that trash can? What's here? Let's say Karmelo might have thought he did it because they rationed him. What to say he did do it, watch here, and he saw them with a knife. You got to look at it. We heard from Karmelo, they might have brought a weapon to the game. And they ain't going to bring that, get rid of the weapon. It can justify why he did. Nobody ain't going to bring that up. But because we don't know, let's stick with this. Let's stick with this. Because we don't know, don't mean it didn't happen. You got to weigh out everything. But I want them to think we just saying that because we trying to run from the fact. We got enough fact that we ain't got to make up nothing. We got enough fact to know that this kid was sitting down on the phone, minding his own business. We got enough fact to know this here. Watch that, because I don't need no, truth don't need no help. We got enough fact. He had to walk up to him. He had to get up in his space. And we know that if he wanted some trouble, he wouldn't have sat down. He would have stood up. We know he didn't want no trouble. These are things I'm trying to lay out. We know he wasn't the one that initiated. They said when they found him guilty, you can't say self-defense and you caused the problem. How did he cause the problem? Because he's sitting on a tent that wasn't healed? That make him cause the problem? Where did the problem come at? The problem came in when you said, get from under tent in. If you don't, I'm going to move you myself and I'm going to put my hands up. That's the problem. The problem came in when he decided that he wanted to take it in his own hand to move this kid from under. When you seen that he wasn't going to move, why you didn't go get no authority? Let's face reality. Why nobody said, well, Austin, you kind of brought that on yourself. You kind of, you know, I hate that he did that to you, but you put your hands on that young man. You touched him. And however you look at a touch, y'all stop saying he came up there and touched him and that's that was it. That touch led to something. You can touch somebody like that and we're finna go at it. You think he came up there, light touch him, heavy touch, and that was it? Y'all play too much. Y'all stop playing. You know why they want to make it look like that? Because they want to keep the people in the mind that he was a good kid and he didn't do nothing but trying to tell this guy to move. And he told him, I didn't want to fight. You know why they didn't let his brother testify? They smart. That lawyer wasn't nothing because it would contradict everything that we said. All they had to do was ask him a few questions. Did she snatch the bag? Do you know if you take my property, and you snatch something from me, rob me, I can defend my property. Do you know, forget self-defense. If you snatch something of mine, I have the right. If they kill a boy for running out, they say he stole water. He admit, his brother say he snatched his bag. So
I got a question for you.
Okay.
So and you kind of mentioned this. One thing I can say about Black people, we ain't dumb, but we will take accountability. See, when we see our people do something stupid, we call it out. We don't be with the bullshit. The situation here is, like you said, we don't feel like he got a fair trial. So if, let's just say, all of this played out the way that it was supposed to, we feel like they, Karmelo was defended. Let's say the jury was diverse and he got 35 years. Now people will be like, that's still a lot, but we wouldn't feel like we feel now. We feel like we feel now because we don't feel like he got a fair trial. Period.
It ain't about feel, woman of God. It's not a facts and feel to them things. It's a fact he didn't get a fair trial. You know why? They intent. They wouldn't. Trial ain't fair. A DA job ain't to figure out if he intent or not. A DA job is to find him guilty, even if he know he didn't do it. Even if he know of a self-defense, even if it know, that's not a DA. People don't understand the law. It's a DA job to represent the family. It's a lawyer job to represent his client, even if he's guilty or not guilty. But watch this here. But sometimes people, y'all got to get this. Sometimes people will let their feeling and emotion get in, and it's a possibility. You got a white attorney that know y'all friends, y'all done shoot pool drunk together. It's a possibility that his lawyer sold him out. It's a possibility. You know why I believe it? And I don't like to add stuff because he didn't represent him. He been in the experience too long. Show me in a jury when they find guilt, they just shoot one witness, that's the mother. Show me where it been. Show me that it ain't nobody ain't got their hands, and show me where people get convicted and the next day he on the change and put in the system. You know why they did that? They want to make sure that if anybody reverse, anybody high, turn this thing around, they want to make sure we put that Black boy in prison. We're going to embarrass him. We're going to cut him hair off. We're going to put him in a slave suit. Come on. They did that all intention. Y'all don't even see it. They did that. They made up their mind. Watch this here. Not only that, this is what they don't know. The Blacks, now we got to play a race card here, they say. They're not going to let them touch that boy. I did 15 flat years. They'll lay their life down. Everybody in there. You know why? Because if they allowed him to touch that boy, it's going to make the Blacks have no authority in the system. Everything they stood for, every gain, they're not going to touch him. They're not going to touch him. So we ain't worrying about this. All this AI, they're not going to touch him. I promise he's safe. I've been there and I made calls. Watch this. So, but you got to understand this here though. When people talk like they talk, they talking out of hate. And watch this here, y'all. Let's be honest. Y'all know no gangster ain't got straight A's. Y'all know no gangster. Come on. That's got 2 jobs. Y'all know that. But you let AI, you let this little picture they done made up, and you done judge his brother by something they didn't do. I want to hear this video if you don't mind.
I was just gonna say, let's play the video. Let's play the video because also too, when we get done with the video, what you said, and I want you to re-emphasize it when we get done playing the video, is you stated, because we want to know why Karmelo didn't take the stand. And I know you know why he didn't take the stand. So let's, we're gonna get into it.
Rational and smart. If someone touches your arm, does that justify you stabbing them in the heart?
In a hostile situation where someone walks up to me,
answer the question, yes or no. Does it?
I'm answering your question. That's not the situation.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You walked up the whole totality of the situation.
He touched him. Does that justify? Okay, man, I'm done. Fuck off. Next person.
Man, you fuck off. Yeah, you disrespect.
Dude, why don't you go to fucking to somewhere where you belong?
The Real, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you hear that? Yeah.
Oh, that's strong. Let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all something. And it's sad. Here's the sadder part about this. Let me tell you what's so sad about this. That guy that do sports, Nelson, all these black people. I don't know. I don't understand y'all. I really love everybody. I have mixed people in my child. I love everybody. And you can't tell nobody, my white friends, you can't tell me. You can't tell them nothing about this. And they know I love them.
That's
but
what his
y'all
son
don't see.
That's where
Y'all
his
don't
son
see-
is from.
Yeah, y'all don't see the substance. When a person get angry, that's like a man get drunk. He starts speaking his real mind. When people upset, nothing that's ain't in you can't come out of you. Let me tell y'all something. If he said that, and you stand up behind a man like that, it's good to have compassion for a son. That's right. He lost his son. But you think that man is honest? That man just exposed who he really are. Christians don't do that, y'all. I'm tired of people hiding behind Jesus' name. God allowed this because a lot of Christians say they Christian. God will use this situation and see, can you forgive him? Even if you felt like he murdered him or whatever, can you still forgive him? A lot of y'all been exposed and you know you're not right. You know how hard it is for black folks had to forgive when they look back and their mother's been raped, killed babies, no respect. You think we ain't no passion folks? You know the history behind what black folks went through? Do y'all really know the history? Do you really understand what really happened? You don't care because it wasn't you. See, if you've never been in them shoes, you're not going to feel what they feel. If you've never been locked up for something you didn't do, you're not going to feel what a person that's locked up for something, because you're going off of your emotion and your opinion, but you're not going to feel it. You know how many people would call me racist because I'm standing up for the truth and I love everybody, because I used to be a fool. I used to be a blind. I used to say, we just going to pray and that's it. We're going to trust God and that's it. I used to think like that. I used to think like that. I used to see a picture of a Caucasian man with blue eyes and I used to say, that's Jesus. That's our Jesus. I should be that same person. And I used to say, it don't matter what color it is. It do matter. Let me tell you why it matters, because it's a lie. It do matter that he put his hand on him. Somebody said, he kept saying he just a touch and he killed him. No, he don't deserve to die, but he don't deserve to put his hands on nobody. You don't have a right to put your hand on nobody, especially when you threaten them. You don't even have a right to be in their space. If you're talking about doing something to me, I ain't gonna give you a chance to touch me. Some people ain't gonna give you a chance enough to touch them, especially when you saying you come to do something to them. Make some sense.
Right.
Y'all be honest. Make some sense. This don't make sense.
None at all.
So if we're gonna be honest, if we're gonna be what's right, let's make some sense. Let me tell you something. I don't know who this black sister is. She was on that woman's show. The black lady that do comedy, she had a show. I don't know if she got braids. She was on the show and she was standing up for Karmelo. And she took a lot of backlash. The pastor from Powerhouse took backlash. Freddie Haynes took backlash. Let me share something with y'all. Let me share something with y'all. Them people is not speaking from the same spirit you speaking from. My Caucasian brother, you doing it out of unforgiveness and hate. Your spirit is different. They're speaking from all the hurt, pain, injustice that they went through. They speaking from that. Never one time they said Austin deserved to die. but the white said he deserved to die and be put in prison. That's a difference. That's no unforgiveness. You're saying he deserved this and worse. One lady said, you can't buy your life. You know, that's true. There ain't enough time to buy your life. There ain't a less time or two more times to change life. But watch this here though. Jesus said, I'm sorry, y'all. Ooh, this gonna sound crazy to you, but I gotta use it. He said, let the dead bury the dead. I thought that was really, I thought that was real strong what
guys,
Jesus
I've been
said.
on
I
all
said,
day.
Jesus,
I'll
why
come
you
back
gonna,
on
they
tomorrow
said, let me say bye to my friend. Why would you say that, Jesus?
I gotta learn
He said,
Twitch, and I guess
I got awesome. I got this. Let me deal with this.
I'm trying to learn how to.
We got a young man that's
go over
alive.
there and do what we gotta do. But yeah, thank
Why
y'all
we
for
ain't
tuning
trying to
in.
get him safe?
I'm big shout out to
We
X.
can't bring
I
Austin
really
back.
don't be on X, but I think you guys.
But we
just
got a
follow
young
me. I
man
will
that
be,
you want to die in cell. You want to give revenge. But Jesus said, let the dead bury
going
the
live
dead.
tomorrow, sometime tomorrow.
But
So thank
follow
you guys.
me.
Y'all have a great night.
Let's go get this kid saved. Let's use this as an example. Let us talk.